will be pressed at the completion of 15 minutes. Participants, you are requested to stop speaking at the end of 15 minutes. There will be no extension of time whatsoever. The participants, you will be allowed to present your work without any interruption, and questions will be asked at the end of the presentation. The jury will pose questions to the speaker, and there will be one or two questions taken from the audience. In case anybody from the audience wants to ask a question, you can either raise hand or put your question in the chat box, and one of us, me or Rama ma'am, will take up your question and pose it to the speaker. I will urge all the participants to be very aware of the time and try to focus on the important aspects of your work, and definitely complete within the given time. In case any of you is unable to complete the presentation, what we will do is we will show the presentation, but you would not be allowed to explain at this time. We will simply silently run through all the slides that are remaining in the presentation. So I'll call you back in a minute. For the purpose of the zonal jury, only the presentations that you have been uploaded will be shown here. So I think that is all the instructions that I had to share with all of you. Are you okay with all this? Are you clear with whatever I have said? If there are any questions or queries, please put them in the chat box. And Rama ma'am, I would request you to please keep an eye on the chat box so that we can quickly address any queries that are there.
Yes, ma'am, we are tracking.
Okay, great. If we are ready now, I think it's time to wish all of you all the very best. Let me say at this point of time that although we are saying that we have the 10 best entries, please remember that all of you are already winners in your own right, because the school has selected you to represent them on this zonal and national platform. So all the very best to all of you, and we will begin the function in a very short while.
Jayshree, I don't see Gemini around. Jayshree is on mute.
Yes, Gemini is there. I can see him. But
Okay.
for some reason he was calling. Let me just quickly call back and find out.
Yeah.
request all the participants to please mute themselves.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, you said something. Jimmy, sir? Your connection is a bit unstable, Gemini, sir.
Okay. My audio doesn't seem to work. Let me just. I think you hear me now.
Gemini, put your video off. Your speed may be better.
What?
Put your video off, then your connection may get better.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. I'm fine now. Okay. We are back in business.
Yes,
Yeah.
in business too. Just waiting for a
Right.
couple of minutes for Habib sir to join.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine. Yeah.
Friends, yeah, I've been just informed by President Habib sir that he's stuck in an emergency and would not be able to join right away. But he will join us as soon as it is possible for him to join. He has requested us to please go ahead with the program and not wait right now. Uh, so I think we can begin the program. Sir, you are asking whether there is a technical hitch, but no technical hitch as of now. We were waiting for Habib sir to join so that we could begin the program. But now that he has said that he will not be joining right away, we will begin with the program. Are we all ready?
Hello.
I believe so.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, I think we are ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all the guests, the participants, our coordinators, and so many other architect students, teachers, and
metal
for watching us on YouTube. It is a pleasure for me
இல்ல
to
வால் இல்ல அந்த ப்ரொஜெக்ஷன் இருக்கு இல்லீங்களா அந்த ப்ரொஜெக்ஷன்ல மேலேயும் கீழேயும்லாம் படிச்சுக்கணும்
I think somebody's
அந்த மாதிரி நடுவுல எதுவுமே வேண்டாம் அது கலர் மட்டும் மாத்திருக்கேன்
yes, sorry. There was a little disturbance, so I had to mute it. Um, I think we will have to get used to it. Participants, please keep yourself on mute throughout the day. And back to welcoming all the dignitaries and everyone on this platform to join us for this program today. It is a pleasure to begin the first online presentation of the 2020 cycle of the National Awards for Excellence in Architectural Thesis program of the Council of Architecture. For the benefit of everybody, I would like to inform that this program has been conducted since 2006, and every year we are motivating, awarding, and felicitating the top 50 projects from across the country. The awards program is run in two stages. The stage one is where we identify 10 best projects in every zone. All the colleges are divided into 5 zones geographically, and 10 best are identified and invited to present their work in each zone. We have a panel of eminent jurors who help us to shortlist these 10 best entries, and once these are presented in a public on a public platform, two best projects from every zone are identified and sent to the national jury. Here, I would like to say that although we are calling this an awards program and awarding only two in every zone, let me be clear that these people, these students who are here on this zone, are the best projects in their respective schools, and the schools have chosen them to represent the school on this platform. The winners at the presenters and the winners at each zonal level are awarded separately. There is a cash prize of 5,000 for every student who gets to present, and a cash prize of 10,000 for every student who is selected to go to the national jury. At the national jury, we have 10 presenters, that is two from every zone, and each one of them is awarded for the seven present. We identified three best at the national, and each best identified participant gets an award of 75,000, and the remaining seven get an award of 20,000. Uh, the cash prizes apart, I think it is connecting with this platform and coming together with the fraternity, something that has been motivating all the students to join us and submit their work here every year. I'm proud to say that since 2006, when we started with a participant number of 35, today we have crossed 500 participants. And each year, the number has been improving and increasing. Thank you, participants. Thank you, schools of architecture, heads of schools, and faculty for this wonderful response that you have been giving. For me, when we conduct this program, I must say that it makes me happy because every year as we approach March and April, I start getting mails, messages from participants asking when we are going to be launching the program. That speaks for the quality of the program and the involvement that you all have in the program. Thank you so much. I think with that, I have said adequate for the program, but I would also like to, at this point of time, inform all the participants that when we divide the colleges into zones, we also invite one school to act as the zonal host for the program. The purpose of inviting this school, any school in a zone, is that the schools also familiarize themselves with the program and they join us on the council platform to conduct the program. For this year, in the Zone 5, we have the Chettinad School of Architecture, which is associated with us, and we have architect Lokanathan, who is the dean of the school, supported by two of his very able faculty members, architect Vaidyanathan and architect Radhika, who have been the local coordinators and have been continuously in touch with all the participants and schools in their zone. Thank you, all of you. We will now go to the next part of the program, and I would request Rama ma'am to please pick up the next slip. But before that, I would like to introduce Dr. Rama Subramaniam to our audience. Dr. Rama Subramaniam is part of the awards committee of the Council of Architecture. She and Professor Anirudh Paul have been with us for the last more than, I think, 7-8 years, and they have been ably supporting this platform and helping us to conduct this program year after year. Today, Dr. Rama, who heads the Dayanand Sagar School of Architecture in Bangalore, would be helping me to conduct this program. We would be, like I have already said, announcing the names of the presenters one by one. And before we proceed further, I would request Rama ma'am to please uh, take over and take the program forward.
A very warm welcome to all, and thank you, Jayashree ma'am, for the excellent introduction. And I'm very happy to be associated with Council Thesis Awards and Training and Research Center. Madam, do we pick the next presenter first?
I would request you to please introduce the jury members first.
Sure. It's my present privilege to introduce the eminent jurors and jury panel. And I would like to say that we have such an eminent jury panel that we would go in alphabetical order so that we pay our respects to all. Professor Akhtar Chauhan, a warm welcome to you, sir. Professor Akhtar Chauhan is an architect, planner, and educator based in Mumbai. He has been the director of Rizvi College of Architecture, and he's the founder, president of International Association of Humane Habitat. He is the president of Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture, MASA, and also the chairman of Comprehensive Development Consultancy Services Private Limited, Architects and Planners. He is in practice with his wife, eminent architect Pragna Chauhan, and brother Anwar Chauhan. They have planned and designed townships, residences, commercial offices, multiplexes, resorts, and educational institutions in India and Iraq. Professor Chauhan is an alumnus of CEPT University and is an architect and planner. He has had a long association with many schools in India, and we are all blessed to have his guidance in many aspects. I now move on to Professor Jaimini Mehta, practicing architect and academician based in Baroda. He studied architecture at MS University of Baroda and at University of Pennsylvania in the Louis Kahn studio. He went on to work in the offices of Louis Kahn and Mitchell Giorgiola Associates in Philadelphia. Returning back to India in 1975, he set up his own practice and taught at a number of Indian as well as American universities. He was adjunct professor at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute at Troy, New York, and at CEPT University in Ahmedabad, India. He has also worked as head of schools of architecture in Baroda and Goa. He also was heading the Center for Study of Urbanism and Architecture, which he instituted in 2006 and continues to do so. He contributes regularly in the ongoing discourse on architecture through articles in Indian and international journals and is a prolific writer. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would also now introduce architect Surya Kakani, Dean of Faculty of Architecture, CEPT University.
Correction. My term last time, I am no longer the dean.
Thanks. So in COVID times, we are a little behind with the information. I apologize. And his association with CEPT has seen CEPT grow in many dimensions. And he's traveled widely across India, Southeast Asia, Japan, Mexico, America, Europe, and China. And he has also been a visiting faculty and critic at NID and other institutes across India. He's a practicing architect based in Ahmedabad for the last 23 years with a diploma in architecture from School of Architecture, Vallabh Vidyanagar, and Masters from University of California, Los Angeles. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would hand over to the local coordinator and presenter.
Thank you, Rama ma'am. I would now take this opportunity to invite architect and Professor P. Loganathan, who is the Dean of the Chettinad School of Architecture, our host for this Zone 5 of the awards program this year. I would like to introduce the Dean. Architect Professor T. Loganathan is a graduate from the School of Architecture and Planning at Anna University and has done his master's from SP in New Delhi. He then went on to work with the government of Singapore for a brief period and subsequently started the firm Logan's Architecture, carrying out architectural design and PMC for more than 20 years. He has worked on several prestigious projects: the Tata Steel's distribution facility, Royal Enfield's first brand store, DBHP School, Diana Shooting House in ECR, Buhari Hotels, Mark Township in Tirupati, TNUDP projects for WHO, and these are just a few. His contribution in architecture education began as an expert panelist for design reviews, and he has delivered guest lectures and has been attached to several schools of architecture, benefiting a large number of students in South India. Presently, architect and Professor T. Loganathan is the Dean of Chettinad School of Architecture and is also actively involved in the Indian Institute of Architects and holds the position of Chairman of the Tamil Nadu chapter of Indian Institute of Architects. A very warm welcome to you, Professor T. Loganathan. I would request you to please introduce and tell us about your school and your coordination.
Vanakkam. Beloved President Architect Habib Khan sir, Professor Jayashree Deshpande madam, Professor Rama madam, eminent jurors, faculties, coordinators, and cheerful students. A very happy good morning to all of you. On behalf of Chettinad School of Architecture, we extend hearty greetings to CoA for conducting religiously this awards program, which provides a large amount of motivation and self-confidence with the students. Our architecture is one of the fields which needs self-confidence and self-motivation for any individual. So this particular program gives a wonderful opportunity for that. And looking at the students who are actually participating or the students who are getting the prizes and all that, other students also get immensely motivated. That is the very point of this particular program. And we are very glad to conduct the Zone 5 part of this awards program, and we express our gratitude to CoA for giving us this opportunity to be part of this, the organizing this program. We also express our readiness to carry out similar programs for CoA and NIASA in the future. Kindly allow me to take a minute to give a feel of our campus. Can I get the PPT video on, please? Our Chettinad Group companies, it carries a legacy of over 60 years in providing progressive education. Chettinad School of Architecture has been started to promote futuristic architectural education with the embodied traditional values. We attempt to follow internationally accepted best practices of the academia. We tend to prepare our students future ready and industry ready. We are providing opportunities for them to interact with the other eminent architects by bringing them into the campus on a casual basis and also interact with them. We have a wonderful green campus with the facilities for many seminar halls and lecture halls. And also we have a wonderful auditorium, state-of-the-art auditorium, which has got more than 1,500 seating capacity. This is our campus. You can see it has got the first synthetic track in, I think, most of South Asia. These are our hostel facilities. And there is a different experience of learning in Chettinad School of Architecture. We are also very glad to express that recently we have been rated at the platinum level with the green building. So with this short video, I think I'm very happy to introduce our campus. And now I would also like to take this chance to share my pride on the good meticulous effort put forth by our faculty, especially Associate Professor Architect K. Vaidyanathan and also our Assistant Professor Architect Radhika. I will also give a small introduction about our architect Vaidyanathan. He's been working in the Gulf for quite a long time, and then he associated himself with the education and the academics. And he's been a very sought over teacher among the students. He was previously working in Mohammed Sadak AJ School of Architecture. There also he has got a very good fan following of students. And here also he's a very, very good sought over professor in the student fraternity. Our architect Radhika, the Assistant Professor Architect Radhika, she's a very passionate teacher. She has got interest in the interiors and also in landscape architecture. So with this, I would like to close my remarks. I congratulate those students who have come to the 10 positions now. I also wish best of luck, and I also appreciate all the students who participated in this program. And a very big thanks to CoA, Riyasa, Professor Jayashree Deshpande, Professor Rama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is wonderful to have you with us on this platform. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rama ma'am, may I request you to please pick up the next clip and then we can begin with the first presentation.
Yes, madam. Just a moment, please.
Shall I share the screen?
Yes, please.
This is the next number and topic, 078, Lunacity, Defining Architecture Beyond Boundaries of Earth.
Yes, 078.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Are you there? Number 078, number 20, Z5078.
Hello.
Hello, yes, yes.
Hi, this is me. This is 078.
Right, we can see you. We will now begin the first presentation in a short while, and you will go live after the first presentation on slot number 2.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you. I would like the jury members to note that the first project that was identified for presentation was 20Z5061, Tranquility Space. And just in a very short while, I will start sharing the screen. Are you there, 61? Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
ready?
Yes.
Can we begin? Great.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, ma'am. I can see that.
Is the screen visible? Great.
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
This is your first slide, I believe.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes. Coordinators, may I
Yes.
know who is taking the time, and can you please just quickly tell us how you will be ringing the buzzer?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you also,
So,
full screen? Can we tell the student to make it full screen?
So I will have to make it full screen
Okay.
because I am presenting, but yeah, can you tell me how to make the full screen?
You go to views, go to view on top, on the left top. Yeah, after the third one, view. Here.
I think it's Control L, ma'am.
No, nothing happens. Control N. Is that okay now? No, it doesn't move.
Or else double tap at the center, ma'am, if you could.
No, it got selected.
Or 88% to 100. On top, there's an 88.8%.
No. That will still have.
Well, I say zoom to
Ma'am,
page.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just press that a small arrow button near the tab so that you will it will collapse the right panel. A small arrow that indicates right side.
This one.
Near the scroll bar.
You know where I'm drawing this here?
No, you are not visible to me. I can't see you.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Right there. There's a text quoted select PDF file to the left of that.
This one?
No, below. Right side below.
Oh God, this is bad.
No, you can see I've annotated it. I've annotated it with a circle below on the right side. Here.
I can't see you, no? That is the problem.
Oh, I've annotated, so I thought maybe you can see. Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
It can actually become totally the whole screen. Basically, I don't know. I think view should be able to get you here. Try this.
Now I see whole screen. Do you?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine.
Okay. Can the timekeeper tell us how they are going to be keeping time?
yes. So every student would be given 15 minutes to present their designs. So we would start when you're going to start. We will say your time starts now, and from the time counts. So when you're at 10 minutes, we will give you a bell saying your 10 minutes is up. Then after that, we'll remind you at 13 minutes. So you'll have balance 2 minutes. End of 15 minutes, we will say your time is up. So you will have 2 reminders in between from the start to the end of your presentation. So whenever you're ready, we can start. Shall we start?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Your time starts now. You can continue.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all the jury members and the participant students. Actually, my topic is Tranquility Space. It's a competition site at Sabarmati waterfront in Gujarat, in the eastern coastal. So the starting I have shown is an overall stretch of a Sabarmati waterfront. In that, the corner portion where I have shown the site is it's a site where the below zone I have given a land use map of why this recreational zone were placed in that. Ma'am, it's audible right now?
Yes, it's audible.
Okay.
Yes, you're audible.
It's the yellow color represents recreational zones in that full stretch of Sabarmati waterfront places. So the next one, the next slide is in a land use map where it shows what all it urges places to give the land use for the recreational zones. No one on top. And the below portions are all the site coverages for the transport and network areas. On the right hand side corner, that's a site where it shows a recreation zone as a tree portion, the green one, and the rest will be for the building zones. So I have placed in a site accordingly for the recreations to use for the public and the utilities.
Just a minute, please. I'm just thinking there is something here which was saying that I can give pause time, please, first. There is something here which says that I can give a remote control, I'm told. Is that so?
So I can annotate.
So you can do whatever you want to.
Yes, ma'am. You can make the presenter the host for the presentation.
But then the presenter will have to present from his or her file.
No. They can use my screen. 061, right?
Yes.
But it says no result.
You can share your screen, but he cannot move this file because this file is in your computer.
Yes, I have this file in my computer. Would I share the screen?
You will have to share his screen.
Yes.
Is that allowed? That's all.
No, not really, no. Okay, maybe we carry on and see how
I'll carry on with this, yeah.
Okay.
Can you please come down? Yeah. Okay, I'll just move to the concept sheet and I'll straight away start the things. Actually,
yes.
right hand side.
Time, please.
Yes, even below. This is a concept sheet. Okay. Yes. A little further up. Okay. Actually, this is my concept sheet, and this the outline I have given is a total plot size I can use for the public and recreation zone for the tranquility space. So for the first one, I have given a proposed site that is in the center alone. I have all the vistas or the perception where I can see every tranquility space. So I decided to have a tranquility space at the center where I have marked as a proposed site. Below, can you please come down? Okay. Here I have made some rough zone above. Yes, I made a rough zonal spaces for my topic, where they propose to give a tranquility space with public utility parks should be attained inside the site. So for the parking, there will be easy access road to on the left side of the site. So I've given a parking over there. And if I'm going to have a tranquility space, it's going to be at the center. As my land use at the front is a recreation zone and backside is a building zone. So I have given accordingly. In the front, I should make some parks or a usable space for the public. So I have given a recreational biodiversity park over at the front, and the right side will have other utilities like restaurants and resort spaces. So I have made a further concept develop above. I'll explain you now. Ma'am, above, can you please go? the concept meditation spaces, first of all, I didn't like this concept of having all the people together at the center. Like I don't want the people, all 5,000 people to sit at the center spaces. Even though if I given a center space for them, I don't want them to be seated for all 5,000 together. So I have to make that first. I have to cancel out that. So I made a spaces where I clustered the spaces like shown at the center top. Cluster the spaces like mini bars. Like for example, the, the small one will be for 10 people seater. The large one will be for some 250 seater. So if I have that perception, all people who comes inside to the same space will have that separate perception of meditation spaces. So for example, everything is going to be a cuboid. This large one cuboid is for some 250 people, and the small one is for some 10 people cuboid spaces. So even though I made clustered it, I have to arrange it in some way that all the box spaces should be in a single form and it should be aesthetically good. So for that, I started to get inspiration from the mountain, where it's all started from the top to down, and also it has some major functional properties that I need all cuboid spaces to be in a courtyard format, that all top ceiling will be opened, where you have water flowing inside, and you will be surrounded in with the water spaces, and you'll start meditating it. So in that concept, I cannot give water spaces to all the small box spaces. So I use the gravity to overflow the water from top to the down. Ma'am, can you please come down? In that you can see the form of, no ma'am, not this much center. Yeah. In the center top, you can see the spaces where I have arranged it in like way that the top, the 250 seater will be at the center, and accordingly the reduces get reduces, hierarchy get reduces. So in that, the water flow inside will work like that. That only I can arrange a motor in the center, and I use water flowing over all. So in below, you can see how the rough estimation of center spaces will be given, where I use an artificial rain curtain motorized. So you'll have every time water flowing at the center of your courtyard. In that, I have given the workflow for the concept, how it works. See, at the below middle, you have that landscape over, and the center will be the water flowing, and the inlet will get drops at the center. So that get carried out accordingly what I told. And the right side top, ma'am. Yeah, in the right side top, I have given what are the zones and buffer spaces of how people will get interact to the center space of the proposed site. In that, the first will be the biodiversical park, what I told. Center will be the tranquil, and the buffer space will get declared on the side itself. So we have a peaceful environment at the center where there will be no disturbances given. So going to the biodiversity park concept, I don't need only people to get involved in this site, as it is a sustain, not this much more above. So I don't want people who don't have not to get involved in this. So I need some biodiversity concept of sustainable, where people all together, like even birds, animals, all should be in this tranquility space. It should be a very good utility recreational spaces. So I just made a division that people below will be using the park, and above will be a bio roof, where all plants will be planted through hydraulic system of vertical landscaping, in which birds and what all the nests can be utilized at the top. So I've made a detailed drawing below. I'll show you that later. So moving on to the site, and my first site below, ma'am. So this is my Sabarmati waterfront proposed site. Can you zoom out, ma'am? I can explain it clearly. Little zoom out. Yes, enough, ma'am. So this is my proposed site given for me to use it. So while getting actually as it is a public and utility spaces, the FSI is very low, that you cannot build much longer building, or you can only use G+1, and the FSI is 0.15 for that recreation zones. So I cannot see much of land use buildings. So from the front going into the front, there is a biodiversity park with yoga space park, everything outdoor, with the courts and places, and the left side will be for car parking, and the center is what I given is a tranquility space arranged in a format where I have shown above, and the forward one is a staff quarters where people can stay, and that's also is a sustainable one, and the right hand side is for water treatment for the fountains, and the near the north point is a restaurant space, right side is a OAT, and below is a resort spaces for the people to stay, and the right side you can see the site images I have given it in small. Yes, below. Okay, this is a 3D format of my full site given here. The center is a tranquility space arranged in a format where the clustered form in a single space where you can use it in a form, and the front is a biodiversity park. You can clearly see it, what is what, and the section is at the center. So going to the tranquility space below, yes, ma'am, yes. So the right hand side is my plan for the tranquility space with the clustered format. At the center box is for 250 seaters, like where you will sit seeing the center waterfall, and there's a zone for ABC 4 wings there. Getting into the small portion of the 2-meter corridor is each spaces where people will feel different type of there will be different type of people looking for meditating. So people who most meditate will generally get into small spaces where I given accordingly and differentiating the spaces.
Okay.
Isometric view of how people can sit. I cannot mark it. I have mentioned it exterior view. There is a center places and small black is a people seated.
You can use the annotation tool to mark in view.
I don't know. I cannot see its annotation.
You go to view option. Options on your top screen.
In my screen, I cannot access anything, sir. I cannot see any view. View is on the map's screen.
You're on Zoom, right?
Yes, I'm on Zoom.
Your 10 minutes is up.
Okay, I'll go faster. Yes. This is my center space. I differentiated, and right down below is my exterior space of how these tranquility space is going to be. That differentiated one. Now, yes, ma'am, can come below. So moving on to the center spaces, that 250 seater. So I don't want it to be the box space. So I have differentiated the front that all the 4 wings, and center is going to be the 250 seater. That plan is given at the center, and section is given left and right accordingly. And you can come down. I have given the structural. Yeah, this is my center space. Like 4 wings. What I have shown at the center space is a 250 seater with the center water space. Where the water flows artificially. It's an rain curtain system made to inject through pipes. So this will be the center space. And ma'am, can you please go to the front? Long. First sheet, second sheet, front. Yes, even front. Little more.
Front meaning what?
Yeah, ma'am. That's ma'am. That interior front. Up. Sorry, up. This small portion is this right hand side view is a small portion of that 5 to 10 people can sit spaces. So that below one is a 250 seater spaces. Yes, ma'am. We can go to the next. So getting into the side zones, and right hand side is my staff quarter spaces, and below is a biodiversity park. And we can come down. This is a biodiversity. Yeah. Okay, this is a above middle one is a biodiversity park, and this one is a riverfront resort where I shown it. Okay, ma'am. Next one, yes. So this is interpretation center, which is at the biodiversity at the zone of a recreational space. Yes, ma'am. Can come. So you can see the view of interpretation center. Here you will be using this space with the. I cannot see the plan. In the center, you can easily access it to the gallery spaces and all other artworks and about the nature. Every space can be used here in this interpretation center. And moving next to is my reference. Yeah, ma'am, down. Okay, this is my restaurant space. It's a for example, this is a restaurant with the banquet hall given at the right proportion to the site next to the tranquil space. Next to the
2
tranquil
minutes.
space. Yeah, tranquil space. Yes, ma'am, you can come below. I've given an ISO of how the restaurant and the water connecting the front of the pond has been shown there. And left side is my restaurant with the water pool at the front and connect automatically to the side. And right hand side corner is my balcony space, that the banquet front rest space. Yes, that's it.
Thank you.
Yes.
We can go to the jury members for the questions. Can I ask sir to begin?
Yes, can you see some construction details of this? Details?
Sorry, ma'am, I cannot hear. The net is not. Sir, is it audible?
Yeah, can you hear me? I need to see some details, construction details.
Ma'am, I think your internet connection is not good. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can you show some construction details?
Oh, okay. Construction detail for the tranquil space, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can see it in the second slide. Yes, here, ma'am. Yeah, below. Second sheet. 1, 2, third. Next one, ma'am. Next one. Yes. Hold on, ma'am. At the side. Yes. Below the floor plan, this is a section of how that water function and the detail of how it can hold on. So I think I cannot mark it. In the center is a strong beam connecting at the center of the open space with the like, for example, the below part is a larger beam. At the center one is a smaller one connecting accordingly to the top. This will be shown clearly below. Next meditation space. Ma'am, can you please come to? Yes, yeah. Yeah, ma'am. Even below, little below. No, it goes to the next slide. Yes. In the center, I have shown how clearly the construction works. For example, that center space, like on the middle space, the ceiling is given with the support of 2 beams connecting to the center 4 columns. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Gemini, you will want to put your video off, and then your voice will be clearer.
Can you hear me? I need to see some details, construction details.
Gemini, sir, I also have a suggestion. You can type in the chat box and we will be able to see that also.
What?
If you can type in the chat box, sir, it'll convey to the presenter. The question will be conveyed to the presenter. If you can just put it in the chat box.
Or without your video, you seem to be here.
How do? Where is the chat? As savvy as you are. By simple question till square. I don't know. Chat. Okay.
So there is
right.
a small one beside participants at the below which says chat. If you click that,
Yeah, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can hear you now, sir. We can hear you now.
Yeah, I like to just simply say the size of the central square. What are dimensions
What is the
of
size
that?
dimension? Okay, okay. Actually, the overall tranquility space is 6,000 square meter. In that, the center space alone.
No. I want
Okay,
to know this.
dimension. Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Yeah.
So sorry, I didn't get it. Sorry, sir. Hello, hello. Do I missed something?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And section detail for the tranquility space. Yes, ma'am. You can see it in the second slide. Hello. Hello, sir. Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. What you told. What is it?
Yeah. What is? I can see the central space
Okay,
now.
for the 250 seater, yes.
What are the exact dimension of that square? Out to out.
It's 60 meter by 60 meters, so 60 meter square.
60 meters. Okay.
Yes, 60 meters. Yes.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Yeah. Yes. The other space, the little spaces are just 5 meter to the height and to the width. The larger one will be 60 meters. So it starts from 5 to 60. The smaller one for 5 and the larger one for 60. So both hierarchy.
And all the walls are bearing walls?
So yes, sir. Which for the center alone. And the outside portion of the wall, there will be 2 thickness of the wall. The single normal wall and the other I just added a granulated. Sorry, I can repeat my voice there. In the center, I have shown how. I don't know what's happening. This voice I am hearing. For example, that center space, like on the middle space. I don't know. There's a clash in the live. Support for 2 beams connecting to the center columns. Yes. Hello. There's a clash on my live. And keep repeating my voices.
All right.
Okay, sir. Okay, there's 2 buffer walls, and the outer wall will be for the exterior, where they use for lots of pebbles inside it. So that pebbles, it won't let the sound inside the space. Type in the chat box, and we will be able to see that.
I can't really.
Everything going miserable.
If you type in the chat box, sir, it will convey to the presenter. The question will be conveyed to the presenter. You can just put it in the chat box.
Hello, sir. Is it okay? Hello, I don't know, sir. Keep on. I can hear my voice.
By simple quadratic square. I don't know. Chat. Okay. So there's a small one beside participants as a below which says chat. If you click I got it. Yes, sir. Okay.
So I'll type what I want to say. For example, now only I saw the question why the entire site is not used as a biodiversity park. Actually, the front is a recreational.
Please share the size of the central square. What are the
Sir, I don't know, sir. I can hear my live.
Actually, the overall tranquility space is 6,000 square meters.
I think someone is seeing the live, I hope, sir. The 019 is seeing the live, I hope.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get it.
Needs to be muted.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Can I continue?
Yeah, 019, can it be muted?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't get it. What you told. What is it?
Yeah, what is it? I can.
I think.
Better.
Oh, yeah. That's
better.
Okay, sir. Okay, now, sir. Okay. Why every site is not on a biodiversity? Actually, it's everything to the material wise. It's a sustainable one. But seeing as a front biodiversity roof, it's a space where that it's a land use space where it given for the recreational and parks and utility spaces. So I have given that portion of the space alone to be used as a park there, with all outer exterior activities to get carried out. So above the rest of the space can be used as a building and normal creating spaces, recreating spaces. Is it okay, sir?
Akhtar sir, would you like to go ahead? Okay. Can I ask?
Fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Couple of things. One is, okay, you wanted a tranquil center.
Yes.
Why here? A. And if here, what is its relation to site? Could this have been anywhere else in any other part of the city? Anywhere else? Why this part?
Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Because it's a competition site where they asked for the meditation space. Like they proposed me to, they proposed for in the competition to derive a meditation space with the public parks and utility spaces. So I have a dream of creating some tranquility space already. So this competition site urges me to give this, like it's a meditation with a combination of park and utility spaces, public spaces. So that will be a very apt site for me to give my proposal as a tranquility space.
Okay.
So that's why I given it.
How have you used this context to your advantage? The location of the site in relation to now the large 10-kilometer lake that we call
Yes.
Sabarmati,
Yes, Sabarmati.
which is basically water from Narmada. But
Yeah, yes.
how do we give it how does this work? How does this particular operation of yours have anything to do with this particular site, the way you've designed it?
Yes, sir, it's definitely. Oh, yeah.
The competition has said that it needs a meditation space, fine.
Yeah.
Now, as an architect, that once you are involving yourself in a place like this, how do you take advantage of where you are? And how have I can put this on top of a building? I could have a large building and I could create this on top of a building because my relation to ground is not so important. So,
yes, sir.
In context of that, if you want to explain.
Yes, sir. For example, actually, in that land user, they have some large amount of trees and usable trees and spaces right next to the site. So they want that plants and trees to be retained in the proposed competitions. They ask us to retain that trees and spaces. So in that, seeing that in category, I have used all the type of plants and whatever the organism or like living in that I need not to be disturbed. So in my biodiversity park, you can see that trees will be retained that self, and the rest will be with a sustainable pillar given. So if you could please go to that biodiversity sheet now, I can explain it below. Yes. Yes. Here, stop on. Yes. Seeing it in this, there will be normal trees, the retained trees will be in that position. The rest where I cannot support the canopy, I have given pillar. So that's why I not derived the pillars there. I just made a sketch over it. So there will be a canopy roof with all creepers or whatever stuff I'm going to plant above. The below part will be with the retained trees, and the rest will be which cannot be supported. I have given I just designed it for the pillars there.
You know this the way you see.
Yes, I'll connect all the usable spaces.
No. See, you seem to have the idea that by making certain kinds of images of certain kinds of imaginations, the things will happen. We also need to be very, I mean, as much as our intent of wanting to make a particular kind of space, we need to also understand the logics of its operation in terms of how much sun, shadow would a biodiversity park. What is a biodiversity park? What is biodiversity? The word. What is bio and diversity?
Yes.
Both bio and diversity have to be understood.
Yes.
and I think it is in the context of that kind of a thing would come. So right now it seems to be more of an architectural imagination of a certain kind of space, and then hoping that the biodiversity will occur. You see, and I think it would be useful for you to begin to understand the nature of the word and then the location, because you're talking also in a place which is hot and dry. Okay, now it's
Yes.
also humid because of so much water around.
Yes.
But in the context of the kind of climate, the kind of biodiversity park, or the kind of flora fauna that would potentially be, manageable, is also important to begin to understand.
Yes.
You can't really have, complex until unless you want to create complex environmental biospheres, which is again a different kind of architecture, mind you. You're not talking of biospheres. You're basically talking of some kind of biodiversity park. And I think it's important to think about biodiversity as what is the nature of it, rather than an architectural imagination which
Yes.
takes over the rest of the thing. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think I'm kind of done. If Akhtar Saib, if you want to go ahead, please.
We can't
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
now. Yeah.
Yeah, my question is about integrating various elements of the project as a whole. It looks like that you have chosen to use different vocabulary of architecture for each element of your project. That is the first question. And the second is about biodiversity park. Why the entire site is not considered as a biodiversity park, and rather just have only a part of it as a park. And next to it is, say for example, car parking, how it cannot be integrated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought of using even the spaces for the car parking, but according to the site used FSI, actually I already overused the site. So in that case, I cannot keep on adding that. Even though it's a temporary structure, I cannot keep on rushing, like adding more to the site. So I just left it in a way that it could be breathable or some to the detail.
Can you answer the first part? Why each part is using a different vocabulary? You compare the staff quarters with other parts, and
Yes.
people would be surprised if it's done by the same architect for the same project.
Oh yes, yes. Actually, this is my first and project where I thought of a lot of ideas in that. So I cannot imply everything into this, but where I have to give some diversion for the staff quarters and also for the people who stay there. Like it's a riverfront resort, so everything cannot be unique. Where people will feel to have something different for them and the staying people there. So I don't want to go for a same language for the site. So I made it accordingly. So.
I have also a question about the scale of the entire project. The kind of activity which you want to generate,
okay, sir.
and the kind of scale that you have chosen is very problematic. Like you have chosen a very monumental scale for something which is more sublime.
Yes, sir. Actually, the usable space is only on all side. In the full side, everything is a G related, like ground. Only people can access ground floor. There won't be any step for the first floor. To G plus only given in a G plus one, and the overall site area is 1 lakh square meter. In that, I just proposed for 15,000 square meter. The over total area is 1 lakh square. Everything is landscape oriented here. The usable space is just around 15,000, in which that tranquility space only takes for 6,000 square meters. Only the height is for 25 meter. That's it. Total monument spaces, but everything is a ground related usage.
Okay, thank you.
I think
I have a few things. Can I?
Please.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Couple of comments.
Oh, yes, sir.
One is that I like your central space, the actual meditation space
Oh,
as
yes.
it is. There is an economy of elements with a very few architectural elements. You have done something. One. Two, you have used water
Oh,
for
yes, sir.
making space. We
Oh,
quite often don't understand or don't realize the contribution that water makes into making a space in addition to light. And I think that is something that needs to be explored. But having said that, I think you have gone overboard in doing a lot of other things. If you had just limited yourself to that meditation center only, and not have this banquet hall and restaurants and all kinds of things, which actually are quite odd. Even in architectural language, the staff quarter itself looks very odd here. Plus, the fact that it is right in the middle of the city, you need a staff quarter and such facilities. If what you're doing is way away from the city, and people can't travel back and forth. Here,
yes,
that is not the case. So even if the programmer or the competition people may have asked you for that, you should be able to question this and say, I'm going to limit myself and really develop this to a point where you can actually, I mean, I would like to have seen sections of your meditation thing. They're very small. The sections are not really very instructive. You have done something very good, but while doing this thing, like this biodiversity thing with the pergola and all this thing, they don't make sense in Ahmedabad. Actually, I must have commented that too, but all this thing should have been avoided. You should have concentrated on what is. So even if they actually.
yes, sir. Yes, yes, yes.
It's a simple imaginative thing, and I like this little thing. There's no question about it. I think the other things are distracting.
Yes, yes, yes. I can understand it, sir. Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the comments.
Yeah, it's funny calling you 061. I don't know your name. What's your name?
Myself, Shrikant.
Okay, Shrikant.
Yes.
I think whenever a review, whenever a competition comes out of the brief, it is also, especially as an academic, I mean, as a student, and I would say even as practices,
Oh, yes,
one
sir.
has to critique and one has to look at the brief of the competition very carefully. And if the brief, because what you're basically every time, whenever anybody is asking you a question, you're basically putting on to the brief of the competition.
It's a simple imagination. Okay, that's all.
You're basically putting your whole reasoning as if the brief has given you this to, and you're supposed to do that. But I think as architects, we have the prerogative to be able to re-question and reframe and re-understand the brief the way we believe. And I think what is happening is that part one doesn't see. So I think there has to be a critical component in a project as to what is it that you are taking it further in terms of a reaction to location. Also, you understand that the Sabarmati riverfront has had its own huge controversies around it. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
how did you kind of come to think about the way you would think about it is also one direction. There are so many ways you could do it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So one, I think that to me was important, which I think the critical component is seriously missing. You seem to have the skill to make a building, but I think you are overdoing yourself. One of the most important constraints as a designer is to know when to stop. You can't put everything out there for every project.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely.
And that control is also important to begin to understand. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I'll learn it, sir. Yes.
All the best.
Yes. Thank you so much.
I'm done.
Yes.
Rama.
Thank you. Rama.
Can we move on to another project? Yeah.
Yes, sir. We will take up the next one now. We go on to 20Z5078. Are you there?
Hello.
Luminosity. Yeah.
Hi. This is me. Hi, 078. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Surya, you have already said that it's ought to call them by their code number. So, should we? You have asked the first person his name. We generally don't, but should we continue with that since we have? What do you suggest? You're on mute.
Madam, should I generate the random number for the next presenter?
Yes. But Surya was saying something.
I was just saying that the protocol should be decided by you. Jayashree, I didn't know that we are not supposed to ask the names.
No, but Srikanth was the first presentation. So if we are more comfortable with just the first name, no school name, no surname, no nothing.
Okay.
Then we can have the first name.
That would be nice. And one more thing.
Surya.
I was just saying that I think this.
Surya, remember Sibisha? Sibisha used to know all of you through your roll numbers only. If you remember it, that was your identity.
Yeah, but I think that was a different kind of person.
No, I think what Gemini sir says is right, Surya. We will stick to 036 instead of changing the name.
Okay, that's what I said. As per protocols, whatever is right. One more thing. Jayashree, this presentation, you are going to have to handle this the way you are doing it is going to be quite challenging for you.
I agree. I give up now. What I'm planning to do is I've been talking to the coordinators. I will allow them to handle the presentation. Just give us a minute to figure it out.
Okay.
And before we begin the second presentation, I will get the co-host to do it.
And one more thing, I think everybody is on Zoom, so the presenter can actually go to annotation in the top of the screen, and then they can actually annotate if they want to kind of just, they can't zoom because the file is not with them. But if they're sharing their file, they can zoom and they can do whatever. But other option is to at least they should be able to annotate and take their arrow from their screen to the place. Because when they say left, right, center, up, down.
Yeah, it becomes complicated.
Well, I think they should have the opportunity to handle their own files.
Can you faculty register
that they have submitted all this at one time, and the zonal juries are not happening parallelly. So if we allow them to edit their own PPTs, then it becomes a problem because some people get more time and the others don't, which is why we are presenting the project that were submitted to you. But we will still figure it out, don't worry. I have just made the Chettinad school the co-host, and I think I'm told that they can handle the screen from their end.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do it. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We'll handle it from here.
Okay. Rama ma'am, can you pick up the next slip, please, and tell us the name of the third presenter before 078 begins?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, please. So we are just put on the random number generator and it is showing me a new number. I will share the screen. I will also read it out. So the random number generator has now given us a Z5053, synesthesia in architecture and art space in Ernakulam as the next presenter.
Thank you, ma'am. 053, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. You will present after the second presentation is over?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do we go about this? I have the presentation here with me of the second presenter, that is 078. And Mr. Vaidyanathan, can you tell me what I do? I begin to share screen, is it?
Yes, ma'am. You share the screen, and then for zooming or anything, we will just check once before the person starts.
Okay. Here goes. Yeah, now can you take over from here?
Am I audible?
Just a minute. Yes, you are audible.
078, please wait. 078, please wait.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we are not able to zoom it out from here, but if the student wants, can annotate. That is possible.
Sir, I think this is a presentation, so I have everything in order. You won't need to zoom in here.
Very
Correct,
good.
you're right. You're right.
Okay.
So
So
you'll have to skip to the next slide. Like
yes.
When
So your time starts now. 078.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning. So the science and architecture touches every facet of our lives. We want to expand our existence to the possible section of the universe. Since the existence of human beings, we have always been seeing the moon. And it has interested us for countless reasons. And we have already made a touchdown on moon before. Lunar City presents a comprehensive approach to the planning of a lunar colony, considering human factors and the demand for a habitation module. Designing in a low pressure, low gravity, high levels of radiation, and extreme cold radically adjusts the architect's toolbox, spaces, and form. The character of this thesis will constitute forming speculations and vast assumptions on the current generation of technology and space in time to come. Next slide, sir. The occasion for an everlasting human arrival on the moon is vital to robotic and human exploration of space. With almost 2 days of flying time and prompt communication, our satellite, the moon, is near the nearest celestial body to Earth. Mars, the
078,
contender, is as aggressive to. Yeah.
Ma'am, you have to change the slide, ma'am. You're not able to do it.
Unfortunately, I'm also not able to do. How does this slide go ahead now?
Just roll the mouse, maybe.
No. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Yeah. Can we go to the previous slide? Yeah. Mars, who is the contender, is as aggressive to human life form as the moon, but it is almost 300 days away from the remarkable delay in communication. Considering their position to Earth, planned perspective of settlement and space exhibition ranks Moon and Mars respectively. A moon day lasts 29 Earth days with a difference of maybe 275 degrees Celsius between sunlight and sunshade. That's a very less atmosphere to shield us from meteorites, big, small, or cosmic radiation. And the gravity is just 16% of the Earth. So moon is a very tough place to settle in. Apart from being a desolated desert, the lunar regolith comprises of several elements required to sustain a lunar city. Oxygen, silicon, hydrogen, magnesium, and water in form of ice originates on the surface and inside the craters which are available. And solar energy and helium-3 is achievable on moon. But what pushes us to going, what motivates us to push up our habitation game? First, non-renewable resources on Earth are limited. In coming time, as per the studies, the amount of resources which are being used currently by the human beings get diminished in the next 50 years. Secondly, moon is the nearest heavenly body, which is just 3 days away from Earth and has seamless flag-free communication. The presence of ice and needful elements makes it analogous to Earth, and eradication is the basic strategy, which in coming time will convince human beings to settle on other bodies. And in terms of bearing life, Earth has a very disgraceful history. It can also act. It will also act as a support plan for humans in case the Earth is demolished as an outcome of a warfare or an asteroid or any other means, which has been a very terrible mean of scare for us. So humans have dreamt about living through the galaxy, and honestly, we can begin the dream of living on a moon base today itself. We actually do have the current technology and current estimates from NASA and the private sector saying that it can be done in $20 to $40 billion spread out over a decade. The price is comparable to the International Space Station. Not that big an investment really, but the payoff would be immeasurable. Throughout the first history, the first stage of exploration happens by exploring the new world, where explorations went on funded expeditions to discover and stake claims on new lands. And they planted a flag, set up a camp, but they didn't stay. In the second phase, a small mission set up outpost settlements were founded, which was still very dependent on their home countries for supplies. Some failed, but others survived and established a permanent presence. Only in the third phase, a true colony was found where the tradesmen, laborers could emigrate, creating new wealth opportunities. But when we are colonizing the moon, we'll be going through the next same three phases again, but this time without taking lives of millions of innocent people. The moon is hard, but we're going to do hard things, but we are good at doing hard things. In the first phase of lunar exploration, our explorers can be proved that how to reach the new surface, which we've already done in 1969 in the Apollo missions. 6 out of 9 missions were successful, allowing 12 men to walk onto the lunar surface. In second phase, the astronauts will build the first moon base, and this can begin today. The first nation to establish this base will be akin to the first nation building outposts in the New World 500 years ago. The base module will deploy somewhere in natural shelter with a small crew capacity comprising of scientists and engineers. And the moon can function as an orbital depot. Private contractors will arrive looking to get rich of lunar resources and support services such as rocket fuel, metals, and etc. With commercial exports, the colony will fully function in third phase, and it will become self-sufficient and economically productive. Lunar City will begin using lunar material in construction projects and with help of robots and 3D printers. Growth is gradual, experiments will be replaced by industries, and the population will steadily increase. In the coming timeline, the 1969, the first landing on lunar surface has been made. By 2020, we'll successfully transport human beings using recyclable rockets. And by 2024, NASA plans to send the first man and woman on the moon. As per my timeline, by 2030, I would like to assemble my first lunar city habitat, which is called the Den. And by 2065, it will become the first sustainable extraterrestrial outpost. The projects, can we go to the next slide? The next further slides are a few case studies, so I'll just quickly run through them. The projects studied for lunar city are a bit unconventional and have been chosen on certain aspects as per the design required for the project. So first is the aquarium reef base, which is an underwater habitat. The second is Haley 6, which is a polar habitat in extreme cold conditions. Then we have Dharavi, which is an informal habitat of settling into places amidst crammed up houses. Then we have Diogene House, which is an example of micro-architecture, which provides you elements of utility in compact spaces. Further, we have International Space Station, which is a habitat in space, which gives us analogy to survive in low-density spaces. And at the end, we have Biosphere 2. And can we move on to the next slide quickly? So Biosphere 2 explores the functioning of closed-loop biospheres and colonization of space. So these case studies are analogous to the concept of living in any other outpost. And next slide, please. On Earth, it is easier to adapt to dissimilar environments in short period of time, but it can take years on Moon. The study and design of spaces and structures must be done keeping in mind the relationship with the individual and crew and the needs. So there are mainly 3 aspects which have been taken into consideration, which are socio-psychological aspects, physiological aspects, and socio-cultural aspects. So one of the most important part we need to consider is something called the solipsism syndrome, which is where sometimes some environments and situations are conducive to the attitude of a mind, where a person starts realizing that the surrounding and the condition that he is, it's a dream and none of it is real. So we need to create an environment where people and the astronauts who are living there can escape this fear of living in a dream. So the design concepts includes efficiency, safety, growth, usability, and flexibility on a major scale. And when it comes to the build form, we have to consider the modularity, the easy deployability and assembly of space, fractals, and origami, which has been taken further into the concept. So my site is located, and we go on to the next slide now. The site is located on the southern pole of the moon, which is the closest to the Earth. So Shackleton crater is an impact crater that lies on the southern pole of the moon, and its peaks along the crater's rim are exposed almost to continuous sunlight, where the interior part is always in shadow. So next, the crater is around 21 kilometers in diameter and 4 kilometers deep, and it is 3.6 billion years old. It is large enough to encompass the settlement and its growth for the upcoming long time period. Can we move on to the 3 slides after that? Yeah. To establish the principle of layout and master plan, the modules and models that were analyzed were Garden City by Ebenezer Howard, the Spanish city in Latin America, and the Roman military camps. The best suited framework for the non-uniform terrain is the linear city, which was first articulated by the Spanish planner named Arturo Soria and was later familiarized by Corbusier. The first stage of establishing a new settlement has an everlasting effect on the human society. The site is being studied currently, but I propose Lunicity to be established along the circumference of the Shackleton crater in 4 different belts. We have the habitation belt, which will incorporate the habitation modules, the transportation belt on the previous slide, please. The transportation belt, which will course the locomotion and within
your 10 minutes is over.
Yeah, the locomotion and within and outside the community. Infrastructure belt for exterior support equipment, and activity belt will include the necessary functions. Apart from physical structures, every colony also calls for a tangible character that proves a sense of identity and poetry to the community. The Earth will be observed just above the horizon of the South Pole. And to honor this site, I propose to leave the rim of the crater in the orientation of the Earth as a domain untouched by the humans. Hence, from the den, which is your habitation module, there shall always be a sight of the Earth suspended over the panoramic arch of the rim of the crater in further distance, and a segment of an untouched lunar surface in the near distance. In 2030, we'll assemble the first den. The presentation is not synced. Can we go 2 slides previous? In 2030, we will assemble the first habitation module. In 2050, we'll expand our community and will establish other structure, including the transportation system. In 2065, which you can see on the screen, the den expands to the full connection and the locomotion system are established, and all the structures are fully functional. In 2100, the first stage major linear expansion will occur, and in 2200, a fractal-based linear expansion will occur, comprising of the same basic settlement plan on a larger scale. Now let us get into a detailed view of Lunicity. The habitation. So the entire project is. Can we go on to the next slide? Yeah, next slide. On the top, we can see those. The one before this, we can see pressurized habitats, which is the den, which will be connected with airlock tubes and will help achieving efficiency, safety, and growth. Under the habitation module, we have the infrastructure belt, which has solar field, nuclear reactors, and observatories, greenhouse, and relay equipment for connection to the different surfaces. Then we have the transportation module, which have garages and airlocks, tubes, monorail system to travel within colonies, and other interterrestrial planning. Can we go on to the next two? So den is the habitation module, which is a pre-assembled structure which will be made on Earth and deployed on Moon. It has been developed from a 2D fractal of Sierpinski triangle. And when you convert that triangle into 3D spaces, it gives you a tetrahedron. Can we move on? Slide wise? Yeah. Further. Yeah. So a module is 16 meters by 16 meters, and the smaller module is 8 by 8 meters. On the ground floor, we have the command center, labs, and workstations, and every side module is a life support module with either you have your hygiene unit, your surface entry, your kitchen and exercise. On the second tier, we have crew quarters, and the third tier is a view part. And can we quickly move on? So I can just explain what is needed. So this is a detailed view of a detailed plan. Next, please. Interior views of how the place would look. Next, please. Next, please. The second tier, which is the crew quarters. Next, please. Next, please. And the third cupola, which is a sightseeing area where you can observe from your den. Next, please. In section, your module would look as such, which is a tetrahedron divided into 3 tiers. Next, please. Next, please. Can we just quickly keep moving? I can just prompt along what this is. This is the structure of the entire module and how it would come in composite frames and have multiple layers of skins. Next, please. A detail of what materials would be used for the construction. Next, please. How the skin would be transported from the Earth and will be inflated on the lunar surface. Next, please. And the outer panel will be made of aluminum composites, a heavy composite panel, and which will be interlocked together with metal and carbon fiber structures. Next, please. This is the hinge system which would be interlocking all the triangular panels onto the surface. Next, please. Next. And these are the features of what would be incorporated in the habitation module. Next, please. And you can keep moving. This is the garage, which is a transportation system where all the rovers would be docked and you would be transporting. And your the selected rover is a Mars rover, which has been designed. Yeah.
Yeah, it finished 15 minutes.
Yeah. And we have a central node from traveling from in between to the other colonies, which is.
I will just move through the slides and then
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Come back to them during the question answers.
Yeah,
Please
sure.
Is this the end?
No, ma'am. There are like a few more slides, which a very quick few slides. Yeah.
Just go through the slides without talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you.
Can I request the judges to take up, please? Gemini, sir?
Yes, okay. This project is based on a number of assumptions.
Yes, sir.
I haven't experienced this environment, and I can easily assume that you also haven't experienced.
Sir, I'm unable to hear you. There's a voice break.
So what? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me clearly?
Sir, I cannot hear you, sir, at all.
Everybody else? Can anybody else hear me?
Gemini, you can put your video off.
Okay, I don't know what is the connection with. Anyway, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's clear.
Okay. So the assumptions that we are making about what can be done and what should be done in this strange and unknown experience. So what can everybody else can comment? Okay, I don't know what is. I may not be qualified to actually make a judgment about what you have done, but still, I have a few questions.
Yeah, sure.
We are assuming that by 2030, we will be there.
Yeah.
Which I'm not even sure, because one thing, the very reason for leaving the earth and going somewhere else is that we are not satisfied with either living in earth, or it becomes very difficult for us to sustain ourselves on earth, which I, for one, don't want to accept right now. It will probably be much longer before we think that the habitation on earth is unsustainable for whatever reasons, which I think, again, I doubt. But still, given that, I would imagine that maybe a century or more than that would be there before we actually feel that we have exhausted our resources on earth and then we have to live. But by that time, what would be the technology What
Exactly.
would be the way we go there? What are the materials available, etc., etc. We right now what you have done is with the technology that are available today,
Exactly. Yes, sir.
and within a century or so, things are bound to change.
Yeah.
Plus, there is another issue here, and that is that even if you talk about zero gravity life, the whole conception of space and time alters when we are living without gravity. You don't walk, you don't take a step, you jump.
Yeah.
And therefore, all these are there. And because of that, our perception of space, our perception of architecture is bound to be very different, which even I cannot imagine right now what it will be like unless we experience it. So I think you have a good imagination, you have the audacity to think, but I think architecture needs much more than imagination and audacity. You need to put your feet on the ground and say, why can't we not look at good habitation on Earth, which doesn't actually compel you to leave Earth and go somewhere else? I think your imagination has taken you in such a way that maybe you're given up on living on Earth.
No, sir, I haven't actually. Can I answer whatever comments you've put forth?
Yeah.
Hi. So first of all, it's not very far that we would be going and living in some other planet. It is given and it's in hand that by 2024 we are stepping on the moon again. And Elon Musk is an insanely crazy person. He's ready to put people on Mars by the next 5 years. So whatever is happening, it's not too far away. It's not a century away. It's like it's all going to happen within the next decade. And I am not proposing here that we leave the earth and go because we're not satisfied with what's happening here. It's another point of looking at why can't we just explore other places. We right now are the most superior beings on the planet, and we are the one who are capable of going in somewhere else and establishing a presence. We don't know what lies out there. I agree. Okay, this is a very bizarre and out of the box project that is not socially accepted as an architecture thesis, but this is what got me here, and I am very proud of whatever I've put forth and I've worked on. And when it comes to architecture, it doesn't really mean that whatever is being built has to sustain the place that has been demolished or is in ruins right now. Maybe we can look up to with a different approach. Like I completely respect whatever comments you've given, and it makes sense coming from eminent people as such. But also this is in terms of giving respect to science, that why not make the thing possible which is currently in function there. You just add up to the and all of the assumptions are based exactly on the current technology in space, and whatever I've used in my project has been verified by different research papers which have been written previously and currently what NASA is working on.
I'm not really concerned about Elon Musk and his kind of people or his team going up there. It will be a very select few elites that would be going there, and maybe if you talk about a colony that NASA scientists would want to go there and do some research, like the Antarctica colony or whatever, then it's okay. But you are actually addressing the issue of common people going up there. And I think that is something that right now, even an Arctic colony is a question of doing something for a particular purpose of research, conducting research, leaving scientists there for a year or so. Right now, I think I don't see the kind of architecture you have here is to me looks like an Earth architecture implanted on Moon.
Yes, sir.
It is imagination that is based on available experience on Earth,
yes, sir.
which is transplanted on the Moon. there.
Yes, sir.
And I think we need a different kind of imagination there, which can only come by experience.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
when you
Definitely.
experience that space, when you experience that, how would human beings react with space? How would human beings react with each other in that environment? The architecture has a lot to do with that. It's
Yeah.
not
Yes,
just
sir.
a scientific colony that we are talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Hello.
Akhtar, Surya,
Yeah, my
go
question
ahead.
is about how do you sustain this settlement? How do you manage energy? How do you recycle water? And how do
Yes,
you
sir.
produce your food?
So, okay. So
Have you
taking it
done
one by one.
studies
Taking it one by one. For
on that?
energy. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So energy mining can be done. Like since the site is located on Shackleton crater, which is the southern pole, it is continuously exposed to the sun. Without an atmosphere-less place can have direct and a higher beam of sun falling on it and can generate a higher amount of energy. Plus, we have the presence of helium-3 on the surface, which can be
I do not want
used.
information. I want how you have incorporated this in your project. There's a lot
If
of
you,
information available in science and technology.
yeah. So in the plans, if you would have seen,
Have
sir.
you incorporated this in your project?
Yes, sir, I have.
So you show me that kindly.
If we can move to slide 41, there's a plan which shows the presence of nuclear belts on the
You show me the drawings or the details or the statements on your project.
So the drawings are not with me. It is being controlled by CoA. So they would be sharing the screen. Can I request someone to pull up the presentation? And
the other thing I'm concerned is about construction technology. Like I would have preferred you to have shown how these forms are constructed there, what kind of equipment you are using. You have listed the materials.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I would have loved to see some images of stage-wise construction process.
This is your slide 41. You want to go to 41, you said?
Can you go to a slide up, one slide up. So right under the squares on the top, you can see small yellow dots, which are nuclear reactor belts, which would be responsible for the generation of energy and which are consequently stored in battery packs. From inside the crater, you would be mining water, which is available in form of ice and be recycled to use in terms of hydrogen fuel and oxygen you would be breathing in. Plus, you would receive drinkable water.
And it should appear on the drawings. All this information should be incorporated.
But we were supposed to give a presentation. I could have shown you the...
Even then. So mere graphic is not sufficient. Like I was just wondering, you have some interesting forms for your den, and are they using some technology to produce their energy as well?
Sir, an entire module of life unit is available within the habitat. An entire detail of what that is beyond the scope of an architect. Like I am not a scientist who might be knowing how exactly I might produce food, but I know the concept that we can use packaged foods or we can use grown plants as for consumption. But how that is to be done is beyond my scope. We can use hydroponics and the concept of growing plants without availability of soil. And if you come to the structure, there's a isometric drawing which was skipped, which is somewhere between slide 65, which will show you the different elements of a frame and the different levels of soft and hard skin. Two previous to that. Yeah, this one. So this will show you an aluminum composite frame which will have the structural integrity, a softer skin which will be inflated and which will provide you
you have
insulation.
You have shown in diagram the kind of material that are used. How do you assemble them? What equipment you are using?
Yes,
How
sir.
do you
So,
bring it together? Is it all automatic or through human endeavor, through some machines?
okay. So first of all, we would be deploying robots before we reach there. The softer skin that you see, the second from the left, are inflatable thermal skins, which can be just folded and taken up from here and inflated there, which will also act as, in case of asteroid protection. Your subframe will prevent your module from exploding outwards. Then we have the triangular yellow and gray panel that you're able to see. The third from right, those are interlockable aluminium structures, which will provide you a harder shell outside. And then to hold that, you have a panel lock and a capping.
I have a suggestion. We have a time schedule to adhere to. So can the answers be brief?
Yeah. And the next few slides will show you exactly the material and the detail of the skins as well, of the interlockable panels, of how each and every panel has been designed, and how they would be integrated into the main structure of the element. We are on a schedule. I could have explained all of this in very much detail, but we had to quickly move on to. And a subframe is carbon fiber, which is a very light material to carry, and immensely strong in comparison with aluminum or magnesium.
So you propose to carry the material from Earth to Moon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And not produce anything on the site?
Sir, we are.
Time?
Yeah, after some time, it is definitely possible, maybe in a 50 years gap. But if we look at a very short time period of another 19 years, we'll have to carry. By the time we explore and generate the technology to convert the ores into the material into the form that we are required, it will take time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, 078. Hi.
Yes, sir.
I think some of the points have already been talked about in terms of the relevance of the idea largely. And suppose for a minute I take your point and your stand. There's that okay, we will at some point somebody has to build a space station, a moon station, let's call it.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at, thanks to you, I also started looking at some of the videos and about the kind of technologies and the stuff, and that's possible. And one sees this. I think one of the things that as architects we now need to begin to understand is when we get into certain high-end technology, high-end complex, not only technology, but literally biospheres. We are a very small cog in this whole operation. So for us to begin to believe that we can imagine and we can predict, or we can actually specify the kind of forms that are right, or the kind of geometries, the kind of materials, the kind of junctions, I think would be going a bit far. So I do not deny the fact that you are interested in the idea of a space station, you are interested in, but I think it's important to begin to realize that the control that architects have on ground, on Earth, let's talk about that, that is not the control that the architects will end up having when they end up designing in other biospheres. Because it's just too many complex things involved, and you're just a minor cog in this whole process. So to be able to, so sometimes what happens is, the media, whether it is Musk or whether it is Bezos or whoever, or Virgin Atlantic, the fellow Branson, all these guys are pushing, yes, because it's for tourism. They're all about basically making a whole experience. It's like we are tired of Disneyland, so we need new Disneylands, and that is that whole endeavor by the new capital. To be able to make, to keep the capital busy is another whole challenge. The whole problem of capital is to keep it busy.
Yeah.
And then it involves a whole gamut of things in which all of us, right down to the student level, we all get enamored and we all think, and we begin to participate in this process and keep this debate alive. Whereas, I mean, the romance of an imagination fundamentally. And I think in that sense, it's to me, if you ask me, after a point futile, except yes, you may have learned a lot about new materials and new but all that, obviously you are not in a position to be able to connect into this particular location and building, because we are not the people. We are one part, as I said, microscopic part of this whole endeavor of making a space station. And I think it's very important for us to believe you have tried very hard. You have actually you've been very organized in your presentation. But if you look at the kind of structures you put, the kind of detailing, the kind of horizontal spaces, if you look at the pyramid, the way you cut your section, you'd never have those acute angles in those spaces. They're all cuboidal, semicircular, in curves. They're kind of, they're never acute. And your spaces in those triangles are going to be quite acute because of different kinds of problems.
Yeah.
So, and the thickness of your station is not going to be the thickness that you show, because there is a huge amount of technology involved and operations involved. As I was looking in some of those videos, there are so many other things in between.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Offices.
Yeah.
So so as much as you seem to have the energy and the wherewithal to be able to pull off something, I think it is important to also begin to understand what role the architectural fraternity has in this, your role personally, your interest in this area, that you may want to kind of go ahead and work in one of these companies, would want, I think, or would demand a far more serious knowledge or interest in material science, as much as it is about biospheres. So I would want to leave it at a general comment, because getting into too many other specifics is not, I think, the purview of, or I don't have the expertise, I would rather say. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think you want to kind of rethink about these whole endeavors that we are all about in these.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All the best. Yeah, I think, Rama, we are done.
Yes, I think we can move on to the next presenter.
Yeah, please.
And in the meantime, to announce the fourth presenter of the day will be 20Z5023, Community Co-working Spaces. 023, are you here? Community Co-working Spaces, Z5023.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is your cue for preparation, and you will go next.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So 5-3 can start now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Shall I share the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? I would request all the participants to mute themselves, please.
Yes. 053, are you ready to present?
Yes.
Yes, your time starts now. You can present.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and as a experience.
5-3, you're not audible.
Your voice is breaking. 053.
Am I audible?
No, you're not audible.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
now
now,
you are.
now you are audible.
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Synesthesia in architecture is the topic. And this thesis explores architecture as a continuous sensory experience in the built environment and how we as designers can understand, interpret, and contribute to the people's experience in such an environment. Creating such a design for impact people who rely heavily on their senses will enable them to interact with their surroundings more conveniently. The program intention is to design an independent society that empowers blind, deaf, and partially sighted people as an incidental users through areas of rehabilitation, education, formal and informal employment, accommodation, and recreation. A mothering environment rather than a hostile environment is needed to bridge the existing barriers between them and the world. And initial methodology goes like user analysis, cognitive mapping, light as a medium, and barrier-free environment, and a study of incidental uses along with sensorial perception and light level sections, light quality sections, I mean. Next slide. Next slide. Huh? Can you hear me? And the sheet to the left is the general observations on blind and deaf who are the incidental users in the program. This actually studies of how take 6 pine with landmarks, making the route easy to understand, and diagram showing the relation between solid and void along the which triggers their kinesthetic senses, and the general study of light sections, along with um, the visual cues where these people can understand a space to the first. And towards the right, I have the actual light section. This is to study the light levels, which is differentiated between space, void, dead.
It's not audible.
I think his call has dropped. Hello?
And next slide, please. Yeah. The illustration towards the left is the um, hello. Yeah. Okay.
We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. This is a sensory perception. Is an illustration and an attempt to understand how a person with disability will experience our regular routine. For example, from waking up and from the usage of other materials, like for example they can even feel the rustic feel of a nail handle, and they can they can s- hello. Okay.
Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes. They can even this is actually where a single sense attempts to help the other sense. And to the right, I have the matrix, which is the final inference which I got through the. This is actually the as rightly quoted, we humans experience a building with all our senses. In course of time, the visual sense become predominant in design. A multi-sensory design invokes the senses aware of surroundings to make the school universal and easy for the visually impaired to navigate spaces or distinguished with a specific sound, smell, light, quality, and texture. A hollow wooden floor in ramps and stairways is appropriate for the user to move along the texture and scent. By the hollow sounds created. Water is used as a significant element to transition between spaces. Light levels and quality is differentiated between spaces to identify the space A. A double height circulation lending through a low height threshold space form a pattern in between the space. The formed hence the user aware of the space and movement. Even you can see some nil illustrations. What I mean is like every doesn't want to trigger all the six. So it is to the maximum of 3 would be like enough for identifying a particular space. I have broadly categorized these spaces as semi-open gathering space, ramps and between 2 zones, transition space, threshold space, large public spaces, search space, studio blocks, and private zone.
Is there a gap? Are you speaking?
Yes, ma'am. Next sheet. Through this matrix sheet.
Matrix sheet?
No. Was I audible throughout the sheet or?
Yeah. You're audible.
Okay, right. Okay. No, ma'am. I want to. Yeah, correct. So the site is in Ernakulam, Kochi, Edappalli. The site area is 26 acres, and to the left I have the zoning where we have public spaces towards the northwest and academic cluster towards the southwest, and the residential block to the right. Okay, to the east. The site is actually divided into two through the there's a nala flowing across the site, and eventually the trees are also dividing the site as two. The site is adjacent to the national highway, and there is another branch road which acts as an entry, and the service road near the national highway is there. Yeah. The program, the categories that will help establish a strong connection between the disabled and normal people are as follows, like collaboration, porosity, and social awareness. Collaboration refers to the disabled and abled working environment to the and is consideration how the programs will challenge help.
Can you repeat? Your voice is dropping. Can you repeat? Can't hear you. 053, we can't hear you. Can you repeat? Your voice has dropped. 053. Can you repeat? Hello?
I think he cannot hear you either.
Can you hear 053?
I will just try him on phone, ma'am.
Please repeat. Yeah, please repeat what you said.
I'm 05. I'm from the host college. 053 is not audible. We're trying him on phone to see if connection.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go on.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes. Next sheet,
Yeah,
please.
go ahead.
Can we go to the master plan sheet?
053, your 10 minutes is over.
Yes. Okay. Can we go to the master plan sheet, the next sheet? Hello. Hello, am I audible? Yeah, okay. Okay, sensorial cues in the built environment triggers the memories associated with the space. Order, sound, and texture, apart from the visual attributes, stimulate emotions and experience. The predominant olfactory sense is used throughout the design. Different orders along with the way enables the blind user to navigate through the space every day. By following the scent of moist wood and flowering blooms, movement within the society becomes easier for the blind user and the experiential for the other users. Yeah. Next sheet. Yes. These are the public spaces, namely to the east, it's auditorium. Coming to the cafeteria in the south, then permanent exhibit space, temporary exhibit space, administration block, research block, workshop, outreach, library, and central cafeteria. So, yeah, next sheet, please. The section is cutting across the administration block, exhibition space, and the auditorium. Okay, this is the academic cluster, where we can see the gutters as an wayfinding element, which can allow the user to navigate through the design. Namely, the sculpting cafeteria. Next sheet, please. Yes. This is the exploded view of the public space. The public space are designed to accommodate a variety of functions for diverse user groups. It acts as a nuclei drawing public through its function and form. The central spine, sloping from the highest to the lowest in the site, is accessible by the general public at all times, giving a glimpse of the society's work and intent. Where we can find a water gutter flowing through the highest point to the lowest point, acting as a sensorial element over the public space. Which connects the entire zone in the public space. Next point. Next slide. No. The previous sheet, please. The academic cluster. Yeah. So this is the academic cluster block, and the academic space are multifunctional, catering to different users at different time of the day. The versatility nature of the programs is reflected in the robust built form and spatial design. Through the blind and deaf users have different curriculums and classrooms, the spillover spaces
2 more minutes.
connects them.
Last 2 minutes.
The spillover spaces connects them through design, enabling them to support each other's routine. For example, the sculpting block has the centered flowers and volumetric difference, which acts as an cue for the impaired people. And there is a visual connection throughout the volume, which acts as cue for the hearing impaired people. And the change in volume trigger the kinesthetic sense of the both user group. And individual blocks having different light quality can be identified easily by the user group. Okay, and there are the slope roofs, which acts as a reverberating element for the sound and becomes a note. A huge change in mass triggering kinesthetic senses, which I mentioned earlier, and the Lewis, yeah. And the final sheet, which is an view of the cluster. Final sheet, please. Last sheet. Okay. This is a view of the academic cluster where we can find the horizontally placed pavements and the vertically placed pavements, which is an important point where they can navigate through the space. And this is yeah, and we can find each and every sit out near the openings, and uh, uh, uh,
Your voice is dropping again. We can't hear you.
yeah, okay, that's it, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Over to the jurors. Over to the jurors.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think it's a fairly reasonably well developed and resolved project.
Okay.
With concern and compassion for disability. The architecture is also sort of straightforward, simple, with minimum elements.
Okay.
Having said that, I would like still to have seen some of the buildings being developed at a much larger scale, because the size of the project is such that it's very difficult to read the actual spaces and their architectonic qualities at that scale. That is one thing. I think it might have been very good for you to show your training as an
Actually,
architect.
sir, there is, yeah.
And then I think we know you can design, but I don't know whether the kind of building detailing that is required at the final year level, that needs to be looked at. And the second point that I want to make is that we always think in terms of this disability. Yes, there is a visually impaired group of people. For that, all other senses are very important. But I think just to think in terms of smell or taste may not be enough. I know one visually impaired person who feels most challenged and very happy when there are variation in space, and that's because he feels the temperature radiated from the walls to perceive the sizes of the rooms. When the rooms get very close or their walls are apart, that is what he is able to see. By his body actually understands the temperature of the walls. Now, those are the kind of things that would require you to explore the spatial quality three-dimensionally, and that is not yet available through your sections. And how the higher or lower spaces, wider or narrow spaces, etc., would challenge a visually impaired person.
Okay.
Okay, I'm done.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, we can find the matrix sheet. I have just, as you mentioned, I have made some illustrations, say with the change in volume and with the temperature. We can just find the right there. And in the sections, actually, I have used the double height spaces and the slope roof, even jack arch roofs for the ground floors. Where we can find reverberation as a point of element, and even as you mentioned, the change in volume and the temperature difference, which I meant as the kinesthetic sense. Yes, sir. And also this was an Yeah, actually, we can find in the it in the section. Okay, can you go back to the section, please? The okay, this is the academic blocks section actually, cutting towards the sculpting and music, dance, and photography, where we can find towards the eastern side, where we can find actually, is it possible to zoom there? Okay, yeah, is it possible to zoom anywhere in the section? Okay. Okay, anyways, where actually we can find the two levels followed by a single level, and we have a two. Yes.
The Zoom doesn't seem to be working now.
Okay, not an issue.
Anyway, I think the point is that at the final year level, one would like to see a resolution of a building at a far greater detail level.
Okay.
I think to the level of wall sections and material specifications, not specifications so much as kind of a quality of material as seen in detail part elevations. The buildability is this is I think at the fourth year level one can do that, but you should have taken one part of the whole complex, one building, and developed it further to that level.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done. Akhtar, Surya, you take over.
Yeah. I was just yeah, 053 high.
Yes, sir.
You see, I think there are two different things here. One is that you have this urge to do a particular kind of campus, a particular kind of organization of a particular kind of institution.
Okay.
And the other is that there is this deep urge that your architecture must be able to take from the human sensory experience, and somehow your architecture should be able to uh, reflect that those experiences. So somehow it's like you put your organization together, you put the buildings together, you seem to have that ability, you can build, you have a sense of cross sections, you have a sense of putting things together, which is evolved. But then you realize that you are in the final year and you need to clothe this thing with something more esoteric. And so then it becomes and comes across like a layer which you have added on any project. If I was to take any good, organized, well organized project and talk about the way you're talking, I mean, it would be the same thing. Why and how are each of these particular senses that you're talking about? How is the particular materiality, the particular section, organization in a certain form or formality going to allow any particular, so whether it is the textures on the floor, whether it is the certain kinds of, you talked about olfactory. In fact, olfactory post-COVID, olfactory has become an extremely important sensibility that, in fact, there's a huge research that has started across the world. Huge grants have come in, which we have always neglected. We've always given a lot of money for the eye and the ear, but somehow the sense of smell has always been neglected, and that is what has been found, that a lot of people who have lost the sense of smell have because the sense of smell is directly connected to the imagination. And
Yes.
there is a whole discussion and research going on about how it affects that part of the brain. So coming back, I think the point is your research and your architecture should have had at least an expression or a presentation in terms of how you derived the particularities of your forms or the particularities of your organization. And I think
Okay.
that's what one misses, because otherwise one can see that you have a very good ability to put things together, your
Okay.
sections or your overall explanation of 3D and your organization. We have no idea. You're talking about somewhere on the top, and there is this idea of the contour. You're talking about the water coming down from the top on some kind of channel. None of that comes across in your presentation, but it's there in your narrative. So if you're going to use,
Yes.
a narrative, that must then flow with your project. Yeah. So you
Yeah.
don't have to answer anything, but
Okay.
if you have something to just say, please.
Yes, sir. Actually, I had some detailed drawings which the previously another sir was asking. No? I had some detailed drawings and showing some material demarcations which allows the user to which allow the particular user to identify the particular space as you asked. Actually, is there any possibility to show the file which we sent through CD?
I think you are supposed to be able to do all that in the presentation that you already sent. That's the brief, right? Your brief, your project
Yes.
is very clearly about census.
Yes.
So then your project should ideally be talking about those senses and your particular derivations of your spatiality or your material understanding, tectonic sensibilities coming from that. The organization as a layout is one, then the final thing.
Okay.
But the derivation, the process, if it is about certain kind of textures on the floor, on the wall, certain kind of sound bouncing on certain kind of materials, if you had concrete versus brick versus earth versus thatch, how would the sound bounce off any of these materials? What is the research on that? What do you understand about decibel levels? What are the way you measure smell? Yeah, and obviously we are all trained in the formal the idea of how our eye perceives form. But if you're really getting into senses, then you're talking about so many other things, right? And then those
Yes.
methods and your sensibilities, or you could have had studies which said, listen, I went to this building, and I found this sense, and I was walking on this particular kind of surface, and I got this particular kind of sense. I walked along this kind of wall, and I could feel, and whereas I walked along this other kind of wall, I sensed something else.
Mm.
That real sense, then otherwise it becomes a story, and I can plant a story on any project. So not that you're not being sincere, but I think in the way you present an idea, I think it's important that your effort comes across. Right now, you may have made a lot of effort, but it's not come across.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm done. Akhtar?
Like my questions are regarding how to make this proposal more appropriate and sustainable in the context of Kerala. So the first is how does the sections of this building perform in hot and humid climate? Can you emphasize this? And the second is about water management, water collection, recycling and harvesting, etc. Have you incorporated this? And how to protect the building from local flooding? And you have used sloping roofs to suit the local climate and typology, but all other elements follow more contemporary vocabulary. So there is some kind of mismatch, So how does the proposal become more appropriate and sustainable in context of Kerala?
Okay. So coming to the first question. Okay. So considering the hot and humid climate of Kerala, giving large openings and more vents towards which carries the hot and humid air through outside would
You need
be
to
a
emphasize.
single.
You need to emphasize the points.
Okay. For example, in each and every gutter in the building, which has an lower opening adjacent to the gutter. Like for example, in this section, in the current section, we can actually there is not an exported.
Can you zoom the detail if it's possible?
No, sir. They just mentioned it is not possible. But
05.
you
can go to view options and you can annotate, show through your mouse where it is.
No, sir, I am not the host here, so. Is there a way? So, someone can zoom?
Trying to zoom, but it seems to be moving on. Can host college zoom? Yeah, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, once you stop sharing, we will share.
Ma'am, can you just come out of the full screen mode and try to zoom?
I stopped sharing. Mr. Vaidyanathan, can you share now?
Yes, ma'am, sharing. This is sharing, just a minute.
Okay.
No. It's okay.
Akhtar sir, would you like to speak?
I have asked a question.
Yeah, 1 second. Can you move the sections, please? Yeah, wait a minute. Even sir, even in this view, the last view, we can find.
You can't zoom it, is it? Anyway, please explain it verbally.
Sir, can you move to the last slide, or it's okay? Even in the last slide, we can find the lures and openings. Yeah. So even in this view, we can find the lures to near the gutters. Okay. So yeah. Zoom.
So like you have the roof and then you have the trough. What happens at the end of the water? You have long roofs with trough. So it will collect water and it will have to be drained.
Yes, we have a drain on each and every end of the block, which collects the entire water from through the block. So can you hear me? Did I answer your question? So can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
But
You're audible.
What happens to the long troughs throwing water down? Like I would have preferred that you could have made some effort to design some details to collect the water and network it and feed into the landscape. So even the representation drawing should incorporate these elements of water management and landscape, integrating this entire complex into the local environment.
Okay, so the water through these buildings, no, even from the public space and the ceramic block, it is channelized to the Nala nearby, which is the dividing site into two, no. So even there, I have showed a gutter
drawings,
in the plan.
site plans of
Yeah,
the
in the plan,
services
in
being
the
exercised. It might be there, but
yeah, hold here. I have mentioned near the exhibition space. I have a small 2-line right up there. Yeah, it actually collects the water through the spine, and the channel moves through the auditorium, and the it just connects to the Nala in the east. So the gutters would the gutters will channel the water through the gut, the spine gut. Yeah, even in this even this master plan, I have just represented a small white drawing with a low opacity, no, like
yeah,
this is the way the.
there should have been a layer to show the services.
Okay, sir.
Can we have
These are
brief
like
and quick
existing trees,
answers?
but how the landscape proposed integrates the entire complex, it would have been much better.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So the jury is done.
Yeah.
We'll move to the next presenter. The next presenter is 20Z5023 Community Working Co-working Spaces.
Ma'am, shall we reveal the next student now? Before this person starts?
Yes. And yeah, giving a heads up to the next presenter, that will be 20Z5051, Urbanized Outlook, Localized Transformation, Dhobi Ghat, Mumbai. 051, Urbanized Outlook, Localized Transformation, Mumbai. Is the student there? 051, are you there? Can I ask 051 to confirm presence? You can put it in the chat box.
051 is not there.
051 is not there. If 051 is not there, we'll move on to the next one. Other presenters, please mute. 004, please mute. 004 will mute.
Yes, ma'am, muted.
Yeah, if 51 is not there,
yes, ma'am.
Then we will move on to the next pick. Next draw pick will be just a minute. I'll share the screen. Yes, the next draw pick will be 049, Reconception of Railway Station, Mumbai. 049, Reconception
Yeah.
of Railway Station, Mumbai. Are you
Yeah,
there?
can you hear me, ma'am?
49,
Yeah.
yes, I can see.
Yes. Wonderful. Yours will be the next presentation.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So now we will hear 023 on co-working.
Yes, ma'am. The screen is shared. 023, are you ready? Zero, 2, 3.
Hello.
0, 2, 3, are you ready?
Yeah, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay.
So your time starts now. You can start.
Okay. Hi all. This is my co-working space, community working space. Actually, the topic is regarding like the working space, how we can make a productivity for a individual person to increase the productivity. Like we are using more landscape space, and how we can make that psychologically we can enrich that person, mind to work more productively, like this. Can you move to the next slide? Actually, that in generally the office space will be like we are going and sitting in a place and we are working like 10 hours, 12 hours. For that, what I thought is we can make a space with more landscape, and we can research on something like how we can give psychologically to work more productively. For that, what I did that I start what I did is I researched some psychologist theories like Stephen Kaplan. He just tell that like we can enrich a human psychology by three patterns. Like one is visual connection with nature, another one is non-visual connection with nature, another one we can in that visual connection with nature means it will be like we are directly connecting to the nature, and we are working in the place where the nature is there. Like example, like if we are working in a place, there is a adjacent to that place there is a landscape, like a landscape space, it will be it will make more sense to increase their productivity. And then non-visual visual space is like transition space or relaxing space. Whenever they are getting tired or stressed up, they can go and chill there, and they can come like and work again. And in that non-visual connection with nature, we have some other additional patterns, like we can have water body. In the water body, the water body is like, if the water body is in a stagnant in a place, it will make our sense like calm. And if it is a moving water body or falling water body from the wall, then in the wall the sound will make like a more enthusiastic and make us calm. And then we can have some some musics of the birds, like it will also makes us to calm down. And then for that words I just made to invite a bird to the site, like this. These are the factors I have been using for that working space. Actually, what I did, can you go for the next slide? Hello. Hello.
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Can you go for the next slide? Actually, what I did is that the thesis, this project should be a more futuristic working space. I just take that concept from the co-working, like if we are working with, we can achieve for the startup firms, startup person, one person working companies. They can also afford the space, and they can also use this space as a bigger platform. Like they can share their amenities with their peoples, like urban interaction, spatial cognitions, and spatial syntax. Then like Ma'am, can you go faster the slide? This is a workspace. We will connect culture, create to making culture, and we can make a how we like a educated community. People will come there and they will present, or they will work there, and they will have their events there. They will share their artistic work and all. They can buy their own workshop space. They can buy from their workshop space and all. They'd be like a future workspace community, combining with events and organizing like those space. Ma'am, can you go that next slide? In that the mostly the co-working is in metro city. I just choosing my site in Chennai because Chennai is more next Bangalore. Chennai is most of the metro cities. There more IT parks are there and more peoples are working there. So I just selected that site Chennai. Ma'am, next slide. Ma'am's next slide. What I did is I just collaborate the space with that landscape and landscape space. The main concept is I was taking that biophilic architecture style. Ma'am, next slide. The site is in Chennai. It is like in OMR. The vacant land is there. Nearby, there are so many IT parks, and so nearby there are more colleges. Then this site will be there for then here that nearby there is a Solingalur lake. That lake will have every morning there are some birds will coming there. What I did is I'm just making this birds in that lake to come to my site, because then the sounds will create an impact to the working peoples. So I just use that nearby factors of that site. Ma'am, next slide. Next one. This is a site analysis. Like Chennai is mostly hot and humid climate. Then what I did this site should be a like a I just want to create a microclimate over the site, or I just oriented the plan blocks and all according to the wind flow direction. Next slide. Next one. For the massing, what I did is I just made use of stabler pins for the massing, because my concept of the block is like breathing moss. Because why I did breathing moss is I want to make the air to travel entirely through the site. For that, I just made a voids in the blocks, then the punctures in the walls. Then it will make air to travel from the one side end to site end to another site end. Then for that, I just made a additive and subtractive massing for this, because for an office space, I want to make a mostly I want to reduce the carbon footprint. For that, I just want to reduce this air conditioning system. For that, I want to make a cross ventilation for this. For cross ventilation, the basic form is like a square and rectangle. Then it will for the square and rectangle, we can easily get cross ventilation. For that purpose, I just use lines moreover in this project, and then just use this natural ventilation entirely to the site. Can you move next slide? This is a site development process. Actually, I had made a 8 blocks. In that 8 blocks, in 9 blocks. In that blocks, each blocks will have separate user groups. The main approach is through that main road, that is 30 meters road. There, while entering, there will be a large pedestrian entrance. Nearby that, there will be a like a parking. And from the pedestrian, they'll have a landscape space, and they'll have a seater like informal space. After that, they'll go enter into that site. For that, in the site, I have made a hierarchy. Like I just leveled the site to 0 to 2.7 meters, because I want to make every block in the hierarchy level. So I just created a raise my plinth level to that 2.7 meters from 0 to. Gradually it is increasing from 0 to 2.7. Next one, there is a from the 2 intermediate blocks, there will be a interaction zone that will be called a plaza area. That plaza area will act as a even space for every block. Then, ma'am, next slide. Next is the important thing is that we have to create a microclimate over there. So what I did is I just made more landscape over that site, and I just made a water body over there. When the air is flowing through the northwest to southeast, then before that it will reach a landscape area. It will have a buffer area like green space, and it will travel to the water body. Before it reaches the green space, the hot air will reduce this. Hot air will freshen up with the landscape, and it will travel to the water body, and it will go through the site. While entering to the site, the site will have the natural shade, because every block will have a shade. Then the air will reduce its temperature. After it reaches the water body, then the air will get cooled. Then the cool air will be traveled to the entire site. Then the microclimate of the site will be changed. This process is called endothermic evaporation process. By this process, I have achieved this microclimate in this one. Next slide, ma'am. The next slide. This is a entire axonometric view of the site. This front portion is a pedestrian entrance, and next one, in between there is next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. I had used the sustainable strategies in the site because it should be a I want to reduce this carbon footprint. Okay.
Somebody is talking at the back. What?
Sustainable strategy like using rainwater and reducing carbon, reducing air conditioning system and everything. Can you go for the next slide? This is a master plan. First, the entrance is a pedestrian entrance. Then they will go through the leveled rising plinth level, and it will be reaches to that every block. The central space, there is a exhibition area where events are happening there. Next slide, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. Can 026 go mute? 026, please mute.
This is a side section. Ma'am, can you go faster? Slides, move. This is the activity. Okay, move forward, ma'am. This is a pedestrian entry. Next slide. This is a pedestrian entrance where they can go and sit there, and they can work, they can chill there, and they can enter into the site. Ma'am, next slide. This is a block 1. This block will have cartoonist like users is like cartoon. They have segregated the users like with their functional how they are using the function. So I just segregated this block. Ma'am, next slide. This is a massing for the blocks. I just divided the block into 2 pieces, and I just added voids in the block. And because of that air movement, I just made a mossing over there. For that, in this block, they are going to use IT peoples and writers like cartoonistic and all. They are going to use, so that I just made a color of the block a more cranky for them to be there. Ma'am, next slide. Next one. You can see in that view. This is a next one. This is a section of the block. When they are entering, they can go in directly to the first ground floor. Basement will have their service area, and first floor there is a long staircase that will be leading to the first floor, and then they will have a intermediate bridge will connect the two blocks in 2 pieces of the block, and top one is separate block. In that, I just categorize the user like categories the user with furnishing with that options. If they want to be in single working desk, they can be in ground floor. If they want to be in more than like a cubicle means, they can go for the first floor. If they want a separate working space, they can go for the second floor. Like that, I just organize the space according to their wish. Ma'am, next one. Next.
Last 2 minutes.
Sir, you can go faster, sir. This is the view of this block. This is the view of the block. Ma'am, you can move forward. Go there. Ma'am, this keep that block. This is the artistic block. This is artist block. In this block, they will have artists. They will have their workspace, workshop space. They will then outside students can come inside and they can work there, and the artists will have there. For this blocks, I had made a slow proof kind of thing, because it should be like a comfort for their display on the wall. So for that I just made a slow proof there, and it should be feel like a homely for their artist. So I just for this reason also I just made a slow proof there. Ma'am, next one. Next slide. This is a sections through the block. You can see that air movement over the block, inside the block, and that interaction space between the block. There will be a green space. There will be a terrace garden there. There will be a water body also in the office space. They can go there and they can work. They can work wherever they want. So next one. This is a plan. So next slide. Actually,
your time is up.
Okay, sir.
So we'll just run through the slides now.
Yeah, yes, sir. This is a designer blog. They will be having some the architects, furniture designers, like they'll have. This is a blogs for dancers, event hostess. So, hello. Hello. Hello.
Now it's over to the juries now.
Over to the jury, yes.
Let us Surya or Atul start this time. Is Surya there?
Yeah. Hi, 23, 523. Hi.
Hi.
Again, I think, see, you kind of, I think there is something you mention as futurist at one level.
Yes.
And then you again, you talk about carbon.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see if you're trying to connect whether the future and the carbon is connected.
Okay.
Okay. That's one thing that I have an issue with. I think you have an ability to put things together again. One can see that you have some concerns which are genuine, and which you seem to also have certain architectural formal abilities of putting things together. Now, what is a thesis? A thesis is about taking that formal ability to the next level of having an intellectual pursuit. And in this case, your pursuit is how do you create this sense of, the idea of manage the idea of the carbon along with the sense of the community, right? You're also talking about co-working in community.
Yes, sir. Actually, what I did is carbon footprint is like I want to reduce this. Sir, can you move forward? There will be a sustainable strategies. Like we can reuse the water coming from in rain, and I'm just having some rainwater, and then I'm reducing this air conditioning system through that natural ventilation. Wherever the air conditioning they'll use, and I'm using that solar panels for that electricity. Then I'm using this locally available materials there for that for that building facade. Not too much material.
I think that's all. Again, a narrative. It's again in your head, and it's again in your words. That has to reflect in your architecture. To some extent, you're drawing a lot of arrows. You're showing a lot of water bodies. You're showing a lot of arrows, and you're showing all these ventilation system through arrows.
Okay.
But what would be very important is actually, first of all, in Chennai, whether you want water bodies, you want to kind of definitely understand water and how do you handle water, given that it does rain, it floods. But remember that it is humid. So you cannot use evaporative cooling system, which is what you're talking about, where the water will hit where the air will hit the water and cool. It's already very humid in Chennai. So that kind of a system will not work for Chennai.
So if there's a shaded when the air is passing through the shaded element, then the humidity will be reduced.
Let me finish. Yeah,
Okay.
I understand. Shaded is one part, but you're also talking about water. Look at the way you placed water. You said that what air will pass over that. Shaded, any area which is shaded is definitely good in Chennai, but as long as there is breeze passing through. So that's one thing. Then you talk about solar.
Yes, sir.
If you're talking about solar, your roofscape should talk about solar roofs in a certain direction. Your architecture will then begin to take a new form. The formal expression changes if it's looking at solar. We don't see that. So I think, and then so what happens, we all fall into this trap. We mean things, we want to do these things. But then our imagination of our architecture is the atypical imagination that comes across as a gung-ho formal expression, which is, does it stand out? So we want to kind of do all these things, but the imagination is already kind of taken over by certain kinds of formal expression. And I think we need to be able to fight that that kind of a overbearing expressions which we see through media or see through all kinds of presentations, and figure out what are the new forms that will come because of these concerns. So if you're talking of solar, if you're talking of ventilation, if you're talking of Chennai and you're talking of certain kind of material, you're talking of plinths, very interesting. So at one level, when you're talking about, it's not just those, like a builder's brochure. In a builder's brochure, they also have this at the bottom, water, this, that, they have these tick marks, and as if any building you see, any tall building, and they'll have these little squares at the bottom, which says it's sustainable. But really, what is it? What is the struggle for sustainability? So that's one part. The other part that I think, and which is also very serious, is that, we're talking of community and we're talking of co-working and what you've done is you isolated these communities in buildings. What you really want is, how does the activity in the building connect with the outside in a way that the building connects to building? How does one building connect to the other building? So in a way that they affect each other, in a way that communities develop. How do these spaces, see, if I'm walking and I'm working in a space, I walk across and I see something happening in a building. I get interested. I learn something from some other design sensibilities. I look at other people working in other areas and I can take from there and inform my own work. That's what the idea of community and co-working is, right?
Yeah.
Now you kind of sequestered them into islands.
Yeah.
And your architecture should necessarily talk exactly the opposite. So you want to rethink some things about how they're situated in relationship to each other, in relation to the outside. So these are my two aspects, which you can think about. You don't need to necessarily answer this. This is, I think, what comes across to me. But if you have something, please.
Actually, why I segregated the building is I want to show that kind of appearance for that user under building. So I just segregated the buildings. For this is the reason I segregated that. I didn't merge it as into a whole campus. I want to merge it. I want to segregate like this. This is the reason why.
But it is not about your wanting to what you want to do. What is the first priority that you want to do?
Yeah, that should be a kind of thing everyone should be there.
No, not everyone again. How do you create adjacencies such that interactions, such that default interactions, untimed interactions, we don't have to personally go into a building, but you walk across. So your project is really more about the outsides, more about how the buildings relate to the outsides as well as the activities. I wouldn't even say buildings.
Yeah, activities.
Activities spread out and connect.
And
So
the
then I think we can leave it at this because there will be so many other comments from the other reviewers. We can come back towards the end.
okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, I'm done.
Okay, I have 2 points again.
Okay.
One is about the meaning of co-working. At one level, it means that you are working together and sharing some facilities. That is fine. I think we need those kind of places. We don't have to repeat all the facilities everywhere. But another way of looking at it is also in terms of collaboration. Co-working and collaborations have certain very fine line differentiating them. Collaboration means exchanging ideas. And when you have that, what you try to look at it is what kind of an architecture, what kind of a spatial environment would actually further encourage, give impetus to this notion of exchange of ideas, where you're working at the boundaries of your profession, whether you're a designer or a scientist or a musician. When you come across somebody else, something else, and you find some overlap, and you sort of break the boundaries within which you are working in. So those are the kind of things that happen through collaborations, and that would require a kind of a sense of spaces. What you have done all throughout your design process is working with this additive subtractive modules, which actually is looking at the volumetric configuration of your architecture. But I don't see any spaces inside in your presentation or in the way the plans are put together. That gives me some idea that here are the places where collaborations could occur. So that is one thing. Two, I will extend what Surya has taken about, is this notion of separating various activities. You have designers, you have maybe IT people, you have architects or artists, etc., etc. But we live in a time when those kind of professional distinctions have to be broken down. And I'll give you a very good example. Your master plan sort of is similar to the typical universities we have, where each faculty, whether it's sort of humanities or science or something else, geography also, each has a different building. What if mathematicians and geographers come together? And that has already been done. There is a beautiful example of the Berlin Free University. You should look up, whereby various disciplines can come together, where they share facilities, but also that they encounter each other. You see, you have a very good slide which talks about a bowl and a mound. The initial slide. If you're in a bowl, you encounter each other face to face. If you're sitting in a mound, you're looking away from each other. That is a beautiful metaphor you have. But your work doesn't reflect that. Your work actually reflects the mound, where each one is a separate thing. And I think those are the kind of things that there is disconnect between your initial assumption. The concerns are there. Your ability to put together a building is there. But at this level, one expects both a critical questioning of taken for granted assumptions that you have developed and say, how can I break out of these boundaries?
Actually, what I was thought is I just take that user categories from the nearby surroundings. For that, I just hierarchy the buildings according to the user groups. One more thing, it will be like a leveled, that building itself, that every block will have some separate levels. The entrance block will have one, it will be in 1 meter, then last block it will be in 3 meters height. So that there will be a there will be a visual connection between the block. There will be only the visual connection. There won't be a connection between the blocks. There will be only a visual connection. They can have the interaction, and they can have a interaction in that plaza's place, which is
The
nearby
thing
the
is,
ground.
it's one thing. It's one thing to say that they can have it,
Yeah.
or they could do it.
Okay.
But another problem, would they do it? Would architecture make it possible for that to do it? Again, you're talking, I mean, it's like that you're assuming that this kind of an architecture I have would do it. This could happen. But it doesn't seem to be lending towards that.
Okay.
Okay, Akhtar, you want to take over?
Hello. I just had two questions.
Okay.
One is about the size of the community. How many people are going to work and how many people are going to live? And what are other kinds of people coming in?
Here they are going to, nearly 2000 people are going to come and work here. And one more thing, it will 2000 people first, they will come and go, and there will be a second one. What is the second question you have?
How many people are living?
Hello.
So they are only coming from outside and working here,
Yeah.
but there are
Yeah,
some
yeah.
artists living also on the campus. No?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, they'll leave. Yeah, they'll come work and they'll go.
So there will be 2000 people plus working and living there.
Yeah, 2000. Everybody. 2000 is like as a holistic, people coming and working and going. Every visitors, everybody, everyone.
What are the common facilities that you have provided?
Actually, I have in that master plan, I have added the space for students also come to work, and I just added some exhibition space in the center, which they can everyone can display their works. They can have their events in that space. Then it will be a more like a urban cat. This will be an urban prototype. Then everyone in that have in profession, they have a meeting, they can come and held here. They can have a in there, it is an auditorium, they can have use the space. Then quality crowd of people will can come here. If there is so many profession coming here, they will have they can easily know, they can interact with another professional peoples also. That
I'm concerned about the nature of family life in such a corporate environment. So how children and women and people of different age groups work and live there together. There is also concern about the site planning. When you are dealing with large number of car parks, they really create a problem of scale. So when you have all these concerns, how do you also reflect those concerns in site planning and particularly managing the parking, to make it more humane and more sustainable?
Okay.
Can you reflect on that?
Actually, I didn't go for an. I just parked this every parking at the ground surface itself. I segregated the parking in 3 zones, which were there is a corner entrance. There will be a visitor parking, and remaining parking for that blocks user in the blocks. They no need to travel entirely from every day. They no need to travel from that one end to other end. So I just had 3 entrance, and they can access through that entrance, and then they can park their cars and they can access to their block. In for this, I just did parking for this like this.
Did you carry out some surveys about existing facilities to get some idea about what is the age group of people working what is the family size and family composition, and what kind of community facility would they require?
To be honest, I didn't sort listed the age categories for this space. I mostly focused on that college students, nearby colleges, and I in that office people there will be a up to 20 to 40 groups. They will come and they can use this space.
It is very important when you take a project like this to reflect on the human concerns. People are actually going to leave and they are going to work there, and so that is their habitation. So we need to reflect on social and cultural life of people and their interaction and economics of it, and what kind of facilities that are required on the campus or around the campus which can be used.
One more thing, for in this co-working space, they mostly like they will be like a entrepreneur and startup firm, and like small companies they will hire them. So for this, I just frame this age category to 20 to 30 plus age. I just categorize and I just look into the design for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, 023. We will now move on to the next presenter. That is Reconception of Railway Station Mumbai 049. We will start directly.
Rama ma'am, I think 051 is logged in. Can we just check out?
I see. Okay.
051, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
You were not available at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Like poor connection.
Okay, we had called your name, but you were not there, so we picked up the next slip. Now, the next presenter, I think, is 049, right?
Yes.
So let us take up that presentation first, since he is ready and waiting, and we can take 51 after that.
Yes.
Right, and then we will pick up the slip for the one after lunch, after 5-1 has completed. Is that okay, Rama ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Is it okay with the jurors?
That would be about what, 4 o'clock or so?
About an hour from now?
About an hour for 2 presentations.
No, I think for the 2 presentations, we'll need at least, it ends up being 40-45 minutes of presentation. So
Yeah.
we're talking about 2:30 or so.
No, we should actually, in that case, take the lunch between the 2 projects.
Right. Agree. So we will take up one just now, then break for lunch, and then take 5-1 after lunch.
Yeah, that will be better.
That will be better.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
So do we have 049, ma'am, first?
Over to
Yeah,
the
yes.
presenter.
Yes, 049 next.
Yeah. Hi, ma'am. Hi, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
please hold on. 049, please hold on. We'll just share your presentation.
Sure. Yeah. Can I get a full screen view and full screen mode? Yeah. Okay.
Are
So
you
I
good to go?
started my. Yeah. Sure.
Yes, your time starts now.
Yeah. So I have started to clear my thesis topic is reconception of railway station in Madurai. So reconception of railway station is means, so railway stations are formed by can I go by slow slides? Yeah. So railway stations are formed by the 3 words like built form of identity, drivers of urban development, and a gateway of a city. But these word forms and can I get second slide? Yeah. So architecture manifestation, central position, and image of a city. Next slide. So, but these words are on today's condition is a major question. But the railway station forms an image of a city. Next slide. Yeah. So I started my thesis with the 3 questions like railway station is no longer just a place to board a ticket or deboard a train. It's a place user must experience. then the railway station is only for commute. And another phase of railway station is more pure on public space and the experience. So I started my study on the larger scale, like studying in Indian railway station and coming to the focusing on 3-4 railway stations: Madurai, Tirupati, Salem, Bangalore cantonment, on their daily usage, placement, amenities of placement, positive, negative space, edge condition, and inference. And studying to the users of the railway stations like travelers, non-travelers, office goers, students, vendors, people, security, policemen. So studying their routine on the railway station and the placement. Coming to the site, so site is located on Madurai, Tamil Nadu. So the site which divides the city into two, like old city and new city. So old city is temple complex, which is the Meenakshi Amman temple, which is more than 100 years old. So a station forms an public space, but these station which divides the city into two, new city and old city. But the station has potential to form like a public era on the context. So site is 28 acres. On studying and making a physical model, how to relate the space. Can you click on this slide? So generally a station forms like entry, unpaid area, then the platform, then the unpaid area, entry. That will be a 2 entry, and the platform to platform will be like sub bridge, or over the bridge. So can I go to previous slide? Previous one. Yeah. So I have decided to take on the departure concourse level at the topper level of the platform. Yeah, departure level at the topper of the platform. So people might be coming railway concourse, arrival concourse, then they will go to a departure concourse, then the trains, they will come down to a platform level. So another, the people like in and out, the major problem will be in people both board the train and deboard the train will be a major problem. So separating the entry, like people in the train will be getting into a railway arrival concourse, then they will move on to the departure concourse. If the train comes, they will move down to the platform level. If people from the train, they move down to a sub-pedestrian pathway, which is -5 meter level, and they will reach entry or exit easily. So can I get a next slide? Hello, can I get next slide? Yeah. So coming to the context, like there is a 100 years old structure which has been retaining in Madurai. There will be a 2 bridge which forms like a platform, movement of platform. So I have decided to create an public ramp for the context, like which people move from old city to new city, which is 30-meter wide platform, like pedestrian ramp, not for the vehicular movement, only for the people movement. So I'm creating an amenities on the platform level based on the study. More on amenities will be placed at the edge of the platforms. So I created on the departure concourse, which is 6 meter size from the platform level, and creating a roof of an departure concourse level into a public space. So public space means a railway station. On roof of a railway station, a large vast land which is only containing a structural element can be added to a public space. A public space in sense like a flexible public place module can be transformed into a meeting space, hall, or the expo center, and it's like a module kind of thing. Can I get the next slide? Yeah. So at the side, left side, so people from entry concourse, they move to a departure concourse, then they move to a platform level if the train comes. People from the train, they move to a sub-pedestrian platform, then they move to an entry concourse. That is the exit level. So these are the exploded views. Like, so down +4 level is the roof of an existing amenities. These is the existing concourse. I've created 3 more levels, 3 more existing concourse. Like on future days, the people more transition will be higher. Like I'm considered like 1 lakh people per day. Then the departure concourse at the topper level will be like divided into 3 sections. Like this will be like public space. This will be like semi-public space. This will be like semi-public public space. Semi-public space will be meant for only for the travelers and the ticketed people to board the train and deboard the train. These area will be mostly like waiting areas. These will be like restaurants, lounge, waiting hall will be like. It can be accessible by the public people also for the user experience. So I've created like more on like library kind of thing, restaurant, food courts. These will be add more income to the locality, and the people might go there and sit and enjoy the places. And the topper level, the space will be act as a public space flexible module, which will be later on this slide. Can I get next slide? Hello.
Yeah, can the slides move, please?
I can't see slides.
Requesting host college.
Yeah, next. Previous slides. Previous one. Previous one. Yeah. So zooming. So these forms like an existing one. These act as an entry, and these three also an entry. These are the sub-pedestrian pathway which pulls people from the train to exit out of the station. So these forms like a platform which is 30-meter wide platform. Can I get next slide? So these are the departure concourse level, which is I meant like these space forms like an semi-public space. These will be like public space. These will be like public space where people can move on. Non-travelers can move on into a space and enjoy their space. Enjoyments and experience the space and takes the railway station as a public one. Next slide. Next one. So these will be like a overall view of station. Here, this is the old city. This is the old city. This will be a new city. These ramp will act as an 30-meter wide platform, which is only meant for the public ramp. These are the existing vehicular transport. Yeah. So people will use the public space, will get into a public ramp, then move on to the roof of an departure concourse level. These are act as in a public space, then gets out to the vehicular ramp. Next slide. So master plan of the slides. Yeah. So this is the existing road. People gets in, takes the departure concourse level and move on to the platform level. So next slide. So these act as a sub-pedestrian pathway, which pulls the people from the platform to the existing one. The major problem in the station will be like controlling an intake and outtake of a people from the railway station. Next slide. Yeah. So I have created like people entries like divided in the first platform. So people entry from here, then takes a ticket, then move on to the vertical levels like lift or staircase and moves to a departure concourse. Next one. So these are the movement of people like student people, students and office goers, and travelers, and the office working people. Next one. Yeah, these are the sub-pedestrian pathway level. Every platform has the ramp and the staircase and the lift for the easy. And which is 5-meter wide platform, sub-pedestrian pathway. Yeah, okay. So next slide. So these are the roof of amenities level, which is +4 level. Next slide. So these are the departure concourse level, which is already spoken. So these are orange color represents like a green space or a public space or the pass point of the vendors over the station, like porters. People will sell their place and they sit there and they enjoy their space. Next please. Next one. Yeah, these are the movement of people's like people board the train and deboard the train, office goer students, railway hawkers, and thoroughfares. So people will be controlled, like public people will be controlled over the certain places like semi public space and the public space. There will be like a security or the line of control. People will mind their tickets. Next one. These are the roof of the amenity placement over the departure concourse level. Next slide. So this is a public space which I talking about roof level, which is module like 10 meter by 3 meters by 3 meters level module. Next slide. These space will be act as in two ways. Like if a flexible module are installed, it will act as an expo center or the meeting hall or the park or the recreational spaces. If does not public space are installed, like public modules are installed, these will act as an a park or a public play level. Next slide. So these are the iterations of public flexible module on the 3 by 3 meters. Like it can be act as in seaters or the expo center or the daily market or weekly market, which is a more flexible public space in our context. So these are the iteration can generate an revenue to the railway station. Next slide. So these are the sections. So next slide. Next one. So yeah. So these sections, which is latitudinally. So these space act as an platform level. These space will act as a separation pathway, which pulls people from the train and to the exit level. These space act as in departure concourse level. These cuts are left for the light and wind to pass in and out. So the slabs are being considered as a waffle slab for the longer span, 18-meter span. So above that, there will be like public space, which like can be weekly market or daily market for flexible module. So these space act as an ISO frame. Next one.
Last 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Next one. So next. So coming to next, previous. Yeah. So these are structural one, which is like I'm going for the waffle slab for the longer span, which is 18 meter by 18 meter span, and creating an column like an fluted one, which resembles like a temple column, which is more relevant to the context. Next slide. So creating a facade. So I have said like station are meant for the image of a city. So image now the railway station becomes like an same image like shed with the column, steel column. It's a general image which forms the Indian railway station. So creating and context-oriented related things, I have decided to take a like skin to more on porous kind of thing, which inscripted the Tamil writings or scripted on the porous manner, which reflects the history of Madurai and the history of Meenakshi Amman temple on the facade, on the light, on the sunlight. It may transfer into a floor like inscripted writings of Tamils. Next one. So these are service oriented, like water tank capacity calculation, fire tank capacity calculation, sewage tank capacity calculation. Next one.
Your time is up.
Yeah. Can you move on the slides?
Yeah, we'll just run through the slides.
Sure. These are public RAM. This is a departure concourse level. These are these public space in departure concourse level. This is a flexible module. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to the jury.
Over to the jury, yes.
I think it's a very well resolved, detailed project with very intricate demands of a station. I think the effort is fairly well realized, and I think I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, a couple of questions I have, and that is something that you also referred to earlier. Railway tracks usually end up splitting the city. You also have an old city and the new city. And to that an extent, a project like this has the responsibility to actually address it in a much more urban design sense. You have done it with the respect of the program of the station. All your effort, all your solution are internal to the demands of a railway station. However, if you can look at this as a way of addressing the urban issues, which means that not just the pedestrian that cross from old city to new city or vice versa, but how can vehicles do it so that you don't even have the perception of a station there. This is when you talk about reconception of a city. I would rather use the word reimagination rather than reconception. And to that extent, suppose we reimagine the station as not even a building that comes out and looks up, but rather than something that is invisible within the entire complex, the context of the city. What I mean is that, suppose if you take your section, if you can go to your section slide, you have this fantastic space frame and then various levels that are open to sky.
Get a slide?
Suppose if you imagine this, even without that, I can draw you a word picture.
Sure.
If you have a mound, if you think about this as a hill, and the railway track goes under the hill in a tunnel, and the station is in the tunnel, and the roads of the city going from one to the other, from the old to the new, etc., go over the hill and down below, and you can either enter it from top or on the side, depending upon which way you come. I think you will have a much better integration of the two sides of the city through the center. And then all your roof would become, say, open courtyards of an urban situation with taller buildings on top of the hill. You will actually have a city center here rather than a station.
Yeah.
And then I think this is the reimagination of a program that you get so bound up by the fact that this is a railway station rather than an element of the city. It's an urban marker that you have to look at. And then the other issue that I have is about your external architecture. You're talking about an identity of the city, Indian identity. You have the Chola columns, but is that the identity of Madurai? Does it have? Do we have to go back into the history to get the identity of the city? Isn't your architecture providing a new identity? Cities have many levels, many layers, and they get multiple identities one over the other. It's like a collage. And I think we don't necessarily have to go back and say, okay, Madurai has this history, and therefore those historical columns must be replaced here. This is like a symbolic lip service.
Okay.
I think you might get away from that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think it's a beautifully resolved project. No question about that. But my comments say that how can it be better than that? How can you take it further?
Yeah. So I have to answer your questions like, so first I started my thesis like studying a railway station and the possible ways to make a station as a public space one. While coming to the context as a Madurai, so I've decided to take various possibilities how to manage. So like you are decided to take a station at below ground to make a ground as a public space. But to the context, the station with on the side, like there's a Vaigai river, so I can't take the station down the ground. Like there'll be like track sloping issues. So I have to retain the tracks and the existing one as a retained one. So I have to create.
I'm not asking you to take the track down. Let it be on the ground. But then let's build over it.
Okay. Yeah.
Again, I'm not designing for you. I mean,
Okay.
I'm raising an issue that actually looks at the station in a very different way.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Over to other jurors.
Akhtar, please.
Yeah.
Akhtar, you're on mute. Akhtar?
Can you hear? You're mute.
You're on mute.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Have you selected a specific site for this project in Mumbai, or it's a generic study?
So, like, I have not studied for the Mumbai station, which is I have decided to take a study on like Madurai, Tiruchi, Salem, and the Bangalore cantonment. So, like, I have decided to take. So, Mumbai is a vast amount of people, intake and outtake of people in railway station. So, studying on that station and designing like in Madurai, Madurai is like 60,000 people per day.
No, because in Mumbai specifically, most of the railway stations have to deal with traffic of the people from either side of the location, you know. So
Yes,
from say the other east to the other west, and Chembur east to Chembur west, and things like that. So whenever you select a site, it will have to fit. It will have to have a good fit with the urban context.
Okay.
As Professor Jaimini Mehta said, it's very, very important to deal with this scale at urban level and resolve this. But if you're just doing a generic study, then it's a different question.
Okay.
I personally feel that you have dealt with many of the issues quite well, but you need to communicate this in a more visible ways, you know. Just graphic symbols are not good enough. Like in the initial image, you have a collage of a couple of images to convey your concerns about these urban issues. And then you go ahead and design a set of public spaces. But how these public spaces are correlated and how one feels this ambience is not communicated. So maybe lots of sketches and collages would have helped you.
Sure, sir. Yeah.
Dealing with such a large scale, you have to also concern with services and energy issues. So when you have such a large roof, how you have creatively used it to generate electricity, for example, how do you drain this roof on the other side?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So
yes, sir.
The landscaping is almost missing in your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Those are my comments.
Thank you.
So
we conclude now. Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, my little 2 bits.
Please.
Yeah, no, I think it's already been said. The project definitely has gone in detail in looking at a particular site in Madurai, the Madurai railway station, and is using that as an example of wanting to do basically stitch neighborhoods, which I think is one of the serious problems in the way the cities have grown around infrastructure or infrastructure that gets placed in the city, whether it is the BR systems or new metro stations. But how infrastructure, because it's an engineering aspect, infrastructure is seen as engineering, and somehow this is the social, which is actually about stitching neighborhoods. And I think this project, and this project, in that context, is trying to address that very important I think, area in which architects can play a huge role. So that's one aspect. Definitely, I think that's already been talked about. What was also nice was the various ways in which, small scale to large scale. Like, I also thought that one of the last sketches in which you show how one of the problems of going up onto a railway station and going beyond is the sudden rise of a railway, the staircase, and the sudden going down, which kind of prohibits people from walking up, and they tend to kind of just walk over the railway line, and that has always been a challenge. And in this particular site, you seem to have found a possibility of being able to, like, for example, how does one scale the railway station or any other infrastructure in a way that one can easily walk over, in a sense of how the landscape literally moves over in the way you deal with it. I mean, one option you've done is also obviously going below, cutting across. The one thing that misses out is that the big problem that most of us as designers, when we look at these as generic projects, we forget that how much ever generic, the larger idea can be generic, but every solution is peculiar or particular to a local situation, which is the study of the immediate surroundings. So what would have been nice is to see detailed presentation also of the peculiarity of this site. You did mention about the road and the ramp and some things here and there, but some kind of images about the way people are actually have the city has coagulated around this particular station already, and what will happen to that edge when you will now make new edges, new cross sections, and how will that transformation occur? Is it going to be your project is going to be like a one shot 2-year project, or is it going to be a project which is phased over 10 years in a way that the coagulation then slowly melts into the new? So these are the larger questions that in such large projects one wants to kind of also at least raise, because you have the abilities and you have the skill to fundamentally put things through. You want to be able to push yourself to that level.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I guess we now break for lunch and then we meet back with 051 Urbanized Outlook, Localized Transformation at Dhobi Ghat.
So 2:15, what's the time?
Yes, 2:15 sounds good.
Is that okay with Gemini and Akhtar, please?
(051), please remain logged in. We will meet again at 2:15.
Okay, I think all of them can remain logged in, right? I mean, we don't need
We can all remain logged in. We can just kind of
pause and go ahead.
Mute ourselves.
Right.
Shall we break for lunch now?
Yes, sir. We break for lunch and we meet again at 2:15 if it is comfortable for you. I hope 2:15 is comfortable, sir. Sir, is 2:15 comfortable?
No, he says. Rama ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'll message him.
He's not able to get it.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'll do that. Akhtar sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir? We'll break for lunch now and meet at 2:15. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Akhtarji. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Gemini sir.
Good afternoon.
Is the next presenter here? Number 51, are you there? 051?
Ma'am, I'm there.
Okay.
Ma'am, we are ready to share the screen.
Yes, we will have to pick up one more slip
Lot for
before
them.
we begin the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we'll just wait for a few minutes till Kakani Surya sir comes back.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Rama ma'am, can we begin now?
Yes, please.
Yes, madam. So before we start with Urbanized Outlook Localized Transformation 051, the next presenter to go will be just ran the numbers. The next presenter will be 20Z5064, Rethinking Matancherry. 064, are you here?
Yeah, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Okay.
064.
64 will be the 7th presentation, am I right?
Yes, madam.
We've completed 5 and the next is the 6th one, right?
Yes.
6.
051, are you ready?
051 can start.
Good afternoon to everybody. My thesis topic is urbanized outlook and localized transformation in the case of Dobighat, Mumbai. When people hear the word Dobighat, they think that it is the place of poverty, uneducated, unorganized, etc. But in reality, it is a vibrant and colorful place with multicultural, and it is a great tourist spot which is located in the heart of the city. Mumbai, Mahalakshmi Dobighat has a great connectivity where thousands of its workers commute every day to work here in Dobighat. It is not a vulnerable city. It serves 1/3 of Mumbai's laundry needs. Dobighat lies under industrial area, which is slowly getting under control of private sectors, which where they wanted to turn the industry into high-rise residential areas. Next slide, ma'am. When seeing the history, British saw Mahalakshmi as a very vibrant town where Dobighat was used as a laundry space for serving British military. This is the history of Dobighat. When this is the comparison of the old past Dobighat and with the present Dobighat. This shows how the population has grown and the amount of infrastructure within the Dobighat is lagging to support the increasing population. And how the workspace have eventually become a place like work come living space. And I have also studied about the other industry in Mumbai, like cotton mill industries, and how they have vanished because of the developing residential needs in Mumbai. So my intervention is to preserve the Dobighat community and the industry from the eyes of private sectors and get them and get the Dobis their tenurial rights. Next slide, ma'am. In this, I've shown the configuration of Dobighat, which includes the washing area, drying area, and furnace area. How the figure on ground is very like showing how well the sense of being is. Next slide. I've analyzed the height of structures in the Dobighat, where each level of space is acting with respect to the laundry activity of the Dobis, like the place for washing, place for drying, and place for living, sleeping, etc. are distributed in different levels. Next slide, ma'am. The laundry activity of Dobis begin from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., which includes sorting of clothes, washing, drying, delivering of clothes, etc. The sketches shows how adaptive each spaces works for both commercial and their living needs. Next one. This slide shows what are the site study I've did in Dobighat, which includes their physical, commercial, and economical structures within the Dobis. Next slide. This is the inference of the above sheet, where the basic need of the people is to have a properly organized living and work area with good infrastructures and community space, and to help them increase their income level. Dobigad is a heritage. Dobigad is a heritage site. It comes under heritage block grade 3. Hence, things have to be planned without disturbing the current activities and the existing washing stone. Next time. So before I started to design, I thought I should study about the housing typologies in Mumbai. So I studied all the housing typologies in Mumbai from 15th century, and I came to know about the Charles in Mumbai. Next slide, ma'am. Then I wanted to study the regional architectures of housing projects in India. So I studied about Aranya housing, artist village, income tax, and compared with my Dobighat. Next slide. Next slide. This is my site plan, where my site is 3 acres. And my existing site is 3 acres, and my proposed site is 6.88 acres, which includes existing Dobighat area, the proposed RSA area, and the Mumbai dump yard. I found the possible active nodes, public and semi-public and private zones. Then I came up with this site plan. My site is mainly divided into two parts. One is for work cum living area, and another is the rest is fully the residential areas for the Dobis. Next slide, ma'am. This is the master plan, which is derived from the following site analysis, like the neighborhood conditions, connectivity, contour of the site, surroundings, vegetation, climate condition, etc. Next slide, ma'am. I wanted to plan their work cum living space in such a way that I should be in the current trend of Mumbai lifestyle without compromising the essence of existing Dobighat and the way of working. So the ground floor is completely dedicated for the work area. The above areas has both the residential units along with the drying areas, which provides a better sense of security among the Dobis. The conceptual sketches shows how Dobis carry out the laundry work throughout the day. I've given them both open and semi-covered areas to dry their clothes to prevent the clothes from getting wet during the monsoon season. These are the pictures. Next slide, ma'am. These are the pictures of proposed Dobighat area, like having open and semi-covered drying space. The Dobighat is also like another part of Dobighat is also designed in the same way. It has a drying area in the middle to prevent them getting wet in the monsoon season. Next slide. There are 3 junction points in Dobighat where it is used for washing and drying activities. I've proposed them with 3 different activities to make it more robust. First is to support the tourism, which also will help them in getting more extra income. Then another one is dedicated for the leisure, and another place is for having food stalls and eateries. Next slide, ma'am. For the residential unit design, I studied about the chawals in Mumbai and found why are they very effective among the people in Mumbai. I found out how chawals and ideologies of Jane Jacobs are very similar. Like the advantage of short blocks, mixed use, and how important the corridors in Chavels are. So I designed my residential buildings with the corridor as the major public space, and how interactive the corridors act as. Second, next slide, ma'am. Again, the unit designs were done. One with common toilets like Chavels, and another one with individual toilets. Next slide. So the typology one has like a group of units with common toilets like in the Chavels, and typology 2 have individual toilets in them like the apartment systems in Mumbai. Next slide. To increase the population density, I've also included high-rise buildings with temporary community areas in the refugee floors and community halls. Then a mixed raised apartment with secured its play area is also provided.
Your 10 minutes is over.
Okay.
5 more minutes.
Next slide, ma'am. Common facilities like daycare, library, women welfare centers, which includes tailoring, an indoor sports area, etc., are provided to support the infrastructures and to increase the skills of people in the site. Like this is the activity map of my proposed site. I've provided various activity along the site to make it more robust. Like there are places for eating, places for exercising, relaxing, playing. Everything are distributed in various places of my site. This is the serial vision of my proposed site. Next slide. The wastewater which is being used for the laundries it will be recycled and will be used for the flushing and landscape purposes. So the existing FSI of Mumbai, the Dobighat is 0.8, but I've achieved 2.9 FSI through my project. That's it, ma'am.
Are you done with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Over to the juries.
Akhtar sir, you want to go first? You would know this site area better than any of us.
Yeah. Surya, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was telling Akhtar Sahib to go ahead because he would know this place better.
Yes, Akhtar.
You're on mute. Akhtar, you're on mute.
Unmute yourself, Akhtar.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, very interesting topic, but very challenging topic also. Because it's not just the location in Mumbai makes it more complex than it would have been in any other place. The fact that people are working and living and with such a high density in such a congested locality makes it very difficult to be resolved. The other issue is when you deal with large numbers, what it does to the whole environment. And like you repeat a particular design of a unit 10 times or 100 times or more than that, and then the quality of that design becomes really a big question. Like in housing, just like every family has a very distinctive lifestyle, they may have some common culture, but they have some kind of individuality. So in housing, how does one express this issue? Like I find that you have resolved one unit and you have just repeated that unit horizontally and vertically. That needs to be really questioned and alternatives need to be explored. So can you just elaborate on that? How did you resolve this place of work and place of living in this challenging locality?
Yes, sir. Like first, when I studied about the Chavals, I even studied about the mindset and psychology of people in Mumbai. Like people living in Chavals were not ready to go anywhere like places like apartment or in slum areas. And people living in high-rise building like apartment type of building, they were not ready to move to Chaval type of residence. So, but when it comes to though it like major 70% of people were coming, the workers were coming from Chaval type of housing typology. So I thought I will give them more like like 80% of the housing like Chaval type of houses. And for the people who are working coming to work from the apartment type of housing, I've given them apartment typology also. Like I've brought all major like most of the workers around the Mahalakshmi who are communicating from different parts of Mumbai and gathered them in single place to make them a very strong community. Like even if the private people wanted to disturb their industry, it will not happen. If everybody is in one place, it will not happen very easily.
Okay. The other question is about designing for the local climate.
Yes, sir.
So if you look at your sections, I don't see much sensitivity to this issue. Like there are heavy rains and there is humid conditions and you need to respond to this climate.
Sir, like every the workspace have both open area, covered area, and semi-covered area to support their activity in all type of climates. Like in summer season, they will use all the open area.
That zoning is okay, but you look at the window details, you look at the chaja, you look at how it responds to the corridor. Like in olden times in Mumbai, uh, they used to have ventilators. So every window and a door would have a ventilator. And it really helped. And over the windows, they used to provide chajas. And in most of the contemporary buildings, these ventilators are missing. And you just have some square windows here and there, and it is not sufficient to deal with the climate. So when one is doing a thesis, one is probing all these issues much more deeply, and one needs to respond to this fundamental function of architecture to provide you with a more comfortable environment to live.
Yes, sir. I even I like when I studied about the housing typologies in Mumbai, even I came across these ventilators and all. Like when I compared with my like Dhobi Ghat, like every
Existing facilities, right? You look at your sections where you are proposing the dwelling units, and you can answer with the support of that section.
Which section, sir? The workspace or the residential space, sir?
You have to look at it very closely. Like when you see old cities and old towns, you find them so romantic and so poetic, and when you see many of the contemporary modernist kind of housing and towns, people find it boring because somewhere we fell short of responding to climate and culture.
Like I have provided corridors for like.
Question. It's a very important issue.
Sure.
Okay, that's all from me. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Surya, you want to go ahead?
You please go ahead.
Okay. I think it's a very courageous thing for you to take this project. Anything in Bombay, especially in this part of the city, is always challenging. And I appreciate that you have done it. I find that the triangular Dhobi Ghat area itself is fairly well developed. The idea of washing on the lower floor and drying and all that on the upper floor seems to be a good way of doing it. I find that the housing is rather casually undertaken. Chawls by themselves go back to 19th century actually, and they were conceived the way they are in a very different context and a very different situation. I myself have spent some childhood years in a middle class chawl, and I remember that in today's context, they need to be seriously looked into as to how it can be a better community living. Dhobis are a very close-knit community. They work together, they play together, they eat together, they celebrate together, and therefore their community, even though they each may be living in a different part of the city, not very far from here actually, but still I think of themselves as a much larger community, multi-family community. And I think even at the housing level, there are levels of meeting and celebrating together, and that single corridor, single-sided, can, even if that is the case, it can still be done something more imaginatively. There are enough examples available, but something like this could happen. Even the high rises needs to be looked at afresh. So I find that this kind of a critical approach is missing as far as the housing is concerned. You have taken a very imaginative way of approaching the work area. I think the same imagination should have been applied to the housing area. It almost looks like a PWD housing right now. I think we need to really look at how we are going to think about housing, not just as just collection of cells, family cells or what. Housing is a multiple dwelling where multiplication itself generates much more public spaces. And I think those things need to be looked into, even in a city like Bombay. Okay, that's all I have. I find that very challenging and reasonably well resolved.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Um, yeah, so that's hi 5-1. How are you? You seem to have put in a lot of effort. Obviously, you're trying to connect and see what the old typology was to the new demands of FSI. And so, because there is a new demand of certain kind of pressure on land, you go with skyscrapers. I mean, we go with high rises. One can understand that, fair enough, because I want to just turn this discussion into another kind of possibility. Now, if as an architect one is given this kind of real problem, let's take this that in your situation. Where does one start? Because are we simply trying to keep the status quo that the Dhobi Ghat remains Dhobi Ghat? Is there a new model for the Dhobi Ghat potentially possible? Which is they use machines today. They use if you go to some of these dhobis in these Dhobi Ghats, some of them also have machines. So one simple beginning would be how much water does a traditional Dhobi use to how much water and power and energy does the other Dhobi that who is using machines, the laundromat system. And is there a hybrid possible? Given that our country has enough sun, drying is something that doesn't need power. There's enough sun out here that things can be dry. But maybe machines use less water. They may use energy, but they will also potentially allow the Dhobi to do more work. So if one did these kind of literally at the most basic level calculations and understanding of their aspirations, do they really want to be working with water all the time in that manner? Is the next generation coming into this?
Yes, sir. They are very like there is like even after 50 years, this industry will be there. There is no doubt in that. This is not a vanishing industry.
I'm not talking about it vanishing. I'm talking about hybridizing. And I'm talking about looking at the water consumption. I'm talking about how certain industries adapted with certain kind of machineries and certain possible other ways of keeping the traditional system alive. And so I think sometimes you have to turn it over the other way around. And if I'm looking at housing and I'm saying I need to put more people in here. And would then the terrace, for example, I'm just saying, if the terrace is the place where they dry, if instead of the Dhobi Ghat being on the ground, suddenly moves to the upper two floors or the upper floor, and what is the kind of architecture that defines that space? With the public space of Dhobi Ghat goes onto the terrace because of certain kinds of, and there is a certain way of organizing this, if there is. I'm saying one is romanticizing the old and trying to fit that perceived existing image into a kind of a notional better, which I feel we haven't managed because again the housing typology is very atypical, and you obviously have those challenges of FSI. So why not turn the whole thing around into another zone? Where you say, listen, this is what you see. You, the architect, have a vision. Somebody wants to go to outside the solar system, and you say, listen, there is enough problem here, and I think we can turn this problem around on its head and take it in a more progressive manner, and maybe this is a possibility. And I think academia allows you that space, and that's the way, like how much water, I have no idea. We're talking about Dhobi Ghat, but we're not talking about water. We're
Yes.
not talking about where does all this wastewater go. Are we in a position to begin to think in that way and then rethink a possible model? Maybe the way the water falls down, the wastewater falls down from the building, creates a whole new possibility, maybe. So I feel that there is a certain potential that we could have, because these images do not do justice to your hard work of actually collecting all the data that you collected. It does not do justice to the work that you've done, the research work that you've done. And I think the research should have got potentially allowed you to. So that's just an input. I'm not saying this is the way. I'm just saying this is how you work. This is now. I think 4.9 needs to be muted. Yeah. So this is just an input, and I think that's a way of how does one look at a brief and take it forward. So I leave it to you, and that was my generic comment.
So, like you said, like people before were using more manual washing. Now they have turning more into automatic washing machines. Yet, like when comparing the both, water usage has been reduced when they are using washing machines, because like in Mumbai they don't have any shortage of water like in other cities. They have very good water supply and very good drainage system also. So they had no issues using exploiting the water. Now, since they have been like turning more into automative washing activities, like their amount of water usage is getting reduced, and the wastewater which they are draining out can be I've used like it is being used for housing, toilet flushing, and landscape uses. So the water will be recycled and used for other activities also.
Good.
Like
But how has that allowed you to rethink the housing typology? If you are using automated machines, what is if you have a certain section of Dobighat, which used to be a traditional section because of certain way the water would be used, tanks, putting the cloth, banging the cloth on the stone, versus what is happening now. Whereas if some of them may be going to an automation to an extent that they even dry the clothes in the machine, you could come up with a system where the drying could go up onto the terrace, or a certain part of the whole thing could go up further up, where that becomes a certain kind of different kind of space where the heat of the sun could take care of the drying. So I'm just thinking of these things where hybridizing, rethinking the typology of the housing as a potential.
In the slide number 5, you can see the how it was before. Can you go to slide number? So the sketches shows how they used to work in the washing stone and get the clothes to the higher level for drying.
Right.
So now, can you show the slide number 13? So, like you can see, sir, like the typical existing Dobighat section will be the same as my proposed. Like the essence and the working pattern will not be changed. The washing machine area will be down, and the drying area will be in the above, with open and dry area, open and semi covered drying area.
Your section should show that relationship in a way that it becomes an active space, the space of the ground to the space of where they are drying, in between if they are living. That the clarity is not there, and maybe it's the scales that you are presenting us because of the limitation of this medium, but it's not coming across very well. Maybe if you've thought about it, very good. As long as but finally the image of the housing that we get isn't something that seems to it belies the idea of a new form for the for this way of working. It doesn't come across like that. So that's where if you've thought about it, then obviously it's a good thing, but then it's remained a thought. It's not got formalized in a way that allows interpretation in a physical sense. So, yeah, as I said, there's enough research and there's enough work and understanding of typologies, but as has been pointed out,
I think, can I add something more?
Please.
Surya has raised a very important issue, which I would like to take further. Again, as we were talking in the last project, reimagining station, I think it might be a good idea at this level at the academia to reimagine this whole institution of community washing. Can we think about this as a cooperative, as a Dobi cooperative, like we have a milk cooperative where each of the farmer cow owners were milking separately. Now they have come together, and the whole operation has resulted into something which is like a global phenomenon. Yes, there is a possibility of retaining those who want to wash by hand possible. But at the same time, if you think about this as a community, really as a large community coming together and joining hands and saying that now we have other ways of doing it. So in that case, what will be the architectural consequences of this? What will be the consequences of space occupation in a city like Bombay? What will be the, I think the whole notion of a community housing for that, all of that would have to be rethought of.
No, I think it's a very interesting potential of actually thinking about a model, a business model, as well as a way to live. In fact, you would be strengthening the community by a cooperative process.
To strengthen the community, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think I would encourage students, those who are listening, those who are going to be doing something like this next year, to actually start breaking boundaries and see how can you think differently. Okay.
We're done.
Yes, I suppose we can wind up this presentation and move on to the next one.
Yes.
The next presentation would be on rethinking Matancherry 064.
Yeah, ma'am.
And yes, sir.
I have some problem. I think I'm not seeing the whole screen. I don't know what it is.
And to announce the next number after that, the presentation after Matancherry will be, there is some glitch here. I'm not able to share the screen. It will be on reinvigorating urban voids 069.
Okay.
I'm trying to share the screen. Yes, this will be the next presentation, 069. Are you there, 069?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, congratulations. We'll hear you next.
Thank you.
So 064 can start.
Okay, I got it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. First, full view. Okay.
You're good to go?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay. In Kochi, 70% of heritage building was demolished. The heritage buildings are not valued by the people. It's a shock that people simply destroy the heritage value building. This is the news in Hindu 2019. This illustration which explains us about the current state in Kochi. Next, I will come to the topic rethinking Matancherry. Matancherry is a town in Kochi, Kerala, which have many heritage buildings. Most of the buildings are not usable condition or partially used condition. So what I had done in my thesis is document and analyze the building, whether to conserve it or adaptive reuse or restoration of the building. It's include, I have redeveloped the street and use of the building by the localites and tourists. Next slide, ma'am. History of Kochi. Before 14th century, the trade market of pulse and spice was in Kodungallur. Kodungallur is a nearby place to Matancherry, and the harbor was located in that place. After the next one, end of 14th century, due to the flood, the place was demolished. The trade market and harbor was shifted to Kochi. Next, the 15th century, Portuguese conquered Kochi, and 16th century, Dutch conquered Kochi. 18th century, British conquered India, including Kochi. The corner post. The post-independent era, I have shown how the trade happened on those days. Like people come to order in a commercial street, which is roadside. The goods transport using boat from the warehouse, which is backwater side. Next slide, ma'am. I will. This is the current context of Mattancherry. Mattancherry is a place where Jewstown and Fort Kochi were connected. Fort Kochi is also a many heritage building which is conserved and used as a commercial space and hotel, homestay, etc. Jewstown where the heritage buildings like Jew Synagogue, Mattancherry Palace, etc. And the commercial activities are in this place. So heritage buildings are conserved because of the activity. The Bazaar Street, which connects both the place, which also have many heritage value buildings, landmarks. But most of the buildings are not useful condition. They are kept as a dump yard. So I have done in my thesis is I have documented the Bazaar Street and I conserve the place, to localite and tourist are used. Next slide, ma'am. This is a route map. I will tell about the route map. Mattancherry is located in the Ernakulam district, Kerala. So there is a two-way. One way is roadway, which will across Wellington Island to reach Mattancherry. The another one is a backwater way. We will can directly reach the Mattancherry. Next slide, ma'am. Next is boundaries. Existing boundary is known by two 15th century church is located in the starting and ending point of the city, which is 1 kilometer. Due to the short time of period, I thought to fix boundary to do my thesis. So in the street, there is a settlement which started with the continued heritage building and also have a landmark like Boat Jetty, 15th century Hunankur Church. So I thought to take that 246 meter. That I have document and given proposals. Next slide, ma'am. This is documentation street mapping. First one is existing mapping, which is 246 meter length, where 60% built up area and 40% unbuilt area. The next one is land use map. Yellow color is residential 10%, blue color is commercial 35%, the pink color is warehouse 50%, orange color is 5%. The below one is usage and condition of the building. The no hatching building is or 10%. It is active building. Diagonal hatch buildings are 15%. That is inactive building. The dotted hatch buildings are partially active building. That is 75%. The next is age of the building. I have represented light shade to dark shade. Like light blue, which is about 200 years old building. The next tone is 200 to 100 years old building. The dark blue is around 100 to 50 years old building. The gray marked buildings are below 50 years old building. Next slide, ma'am. Next is road network. The minimum width of the road is 12 feet. The maximum width of the road is 25 feet. 70% of road are damaged. The next is electrical network. Main lines are marked as a solid line, and sublines are dash line, which are connected to the street post. The most of the posts are damaged and does not have a street light. The next one is drainage. The drainage pattern in the street, they have fully damaged drain where wastewater and is stored directly to the Vempada lake. That is in backside of. The next one is activity of the street. I distinguish it in 5 zones. The activities are people movement, bicycle movement, vehicular movement, and etc. Next slide. This is documentation of the street. I have document 246 meter length. So in the seashore side, I have document the whole stretch. But in the church side, which is in the right side, I document the front portion only, commercial portion only. These are the plans and sections of the documented. These are the elements. The sketches are activities in the street. Next slide, ma'am. This is the element and the damage of the street. I have documented each element in the street. I have marked the damages, damages of element in the building in the yellow color. I marked the icon like window, doors, columns, facade slope, etc. Next slide, ma'am. This is user activity analysis of the street. I will tell you about the interventions and proposal of this streets too. The major activity in the street is lorry movement. They load and unload the pulse and spices. So because of the lorry movement and road width is low, so the local peoples are not using this road for traveling. They use parallel road for day-to-day activities. During only on Sunday, people can travel to this street for praying in 15th century church. Next is tourist activity. Mostly the tourists are use the street as a pass-by space. And the main thing is it's not why it's not conserved is the young generation people, they are lack of knowledge about the heritage, so they are not ready to conserve it. At the same time, it's under a coastal regulation zone. The seashore side of the road, we should not build any new building. The only option is to conserve it. Next is the right side, left side one is interventions. But first, I have moved the lorry movement, warehouse, parking, four-wheeler movement to the influence zone. The next is intervention. I have retained the highly active buildings like boat jetty, churches, pulse and spice market, warehouses, etc. The next is commercial uses. Commercial uses like vegetable market, pulse retail market for localites, then bicycle center for tourists, a residential stay for tourists, information zone for tourists, the art and recreation for both tourists and localites like recreation center, artist expo, etc. I have designed the street characters like facade restoration, cycle line, pedestrianization, and parking. The next slide, ma'am. This slide I tell about influence zone. Influencer. I have moved the unwanted activities to the different zones. I have classified into 4 zones. One is for boat parking, the 2 is for vehicular parking at the 2 ends of the street. The third one is for lorry parking, where there I gonna design warehouses so that the place used for loading and unloading goods. Next slide, ma'am. This slide is going about telling about conceptual ideology of in existing, there is a straight axis line people used as a pass by step. So I thought to create a pass point using 15th century church, so that people will pass and look at the heritages. Next stage is connectivity. So I have created a new pedestrian way which shifting and connecting point in the street. So that people will come inside the each spaces. After that, I have designed open spaces in alternatives which attract people into the spaces. They know about the value of heritage. So to make people more interesting, I have created zones to explore the heritages. First zone is market and food zone. People coming from Fort Kochi will explore the existing heritage places. Next zone is recreation and expo, which is in green color in the bottom of the street, which is in green color. The next zone is information and knowledge. The boat jetty is located here, so the people come here first know about the information of Kochi. Fourth zone is work zone and heritage monuments. Next slide, ma'am.
Your 10 minutes is up.
Okay, next slide. Master plan. First, I have analyzed and focused on the movement. I have designed roadways only for two-wheelers and pedestrians. Threshold of the street, I have kept more trees. The climate is hot, humid climate. Because of these trees, it decreases the temperature. The edge of the pedestrian, I have with the seat and landscape act as a relaxing space. I have created parking area in front of 15th century church. I create a landmark. I have created a watchtower in the place of church. Next slide, ma'am. These are the services. First, electrical services. It's from Matanjeri. I have designed the street with underground electrical supplies by distribution box, once for each 3 building. Next is water distribution. It also underground distribution. Then next one. Solid waste is next to of the building, and elementary study. I have replicated the elements to each building. This is elementary detail, the facade restoration, elementary detail of the facade restoration. In wall, I have reached a line plaster. In facade slope, I have restored the wood, and main doors and columns and windows. I have added grout and replaced the damages materials with the same heritage element. Bottom one is existing elevation. The top one, the yellow color, is proposed facade restoration. The side sections are showing the material used in the existing and proposed one. Next slide, ma'am. Next, this is all saying first zone-wise detailed planning. The first zone is under market and food zone. It's have spice and pulse market, seafoods, retail center, etc. These are the plans of the bazaars. These are the plans of pulse and spice market. These are the exported view of the place. In retail center. In retail center, both localite and tourist to use. The place are like spa, beauty parlor, swimming pool, etc. In this, I have given ground floor for women and first floor for men's. Next slide, ma'am. Is zone 2. Zone 2. It have a restaurant, a retail spice market and spice market, and vegetable market. This plan in roadside there is a retail pulse market and spice market. Inside vegetable market, there is no vegetable market in this town. They are in far away from it. So this place is useful to localize. This is the view of the vegetable market, and the right side corner one is existing restaurant. I conserve it and use for localize. Next slide, ma'am.
Last 2 minutes.
Okay, next time. These are the first, and then the zone 3. And these have arts expo, art cafe, people deck, etc. Ma'am, this is the plan. This is the deck of. This is the deck view. This is the whole view of the this portion. Next slide, ma'am. This is Binale Center. Binale is 2 years once happening in Fort Kochi. There is no permanent place for those. So I have designed permanent place for Binale. Next slide. This is Watchtower. Watchtower. There is no landmark in this 15th century place. So I have designed Watchtower in this place for landmark. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. And this is zone 7, boat jetty, rooftop cafe, workshops and monuments are here. These are the plans and elevations of the things. The next one. Next one. This is overall view of the street. Back up. This is overall view of the street. I have marked each detail of the spaces. First of all, architecture is not a simple building structure. It's all about people how use the building. By using function, they know the value. The existing function of the building is not suitable for the localized. So I have analyzed and need them for design to building satisfy the need of the people. So I conserve the building, made the people to come inside the explore it. The main aim in my thesis is bringing people inside the place. So bringing them inside, make them knowing the value of heritage. I just started. It's around 246 meters. This is the starting point. At the same time, localites can generate their revenue. They will surely and properly conserve the buildings. So my startup will surely conserve the whole street by knowing the value, and that is my conclusion. That's it, ma'am. That's it, ma'am.
Over to the jury, sir.
Yeah. I don't see the whole screen now again. I think your screen disappears.
Can
you hear me?
Yeah.
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 Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see the screen now, sir.
Yeah, I can see the screen. I see the last slide, conclusion. Okay.
Yes.
I have a question before I actually make a comment.
Okay.
And that is, and the screen is lost. Anyway, if you hear me, let me throw my question.
Yes, sir.
You talk about tourists. I know Kochi has many tourists,
Yes,
but
sir.
what is the tourist frequency and population in Matanchari? And what brings them here?
Sorry, sir.
What is the frequency and population of tourists at Matanchari, and what exactly brings them here?
First, the tourist flow. In Binale Foundation is there. They give the data of tourists weekly. Over 5,000 to 8,000 members come to Kochi for exploring the tourist. Maximum local tourists, the minimum 10 to 5 to 10% of foreigners and other state peoples. Next, in this bill, next question is how. Sorry. Next is these buildings are heritage buildings, so they want to see the heritage, and this in the whole area full of art and recreation place. Lot of them. They use the building to create art expo and art cafe, art homestay, etc. That's why they come for Matanchari and Kochi.
Okay, you have two ways of getting here. One is by boat, which is a direct one from the other shore, and the other is by road, isn't it?
Yeah, sir.
But the road actually is a narrow one and
Yes,
a
sir.
long one. So
Yes,
I
sir.
think if your community, if Matanchari has to present a face, it will
Yes.
be the water side, isn't it? The jetty and all that.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand how one arrives, and if I were a tourist, I really appreciate your work, which is quite restrained and understated. Even your drawings are subtle. Essentially, what I think you've done is a strategic insertion into an existing heritage area. Apart from the fact that the watchtower, which is a node and which is the most important point, there are 2-3 other areas where the logic of choosing those, particularly to prompt you to act on it, is not yet very clear.
Okay.
I think that even the restaurant, for example, the boat making area or the terrace, all of these are wonderful places. But is that because of their dilapidated condition that you want to restore them, or are they actually the catalyst? In what way they become the catalyst for regeneration? That logic is not very clear.
Okay. First of these buildings are almost 200 to 300 year old buildings. It's first in coastal regulation zone. It's in coastal regulation zone. The only option is to conserve the building and make use of it. Then the next one is make use of it. Then these buildings have a lot of heritage value. If we can demolish this building, we lost the main on heritage. Sorry, it's like
nobody is asking to demolish anything. Nobody. I don't think anybody is talking about that. What I'm saying is that if you want to revitalize, if you want to bring its heritage value further, then you are, what are you? You're inserting elements which becomes catalyst for further development around, and that requires a particular way of choosing what you do at whatever specific places. And apart from the watchtower, which is at the node, the other 3 or 4 places they have chosen. Are there any other, or these are the ones that calls out for development?
Okay. Go, ma'am. Running through the slides, ma'am. Ma'am, slides.
You want me to repeat? Do you want me to repeat it?
No, sir. No, sir. Slide. Please.
Okay. Yeah. Go to site.
Next month. Next.
Yeah, I think even that. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. First, I create a pause point that using the 15th century search. First of all, in existing, the 15th century 15th century search is like a small boutique shop. I want to make a first a watchtower to highlight the 15th century church. Next, all over full street, I have done the facade restoration. My damages in the every building, I have replaced or restored the every buildings with the elements as I did the elementary study to every building. I replicate the elements in the every building.
Okay, that's fine. I think it's the restoring the facade of the street itself is a wonderful thing. It makes the street as a kind of a room. But I think I saw something about the boat areas. No, I think, okay. What is your zone 7?
Zone 7, next month. It's 23rd. Okay. This.
Yeah,
this,
correct. Yeah.
Excuse me. First, when that blue color marked one is the longer lengther one is boat jetty, sir.
Yeah.
The next to the building is services for the whole street. The electrical services, switches and other, and underground water tank. The back one, the octagonal one is the water tank. Then next one is,
I can see that.
And next one is workshop space like Binale Center. The three elements in this, three pavilions in the backside. They represent the history like Portuguese style pavilion, Dutch style pavilion, British style pavilion. In the roadside, I have done traditional pavilion. Like it's a traditional Kerala style pavilion. It's telling about the history to the localites. I designed that kind of build.
Okay, fine. I wish the drawings were a little bigger. They're very good drawings, but I think I find it difficult to read those little things unless they're zoomed.
Yeah. So see this in right side Dutch pavilion, Portuguese pavilion. See in right side, that's the Dutch pavilion. I replicate the elements like Dutch arches, pillars. Down, ma'am.
Now I think I can see the English, Dutch, and Portuguese.
Yeah. That why I demolished the half stage of British means there is no British style of building in this street. That's why I cut down half the way. It's like a plinth level of the building is existing. I told that water tank is here. The water tank is here. I designed the water tank. It's not odd one in this street. I designed like a heritage one, the old water tank kind of stuff.
Okay, I'm done.
The down one is the street elevation of this.
Yes, I can see that. No, it's a good work. It's a good work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Are all the jurors done?
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Akhtar, are you going ahead?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sir has put something in the chat, I believe.
Hello.
I hear you, sir. Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Which show? Which section, sir? Akasa wrote something in chat box.
Yes, I think she has said, can you explain the sections of the roof which show black filled in areas?
Which sections?
Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, you're on mute. Do you want me to go ahead?
Hello.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Can hear you.
Hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the section in which you showed the entire roof filled in with black. So what does it denote? You use the roof trusses, or you are using concrete slab? What is the material for that proposed roof?
Sir, I using roof trusses only, sir. In this drawing, the scale of the drawing is very low. The detail did not show very well. That's why I kept full black in this section, sir.
No, it is misleading because it doesn't explain what you are proposing or what is existing.
Sir.
I'm absolutely at a loss to understand what that section means.
Sorry, sir.
It is like this.
This one. This is the elevation, facade elevation. These are the elevation. The
See.
This one also.
So, like when you are dealing with a very sensitive architectural heritage kind of structure,
yes,
the construction of that structure in materials should be clearly stated.
Yes, sir.
Even at this scale, or you can enlarge this.
Yes, sir.
So, for example, the roofs which are existing,
Yes.
so it must be in timber. So you explain that detail, and then what is your proposal?
Sorry, sir. I didn't get you.
Go to other sections.
The sections in the. Hello. These sections are in the scale only. I kept a dark black.
What is this? What is this?
These sections. I
What does
explained
this
that.
black triangle represent?
Sir, the scale of the section that detail does not do in does not see in this sheet. That's why I kept black in this section, sir. It's mistake only, but in the sheet view I keep black.
Also, all the openings
Yes,
which are existing,
yes, sir.
be studied in much greater detail.
Okay, sir.
For example, what are the structural bays? What are the proportions? I think most of this ignores proportion as a key factor to understand architectural heritage. It is not only the shape that you just provide arched windows and arched door, and it is like a heritage style.
Yes, sir.
So existing openings, their proportions in overall walls and overall proportion of the structure has to be understood very well.
Okay, sir.
So when you propose something, it should go in harmony with that.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, it becomes like a pitch, you just imitate a particular form which looks like heritage, but it is not.
Okay, sir. First, before I designed this church, this watchtower, I studied the existing Matanjari palace. They kept like this kind of arches in that Matanjari plaza. That's why I studied. That's why I kept like that only.
The project is well done, otherwise very sensitively handled. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think hi 6-4. See, I think I again would like you see one of the. It's a kind of a project where one romances the idea of an ideal. Like it's this very Kevin Lynchish, if I could say so, sense of making place, which is kind of reenacting or reconfiguring what was lost and the romance of that to get it back. And for that, you've done some studies. So we are not able to. What we are not getting in this study is there's some speaking going on.
Somebody please mute.
Somebody needs to be muted. Yeah. Okay. So I think the important thing is that when you study some place like this, you want to know about the material.
Yes,
and
sir.
you want to know about the structure and what, as Akhtar was talking about, you want to know about its proportions.
Yes,
and
sir.
you want to know the fundamental principles on the basis of which this became or this was what it was in over a period of last 300 years or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Now you're operating in today's economy and today's time.
Yes, sir.
It happened because there was a certain need of a certain time or certain trade.
Yes.
Today that trade doesn't exist in that manner, yet we all love that space.
Yes, sir.
So what is the new economy? So the new economy is obviously, as you have seen, a lot of resorts have come up, hotels have come up, all these art spaces are coming up, the Biennale goes on there.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes,
now
sir.
they are giving new meaning to these spaces.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
You need to begin to think, and when you do a new tower, you do
Yes,
not
sir.
try to replicate a lost time, but you want to talk about what is that tower about? What is it about? Is it a public space of a certain kind where things happen and it becomes part of the everyday life? Or is it about trying to make one of those Kevin Lynchish kind of tower with, sloping roofs all around it and gives a certain image of a place, which may be totally out of context in today's time and today's, real life that happens around the buildings below.
Okay.
So, in a way, what is this project in the new economy? Because it's not going to have these, spice shops here anymore beyond the point.
Yes, sir.
So, what is the kind of trade? What is the kind of economy that this will cater to? And in that sense, obviously, the materials of this time, along with keeping good what was old. That because there is a certain value in those kind of quality of spaces. So in a way, the Biennale has really resurrected this place, and you need to take it forward.
Yes,
whether it is through streetscapes, whether it is through buildings meeting street, or whether it is through walking through building into courtyards,
yes, sir.
creating new experiences as you walk here.
Yes, sir.
So those are areas that we would, one would want to think about. Conservation and preservation is definitely important and good, but with what lens? With the lens of the new economy is very important. Okay.
Sir, yes, sir.
Please.
Sir, first, we can't directly put in current generation kind of or modern kind of things in this place. We conserve this place. Use the functions is based on the current economy or current generation kind of stuff.
Please understand, I'm not asking you to remove anything.
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm not asking you to remove this and erase this. Erasure is not the point. But you, at the same time, you do not necessarily have to replicate what was old. It's, what I'm saying is against replication. You have to conserve, but not replicate. You have to make it useful for new purpose. You have to reconfigure it for its time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, by looking, I mean, because what gives me an idea about that tower is you kind of are romancing a time which is gone. And in that whole romance, you want this tower, you want to make this nice little Italian town, which it is not. It is actually a mix of a lot of varied kind of architecture. Even in its own 300 years history, these buildings are not similar, except the roofs may look similar, but these buildings are quite different from each other.
Okay.
I think I must confess that I originally thought that the tower was existing and he's sort of conserving it. But I think he's building it new, isn't it?
Right.
Yes, sir.
In that case, I would like to actually say that there is a possibility of doing something which belongs to today, rather than sort of think about something called harmony, quote unquote. There is a way of saying or highlighting what exists by adding something which is not like that as a kind of an other, which immediately brings out another layer in an urban architecture, which says that 21st century we do something different here, different material, different way of doing it, maybe different activity here. You might actually conserve the scale and the proportions of it, but within that, I think your architectural imagination could do something much better than this. I agree with Surya that it's not a question of replicating.
Yes,
I
sir.
thought I initially thought that the tower exists and you are just conserving it. No, but it's not true.
No,
in that
sir.
case, I think the whole thing changes. Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry for my lack of attention when you are presenting.
Sir, this is why I place this tower here is I highlight the 15th century church. 15th century church. It's in the time of Vasco da Gama. This church is here. I highlight the church. That's why I replicate from the history of building. This function of this tower is view to the east side, four-side view. In first floor, there is view of seaside. The second floor, the view of Fort Kochi side. Where there is the third floor, there is a view of full whole Matancheri. There is top, in the top, they have a bell.
Listen, I don't think anybody is saying don't build a tower.
Yeah.
What is the way you build a tower today in this context?
Yeah.
The point is, you want to do what you want to do, fine, but how do you build it? Do you replicate the same material? Do you make it look like it was built during Vasco da Gama's time? Or do you make it look like it was built in Elon Musk's time?
Yeah.
Do you make it believe that it's built in Kochi, Fort Matancheri, built by an architect who is thinking progressively of that time?
Yes, sir.
You know, there are these varied parameters. No, you can go become too futuristic. That's also a problem. You know, you can't obviously make a space station here. But at the same time, there are new materials and there are new realities. And so, how do you touch it in a way that it is lightly? You know, and I think Gemini put it rightly, like an other. So you kind of, because of that, you begin to respect and you get you throw more light on what is old.
Okay, sir.
You use it as a reflection, as a juxtaposition of form, one against the other.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, I think we can move. Otherwise, we can go on discuss.
Yeah, I think we should move. We should move.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the next presenter to come in.
Yeah, please.
And that is 069,
Yeah, ma'am.
Reinvigorating Urban Voids.
Can I start, ma'am?
Yes, please. And
Ma'am,
before
do we
you
take the
start,
next plot? Yes,
before you start, the presenter after that will be 20Z5035, an experiment of well-being.
Okay.
Z5035, an experiment of well-being. Are you here? 035, are you?
035.
035, are you logged in?
Yes, ma'am. They are logged in, ma'am. Just
Wonderful. In which case, we'll start with 069, reinaugurating urban voids.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start my presentation.
yes, we'll just start timing your presentation. 069, your time starts now.
Yeah.
Wait, we're just opening the presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, you can start your presentations.
I would like to start my presentation by citing a quote by Sir Winston Churchill. We make our buildings day after they shape us. Next slide, sir. This thesis aims to create a balanced lifestyle with vibrant mixed uses that encourages a sensible environment. There are numerous urban voids in and around the city that can be productively used for public gathering with enormous activity. And defined space can be a green space to get people involved in, and these spaces have the capability to enhance the strengthen public realm. Next slide. What is urban voids? Urban voids are rupture of urban fabric. It can be defined as a neglected or a forgotten space in the city. Voids in between building, street corner, and some are used for dumping activities, abandoned and unutilized spaces. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. How they actually formed by means of automobile, modernist movement, urban renewal, privatization, and land use. Okay, why urban voids? Because it creates a new opportunity for developing a relationship in urban city. Urban voids basically blurring the public realm. This might mean to be the center of the city, but unfortunately, it is in the edge. Redeveloping may lead to the same problem, but redevelopment in a such a way it should not affect any animals in the urban finding. The task is to create the wholeness dealt with the process can be achieved fundamentally. Next slide, please. And what are the types of urban voids? If you see now, void spaces in print, rooftop, wedges, over spaces, linear open spaces, redundant infrastructure, courtyard, space between parks, streets, space below. Next slide, please. So basically, the urban voids are changing into public spaces. So next slide. When I researched deeper, I could find large urban voids in the city of Chennai in the form of infrastructure voids. So I put it in infrastructure voids. MRTS, it stands for Mass Rapid Transportation System. It's running from Chennai to Velachery, connecting 17 stations in between. It was constructed over Buckingham Canal to connect the major part of the city. It is one of the busiest transportation in the city, carrying 1 lakh passengers in a day. The edges of and the spaces beneath the viaduct are facing various problems like dumping, encroachments, poor infrastructure facilities, and other illegal activities. The MRTS station is built on a solid structural system. The improper lighting and poor ventilation turns the user feel uncomfortable. Thus, the spaces remains dead. Next slide, please. So there are many zones in the so I have put it in many zones so I have chosen the site from starting from chosen the site in Tiruvannur, connecting one station in between in the a kilometer of 2 kilometer stretch. The site stretch is starting from Indira Nagar station to LB Road on the right, connecting Tiruvannur station in between at the center. The site has well mixed urban grains. Like one side, if you see institutional, and other side is fully mixed, fully filled with residential. So this I want to break this. I want to create such that the two both of them want to interact with each other. The center viaduct separates the two zones from that side, this side people. This thesis helped to unite the spaces with multifunctional activities. Actually, the analysis next. This analysis was done under various heads: axis, potential nodes, water flow, road hierarchy, public transportation points, land use. So it was helpful in identifying the issues along the site, land, lack of issues. Next slide. Yeah. So this is the different at a different age period, the urban fabric are shown. Next. Next. Yeah, this is the existing site conditions. So the main issues are lack of ownership, improper lighting, permeability to space, makes the environmental spiritless, and these spaces have no usage and therefore transferred into illegal activities. So on. Next. So this is the existing MRT station right now. Next one. So the main opportunities can be developed in a multifunction uses, can act as a relaxing spaces, can be used as a revenue generation, can be a good commercial hub. Next. Next slide, please. So who are the user groups? If you see along the site is first one. So based on the site, I have chosen a user group like office worker. So by user group, I have framed the program like for office workers, they need workshop spaces, room to enjoy the cuisines, the place to show off their jobs. Next. For children, they have a space to run and play. They have some kind of gaming events. They have a space for dance and fun. Next. For job seeker, because of so many institutional buildings, there may be a proper job seeker along the site. The space with the computer accessibility, a relaxation zone, a space to eat, a space to learn, and next slide. Commuters are the basic travelers along in the train. They have the space for to take breakfast. They need a space for entertainment. Next one. Adults, they have a place to engage and hang. They have a place to enjoy and food to eat and talk. Next one. Fitness person, they need a jogging track. They need a space for exercise and gym with the gym equipment. Next one.
You may be losing time explaining things which are not anything to do with space and its formal experience. Okay. You want to move fast out of this kind of graph.
Okay, sure. And next one. Next one, please. Go to the side. So okay, done. Since the design program is huge, the site stretch is split up into 3 zones. The first one is the northern zone, this is the left-hand zone, and second is the central MRTS building, and third is the southern zone. The spaces zone 1 and zone 3 are designed in such a way that benefits the people residing near the zones. The public place become good only if the spaces for spaces with multifunctional activities like spaces for relaxing, spaces for pleasing, spaces for social interaction, along with the spaces for improving their economy are provided. And next one, please. So these are the macro zoning. So the major parkings are marked out, and some landscapes, some access to there are some access to the site, and the public toilets are zoned out. Next slide, please. So coming to the design, the very first space is for hawkers. So and the spaces are provided in the zone 1 because it is very close proximity to the people selling goods in the poor infrastructure facility. This space will improve the economic condition as well as the residents near the zone will get benefited. Secondly, the digital park, interactive digital park. The intent of the plaza is to make space more dynamically by using LED interactive system. This space acts as a simple transition space during the day. At the night, the space become more vibrant and it will pull the bunch of kids from the neighborhood area. Next, please. Moving to the next space, public library is located. It is a space to gain knowledge and provide useful service to the community by fostering education, promoting culture, providing scope for the healthier environment, where the residents come as a family, while the elders can use as a library and the kids can use the place adjacent to the library. The spatial proximity ensures the linkage of the place in a better way. Next one. Next one is the rainbow pavilion. It's inspired by the nature of rainbow colors. The park has a wide range of playground equipments, and with a low rise threshold ensures the kids' safety in the plaza during playing. Next one, please.
Your 10 minutes over.
Quickly run through. Next is the art of the MRTS, art of the design. It is designed in a structural way. That means that it's structural or retained. Only the floor plates are designed. Spaces like pause, refreshing, recreation, learning and sharing, improving economic and helping neighborhood. The zoning programs helps to capture the essence of the flow of the space inside. Next slide, please. Okay. So we have a ground floor. So the spaces in the ground floor is designed with the spaces like bar, gym, food court, and admin spaces. In the center, we have a multi-functional space. It will change, keep on changing in a year. So in the center of the zone, we have a food court with the double light spaces. Next, come. Next, please. Next. So when come to the first floor, we have admin facilities with auditorium facilities, and moving to the concourse floor. Next, please. We have a platform for platform end. So next, please. Yeah, but this is the previously. This cross section showing the MRTS building. So we have a basement floor in the lower level, and we have a ground floor level and first floor, and top is a concourse level. By keeping a visual connection between the road and the building, it is achieved by designing building facades which are adjacent to the road as transparent as possible, such that users can perceive from outside that ensures an livelier environment inside. The vertical fins therefore cuts the indirect lighting. The LED facade is providing from outside, and continuous space for the visitors will make them happy and more interactive. Next please. The next space is an exhibit hall, which displays the achievements of a person, and displays keep changing throughout the year. Next, please. This is the extension of exhibition space, which displays the at Tamil Nadu, performing arts is widely a passion. There is always a need for performing space, which can be used for extension activities of the exhibition hall, and it caters only a small crowd. And next is the next space is a music learner. To make the space very active, the music is played. It creates a musical walk on a path. Next is a food court. This design creates a rebalance of the pedestrian traffic so that they can eat, drink, creating a park-like amenities that ensures a good environment quality. Next space. In addition to the next space is contribute volume, where people can donate their things beside. And next one.
Last 2 minutes.
And the visit the adventure pavilion, when people can walk through it, gets a sound that makes them feel relaxed. So the proposed design provides convenient, comfortable, seamless connection between the neighborhood, transport facilities, key spaces, attraction, and it shows a weather comfort for pedestrian users when you walk through it. The proposed could be considered as a prototype and can be implemented in the urban wards of the city based on their context. Thank you.
Do you have an image of what exists in this space, the existing station, or is it a new station? You designed this?
No, sir. It's an existing station. Only columns are retained as such. When the walls are removed, and I designed in such a way that people can interact. Go to back.
So it's an existing station.
Yeah, existing station. Back. No. Yeah, this is the existing station.
Okay.
Come forward. Come to the design. Yeah. Even more. Yeah. Yeah, this is the designed building after this.
Okay. Akhtar, are you going?
So Surya, go ahead. Surya,
Uh,
go on.
Yeah, no, I think you started well. The larger idea of the larger idea of urban voids is definitely an important concept in where you kind of evoked various kinds of spaces as possible public spaces. Uh, it would have been. I was expecting that you'd probably be doing a network of these kind of spaces in the city, like you've discovered in Chennai, in some place you've discovered along a street, different kinds of spaces. Somewhere it's the terrace, somewhere it's the missing block, somewhere it is part street, part corner. And you would have, I was looking forward and expecting something like that the way you started. But then it came back and it ended more like a redesign of a metro, I mean, an MRTS station, which is basically also a good project, but fundamentally it became something else. But there was a huge potential in that other problem that you
Yes, sir,
kind
yeah.
of started off. A very interesting potential there. But coming back to what you've done, so yeah, see, given the scales that we are observing, with the difficulty of actually being able to go through, one will have to kind of uh, uh, believe a lot of things that you're kind of aspiring for. Yeah, in the sense, uh, now that we don't know, what one of the problems of these kind of plans is that we do not know what is happening on the edges of these sites. Yeah, here. I mean, am I crossing over in this manner on a street, or how does one? What actually happens? Why should I just keep crossing over across? What is it here that I want to go from here to here? Is there something here that needs to connect to this in a way that it connects? So these are things that would the value of this intervention in between. It's a very interesting intervention, no doubt, but the value of that intervention is made more valuable. Neighborhood, what is it trying to connect, and in that connection, what is it that you create new? So that in the presentation does not. I'm sure there must have been some studies. We must have looked at the your site in much more detail, which you're not able to talk about in this presentation. the, that is to me one thing. The other thing is, when people actually land down from these parts, where do they land and what happens there? There are two things here. One is the ground, and one is to me the terrace. The terrace, you're now showing it as green. Uh, you're showing that terrace as a green terrace, and one is basically you're saying that you're actually covering that build. Right now, the MRTS is probably in the open, but now you're making a roof over it.
No, sir. Actually, in Tiruvallur station, the roof of the terrace is closed with the concrete only, sir. That's why I made it in such a way that people can access and.
Oh, in the existing also, it is a
Yeah, yeah.
concrete roof.
Some more stations are not covered, partially covered with some kind of PVC roofing sheet. But this MRTS, Tiruvallur MRTS station is covered fully with a concrete flat surface.
So yeah, it would have been very interesting then to see how certain functions move to the terrace, not just making it look nice, because nowadays making green terraces is a big deal. So making an elevation like this, it becomes it becomes seductive for a person who's actually looking at it, and we can all clap. But let's be real, in terms of, you do want people going up to the terrace if the terrace is accessible and potentially. So what is it, and how do you do that? What is it that you begin to put on top? So to me, the ground and the terrace, that kind of movement across in these different levels could have also been talked about. You have probably thought about it, but the drawings have to be, see what happens in this kind of presentations is, your beginning was very sharp, very clear. It was very easy to grasp. Moment you get into this kind of complex making of a place, we are again forgetting the simple principles of what are those 3 or 4 things that you want to really talk about. and only express that in drawing. There could be one large drawing which shows everything, but then finally you're really wanting to talk of 3 or 2 or 4 things max. And it is those 3 or 4 things that are a key to making this project valuable. It is a
Yes,
valuable.
sir. Yes, sir. I understood your point totally. But initially, I started with kind of small packets and all. But as per regulation, we have to show some kind of built-up area as per regulation. So the project is ended up
No.
in like this.
You can go beyond regulation or not.
Yeah, sir.
You have to go beyond regulation, no?
Okay.
That's the challenge. If a school says FSI chahiye, so tum FSI, you don't just stop at FSI, no?
Okay.
You go beyond. You go beyond what you can do, that you can do fantastic things with the existing FSI. You just don't fulfill the obligation of saying that I have passed a test by putting 1.9 FSI complete. It doesn't matter what is the nature of the building.
Okay.
So let's not get into regulation. Regulation is only a benchmark. You want to go beyond all that. So, so point is, you seem to have that potential. I just wanted to connect your beginning to this end. Somewhere you could use that method to sharpen your presentation of what you intend to do here, because it's a good project.
Okay.
Because otherwise one is not able to sense the quality of place inside.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my comments are about your presentation techniques. I find it difficult to read the quality of the spaces that you are making. You are identifying the spaces, but how do you express the quality of activity within this? So your presentation technique needs to be reinvented, like you need to take some area and zoom up and show the detail in 3D and through sketches, so that people get a clear idea about the quality of space and the quality of activities. One of the key things which I was looking for such a large scale project, sustainable issues have to be incorporated as part of the project.
Okay.
So I do not see any response to that. So
sir,
large groups, water, energy, how all this can be integrated into your project proposal.
With respect to your point, actually, so sustainable this is actually no, this is a building is dead. Only the commuters can walk through the staircase and pick up the train and then move. So the below the spaces and basements are unused by the people. So by making them into a use itself a sustainable challenge, I think so.
What is happening on the roof, for example?
I haven't detailed out, sir, because of this scale.
Say in this creative blade that you have shown, I see two projections on the roof in white. What does it represent?
Sir, that's the roof light, sir. The lighting is.
Yeah, but if you look at the graphics,
yeah,
you have not drawn it as per the kind of graphics that you have used for the lower section.
Okay.
Like there should be some drafted lines and some detail which will identify that it is something which is built.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Okay, sir. Yeah, sir.
And then you are showing some landscape on the roof.
Yeah.
Or it is the background, I do not know.
No, sir. It's a landscape only.
So when you have such large structures coming up, the roofscape can be also considered as part of your design.
Okay.
But more critically, the key spaces, the urban voids that you're focusing on, the quality of that needs to be expressed. And it could be done very artistically, because it's a kind of a public space with high visibility. and it can be used creatively to display art and to become work of art itself. And then the entire sequence of these spaces which give you a certain experience. So one can choreograph that movement through these spaces. So this would be like answering to the old idea of small towns and intimate town squares and small pockets of markets. Now that was the quality of small towns, and now you're designing in a metropolitan environment. So what is the equivalent of that, and what is the new addition to it? So it's a very interesting topic, but you need to find out graphic techniques to express your ideas more vividly.
Okay, sir. But I have done, and can you move to the previous slide, please? Yeah, sir. No. Yeah. Yeah, done. Enough. So we have a plan here, and I was kind of sketches and sections for this spaces, sir.
Yeah, there is some effort, but you need to put it in 3D. For example, this shows only elevation, but in that urban void, the internal space, how would it look when you make it into 3D? And you show human activities around that so that one can visualize the quality of place.
Okay.
This is a graphic technique is very minimalist.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gemini? Gemini, are you there? I think we've lost Gemini.
He is not muted, so
No,
he's in the list.
I think he's off. His connection went off, I think.
No, I got disconnected.
Yeah. Welcome back. Go ahead.
I don't see the screen. Can you share the screen, please? Yeah, okay. Is everybody there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 2 or 3 things that bother me, concern me rather, not bother. And that is that this is a much larger, almost an urban design project. And it actually verges on being an urban design project. And I'm not sure whether your school's regulation require you to take up such large projects for final year architecture thesis. But even given that, supposing you have, it actually involves you to think beyond the actual site, location of the work you do. In this particular case, if you look at your plans, any of your plans, you will see that both sides of the metro as well as the canal have very different density, which means that for a long time, canal has divided the city, and now the metro reinforces that division.
Yes, sir.
And I think urban design has what I would like to refer to as a kind of a urban morality, responsibility to go beyond your particular location and address the city as a whole. In other words, your project must bring out certain qualities of the city which has remained unrecognized so far. And therefore, people can say, because of your project, my God, we had some potential in the city which was never realized before, but now we do. Now, that is something which I think is missing because you have limited yourself between these two linear ends and remaining on one side of the canal or within the structure of the metro line. That actually limits you to exploring the potential of this place. I'm not sure whether you really need to do all this large projects, work of all kinds of things. You have gone sort of linear from one side to the other side, but not across. Nothing happens across. And I think that I find quite disturbing.
So my point is like, so basically the residents is living on the one side. There are some nearby the Buckingham Canal. I don't want to touch those residents as well as the roadside institutional, but I want to make the people to come my site and they interact with each other. That's the whole point. I thought.
See, the thing is, when you say I want people to come, there has to be some motivation to come. This is one thing. Even if you have a motivation,
So not audible, sir. Hello. Hello, sir.
I think his call has dropped. You have to wait a minute.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Wait for him to reconnect.
I got disconnected again.
Yes, sir.
Is that? I hope it's not deliberate. Anyway, also you had you're not bold enough. Your terrace, it's a fairly long, almost I think half a kilometer length that you have here. You could have actually explored that as a new promenade, urban promenade raised above the city. That is a very good public place that you could have discovered and gifted to the city. Just by planting little shrubs up there is not enough. Why not activate it with lots of activities? Am I audible?
Yeah, sir.
Yep. I think by attending to the whole program, such a long program, you have missed out on exploring the possibilities of smaller things. Anyway, we'll stop there.
Thank you. I think.
Thank you all.
We are done, I think.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, 069.
Thank you, ma'am.
We move on to 035, an experiment of well-being. We move on to 035. 035, are you here? And 035? Can the host college respond? Is 035 here logged in? Yes, I can see unmuted 035. Yes. Please confirm 035. An experiment of well-being. And going further, the last presentation of the day will be 061, Tranquility Space. The last presentation after 35 will be 061, Tranquility Space. I think both of you are here and we can commence. The last presentation is 061, Tranquility Space.
Hello, ma'am.
Can you raise your hand or put it in the chat box? Yes, 61 is here.
Ma'am, already present.
Pardon me?
I am the first one who presented it, ma'am. Tranquil Space 061.
Ma'am, he's the first presenter, ma'am. 61 is the number one. The first presenter.
I'm the 061.
It's one.
Yes, I'm already presented.
Yeah, 61 is the first presenter.
There is a glitch here. Let me please check.
Yes,
We can start with 35. I will just check and come back in a minute.
35, can you start?
Yes, we can start.
Ma'am, 35 has got some connectivity issues.
Okay.
So he's trying to reconnect.
Okay. We'll wait for a minute.
Yes, ma'am. Connecting. I think he just become on.
Kannan Vaidyanathan, can you just give me a call?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, is 3-5 here?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, there was a connection issue and I just got back on.
Yeah, are you able to start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please start.
Yeah, so greetings to one and all.
Sharing the screen.
Yeah, please do.
I don't see. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Fine.
just got shared.
Yeah.
So my topic is an experiment for well-being. And I'd like to start off by, pointing out at a very small factor that human beings are able to do compared to all other species, which is understand an order, or rather recognize it, a pattern of certain things that are happening in an order. So I think, please, next slide, please. I'd like to start by saying that most things conform to an order. And if we as human beings who can understand this order and change it also, as a matter of fact, are insensitive to it, I think it can cause like a whole pattern of adverse events, which can cause even a whole paradigm shift. It completely differs from where it started from. And next slide, please. So before I started off, I think this particular statement is like really true in case of problems that we face, because only when we see, hear, or feel something do we consider it to be real. So I think one of the best examples for this is like rain clouds. We don't get that sense of urgency unless we see the rain clouds or hear the thunder, or we feel the air change its moisture, I mean the whole like humidity percentage and everything. So I think we feel it, or we see it, or we hear it, and then we begin to like prepare for it. But this isn't true for like bigger problems, and that poses a huge issue, because problems such as like climate change, let's say, we do not really like see things, hear things, or feel things. It's a very indirect problem, and we do not get to sense the urgency of the issue here. Next slide, please. So in the observable range of these problems that are, as a matter of fact, a part of this climate change, or rather like this trend of, it's a global trend, obviously. So I was able to notice these are the few things that are of major concern, and recently it's been all over the news and things. So now greenhouse gases are obviously like something that we have been able to measure and record. Resource scarcity, I mean, being from India, I think we have a lot of like problems, like down south, especially like in Chennai and all. And there are obviously like species reduction and all that, and constant rising temperatures, deteriorating air quality, shift in the rainfall patterns to and extreme events. We do not even know how it is being caused, but we do know that it is linked to like something we did. So all of these things are things that we're starting to notice now. And I feel like most things are linked up. We just don't see the link, and hence we do not act. Next slide, please. To understand all of these links, I think we need to understand the chronological order of events. And the way I've done that is by starting to, understand how things started from, discrete towns to cities that we have, like global cities that we have today. So I think it started off with like globalization and trade, to be honest, like, and then came industrialization, because trade started calling for the need for more resources and like, goods and things. And then they started urbanizing around industrial towns, and there were certain human factors that led to like this idea of global warming, or rather like unsustainable industrial and urbanization, and then came climate change. This is relatively a new terminology, I feel. So going in this particular order, I still feel that not one particular thing in this is completely destructive or bad. Next slide, please. Discretely, urbanization or industrialization is not toxic. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we're taking it separately out of context, I do not think urbanization or industrialization is toxic, unless it is being forced upon, a city or a place without being, very sensitive towards like more intricate factors. Like there are so many intricate factors which a city might have evolved with, and if we are not very practical about those things, then we are destroying that root of the city, and we're taking its identity away. And I feel this is one of the major factors. And also we're beginning to see, we're beginning to measure the number of people, how dense it is in cities compared to all other places, which causes a lot more problem, to be honest. Like this is backed up by quite a lot of research. Next slide, please. So when you're living in one of these cities, you do understand that the city is not able to provide for you because there is a whole lack of infrastructure for the amount of people there are, the number of people there are, and this starts slowly like pushing you into this zone where you aren't dependent on the city, and the city isn't dependent on you either. Like it has this mix. You start believing that also there's a lack of codependency compared to like a rural area where every single element is interlinked and connected, and one goes missing, everyone is like everyone gets to know about it at least. We clearly know that cities are contributors to climate change because of the numbers and even the sheer density of people. Even if there is a small trend that is not sustainable, it just adds up to a bigger like disruptive order. So I think solving something like this would lead to a bigger change, such as a social or psychological solution to like certain other things also. And I think it would build better. The way you can do this is by like building better network, social spaces, which pretty much create better like environments and spaces for cities. And yeah, I think in general, like improving the quality of a city. Next slide, please. Over recent times, we're beginning to see all of these rise in sea levels, extreme events, collapsing this, and all of these are focused on coastal areas first, because oceans are the ones that are getting affected in the most direct manner, and even tropical regions.
I understand. I mean, I think you're doing a very good job of your research.
Right.
But I'm worried that you may not have too much time left to explain.
Right. Got it. I'll speed it up. Yeah, so this is just like the way I got to my side. I think India being like a very moldable, growing country, we were able to understand that these are the cities which are, on the coast. And in the coastal cities, tier 1 cities where like Chennai, Mumbai, out of which Chennai has a high frequency of extreme events and need for like this kind of a space. So taking Chennai into consideration, I was able to like, focus down onto my side. Next slide, please. Yeah, there is a timeline, and I think this is important that we know about it. Organizations such as IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, have already come with it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I have started to, address this issue by starting off by identifying the problem in first place, synthesizing it, contextually understanding this synthesized problem, and then translating the contextual problems into design strategies, which always, like respond to that time frame. And I believe eventually it'll lead to like a sustainable way of like how we live. And yeah, next slide, please. So I want to enunciate on the translation of contextual problems, which start off with certain, like I gave it like a regular versus contingency plan. So during a regular thing, I would ideally want, my solution to this problem to address like an authoritarian building where a government which is working towards, collecting information, solving climate change from the top end. And but I don't want the space to eventually be an identity through this. I wanted to solve climate change through humanitarian means. So the way I am going to solve climate change, or rather like address it, is by actually trying to address the urbanization or the unsustainable that's happened around the city. So in order to do this, I needed to find like a right site. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are all lists of all the, next please. So these are just the lists of things I wanted to like show where I was trying to solve it. Yeah. So yeah, I feel the previous slide as well. Yeah, I had to understand my side. So I started off by selecting Chennai, and I was able to understand Chennai has like quite a very like young population and like an upcoming, like so many public spaces are, I mean, not many good ones, but yeah. So we have the Marina Beach and the Besanagar Beach, which form identities. In the right side of the part B map, I think we're able to understand these are the decent public spaces in Chennai, it was also a report done on it. And I was able to understand Besanagar Beach is one of the more youth public spaces, which is upcoming. And moreover, the youngsters are the ones who are like using it majorly. And I wanted to take that up as my major site. The next slide, please. Yeah, so the way I did this was by starting to understand the traffic generators around that particular beach. So Besanagar Beach, it starts from that's the Arya River, which is joining the Bay of Bengal, and then like right below it is the beach stretch, where there is this secluded area which is called the Theosophical Society. Like that is the area that is it's an organizational area. But I study the traffic generators, the pedestrian generators around there, and majorly they're just hawker spaces, and there are a few squatters around there which I've marked in red dots. The next slide, please. So yeah, I wanted to study the night satellite image of this particular site because I wanted to understand how important it is that I intervene into this site. And I was able to understand there are a few concerns here because there's a slum right next to the probable site that I was looking at, which is not what I said at, but there is a slum on the top and bottom corners, and all throughout this particular stretch of land, it connects. And wherever there is no light, basically that is like not a very safe area in my opinion. So because these slums are expanding towards each other, and I wanted to like, I think there's no better site than that. The next slide, please.
Your 10 minutes is over.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to skip through then. Like next slide, please. Next. So I started off by mapping the trees around the site. Each and every one of the trees which were like existed for more than like 10 years. I started mapping it on the Google Maps, like, and then I started mapping the contours and started mapping a path around the contours and this particular like tree map. The next slide, please. By doing so, I was able to get to this. This is more of an orientation map where I removed the borders of this particular theosophical site, which was completely enclosed, and I cut off the borders into just the edges of the site, the top edges, and I opened up the sides on the front and the back corners into the beach. Like there's a complete stretch from the road. You can just enter from the left-hand side. You can just walk in to the beach like throughout the site. And I was able to zone it accordingly also. Like next slide, please. So this is practically like an image of what you would see from the roadside. This is what I wanted to like give them an information. It's more over like a tactile information of what they were actually, the area they were living in. It produced the information about it. Next slide, please. Yeah, previous one. Yeah, that's my master plan, where the way in which I have programmed is by layering a certain programs. I wanted to make this authoritarian building that I earlier mentioned. I wanted to give an authoritarian building, which is the IPCC headquarters. One of it is in Geneva. I wanted the second one to be here because it acted as like one of the best like sites. So the building in the middle is the red colored square with like a lot of details and boxy thing. That's the IPCC headquarters. And in the top half of the site, there are a few commercial spaces, including like a visitor center. There's a small local market where you have to like, where you can sell like local produce to like the fishermen's produce. And below it, there's an OAT, which I've created. That entire space becomes like an OAT, which is, it's flexible and it opens up to like 3 sites. And right behind the building, where there's this like stretch of cluster around there, that becomes like it starts slowly disconnecting from the building
when you say right behind the building, we have no idea which behind and which building.
My bad. I do not have like.
No, you have to go to annotation. Go to annotation. Oh, view options.
Yeah.
And you can use an arrow. There was one of the students who used it well.
I'm not able to do any such.
Go up to view options. Right.
Yeah, I did. I clicked on it.
Zoom screen.
Give remote control, right?
No. You go up on top, right on top.
Oh, got it. I'm controlling the mouse right now. Yeah. So this particular area, right? This is the building that I
last 2 minutes.
Okay. So this is the particular like it's a social hub that I have created here, and all of these are built using thatched roofs and cashew sticks and mud plinth walls. It does not go beyond your head. And there is a restriction here. After this point, it's a part of the coastal CRC3 zone, and you cannot build anything permanent after this particular line. So I have kept all my construction within that line, and this acts as like a restaurant come social space. So you can spread out. This is like a deck area that enters out into the beach. And yeah, I think this is the building that I was talking about. That's the IPCC authoritarian headquarters, which I meant. Yeah, I think the next slide.
Next, yeah.
Yeah. So there was a market that I created, and I'm sorry. Yeah. Initially, there's a market space, and I thought of giving it this flexible outlook with like an these are like tree shade sails which are on top of the market to create like an identity of space. And also this particular, these are just the cutouts. These are only like places with roofs. The red parts are the ones with roofs overhead, and nothing else has like an overhead roof. So I just wanted, this is like a cut master plan, like a site plan. This is the deck that leads to the beach, and I wanted to create certain identical elements around the beach. These are modular. You can move it around depending on the need.
Your time is up.
Okay, I was really able to control it. Yeah, please.
Yeah, we'll just run through the slides now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the last slide.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, thank you. Over to the jurors.
Okay. You are actually attempting to address the global problems of humanity
Yes.
Through architecture. And that's putting too much responsibility on architecture. I can understand that.
Yeah.
Because traditionally in our culture, we have known architects as Vishwakarma. And that has given us some kind of an ego, unfortunately, that says that we can solve through architecture whole humanity's problems. But I think we need to put our feet on the ground.
Right.
The whole analysis of yours is something that you could have done it in a minute, saying, okay, we have some problems. And the problems have roots that go back in history. But what can be done and what should we do? This reminds me of a wonderful thing that during Depression in America, a very wise lady, Eleanor Roosevelt, wife of the President Roosevelt, said to people who are complaining about all kinds of things. And she said that don't complain about darkness, light a candle. What you are saying is that instead of building a small, maybe sensible building that actually addresses the kind of issues that you have raised, all you've done is taken us through what is the background of this darkness, where it has come from, what are its components, how do we do it? Let's establish an institution that actually explains you what the darkness is all about, without actually solving the darkness.
I didn't get to the solving part yet, so like
I'm not sure whether you will or not, because I think it's something that is it's a basis of this, that it's good concern as a young person. I can understand that you're ideologically motivated to solve human problems, which is wonderful. But why can't we not do this thing by saying a small building, reliable building that an architect, final year student of an architect could undertake and show us that through architecture, at least we can bring out, I solve some of these things, but we can make people aware of how can we do it rather than building this. Ultimately, what we see is series of arbitrary shapes in your site. Something that you want to show off as what you can do with
but
kind of a technology you have in your hand.
Right. I do understand your concern, sir, but then I don't think this issue can be addressed just by building it or containing it within like a singular building. The reason why I've put out such an elaborate master plan is because this is becoming a prototype for future development, or rather like people can learn from what they can use, the material usage, the way in which programs are laid out, this becomes like a new public space, or rather, it's more it's more poetic also because it becomes a battlefront for climate change fight. Because you have authoritarian movements and you have also humanitarian grounds in which you're going to protest through dialogue.
I think you're using those terms loosely. Authoritarian, what do you mean by authoritarian?
I think that's more of the top to bottom, approach that we usually see, where policies and things are released based on studies. And humanitarian is basically building awareness through certain agendas where people do it by build it from ground up based on what they are aware of.
No, I think you have misunderstood this. Authoritarian is dictatorial, essentially, where authority decides what you do.
So I think authority is present everywhere.
So I think understand your your terminology also. Humanism is a very different thing. And if you think that this is a prototype for future, I am actually worried about future in that case.
Okay. Right. Okay.
I think, look, I mean, apart from that, there is not enough even discussion or presentation of the buildings themselves that we can talk about. So after Surya, take over.
Yeah, I think you're very articulate, and I think your articulation killed you.
Yeah, I think I get that a lot. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And I think I would want to kind of re-emphasize a bit of what Gemini was trying to pinpoint in terms of concern. You see, you because you laid out such a phenomenal, you kind of lay out this image in front of us of who you are or what you're about.
Right.
Actually, when I now think about some of the things you mentioned during your discussion into the end of the project, you talk of the slum as a slum. You talk of that as something that has to be kept out, and your drawing very clearly kind of reflects that.
No, sir, that's the thing. I think there is a very inclusive layout of the slum because there is a pretty much there's a vocational training center, and the entire place runs on the slums people, and that's what I planned it on. I was just I didn't get to that point where I was able to explain it.
Is this a slum basically?
Yeah, right below it where I've put the labeling, right? That's where the slum is.
This right below this?
Yes, sir.
All this.
Right.
Now, would that
Correct,
edge?
that's the one.
Is this the right edge that you would then want to kind of? How would this edge be? Would this open space somehow move into this? Maybe not the whole, the houses, but is there a way that this open space begins to talk to, if you are really concerned, and then there is something that happens, and then this open space is somehow controlled, but it begins to speak to it. Then somewhere else, something else happens,
Right.
Yeah. So if you're really concerned, then your edges would be very different. We have made a very convenient wall, an edge, and then this is how the
existence.
So this is, be careful because I think you're because of your articulation, it's very easy to fall into a trap and take a lot of people along with you into that. The reason is that we make these walls and then we talk of these, inputs that we'll make a vocational center, we will make a, community center, we will make people places. But our first move has been already, because those we want to control those. We want who will come, who we want to know, or we want to be very particular about who will come to that vocational center, who will come to the community center. We are not comfortable with opening up our edges if we are really comfortable. So if you are going the whole hog, then if you're talking the whole hog, then go the whole hog.
Absolutely. I get what you're saying, sir. But those are existent compound walls. I've already broken like the two edges, like to make it more accessible by the general public.
But then your plan is not speaking. I'm glad that you've done that. It's good. But your plan is not speaking about that. Your plan is independent of that two edges. So anyway, that's one point.
Got it.
So because you laid out such a phenomenal buffet for us, and then
I get it.
Dal roti khila rahe ho. So you talk about such phenomenal imagery. So the other thing is about the nature of the actual spaces. If I was to say that you're actually wanting to me, the whole effort sounds like an extremely you're articulate. I think your buildings are also articulate. I think I can see the plan making. They have you have a certain sensibility. But I think what is important is how much do you build. If you're really concerned, if you're talking about the IPCC, if you're talking about then how do you build and how much do you build is going to be one of the biggest issues. How much do you concretize? I mean, there's all this gray. Is that gray going to be concrete?
No, not concrete, sir. So this is the service plan where I have listed out where the public will usually interact with the master plan.
So you then, I mean, look at this. The whole site is I mean, is densified by activity. Can I say that, listen, if I need, X amount of square foot, can I do something about saying I can go to build a small X amount here and
Yes,
the
sir,
rest
I think
is left for nature. If I'm really concerned about some of the
it is, sir. Like all of these boxes around there, the lighter grays with circles around it, those are all trees that I've kept behind.
But that's not the point. A real biodiversity or a real thing is where you don't have a habitation. You let it be.
It is like as it is, sir. I haven't built over it. I haven't really.
Well, I see so much gray. Your plan is all gray.
Just a matter of indication. I haven't done anything to the site other than mark out the trees and make sure that the trees aren't, in the way of anything.
So what is all this gray? All this gray that I can actually walk? What is all this?
Right. The light grays are the programmatic spaces. I wasn't able to explain the master plan, so I don't think you're able to connect to it.
But it is a programmatic space, right?
Yeah.
That light gray also.
It's not built though, like completely.
People are going to be there, no?
Correct. Yeah.
So my point is, you made a park of a certain kind. You put all those removable, temporary things, permanent things. If I am of opinion, given that the point that you are making is that you don't want to occupy too much ground. You just don't want to be there. You want to let things be. Yet you have to make your research center. You have to build your building. How do you do it? And where do you do it? Do you build it? Would you build it right next to the road, which is already there? And I would say, listen, my research center is here, somewhere there, wherever, whatever, and the rest is all empty. I don't know. It's all, whatever way I allow the water, I allow the lake edge, or the river edge to be, in some way coming into these parts. I don't know. So to me, the nature of operation on such a space is a reflection of, end of the day, we also want our architecture to be visible. And I think that's the problem of the designer in us. It's not your attitude as a person. As a person, you may have, some extremely lovely points.
Sir, may I? It's just that, sir, most of what you see are just an iteration of what can be done. My thesis is basically about how programs are laid out and how the working of this particular site can be, right? Like in such a way that it addresses the problem that I was mentioning earlier of urbanization.
But in that case, where are you as an architect? How do we see you as an
architect?
architect?
Architectural details have been also enunciated, like.
Can you go to some plan that shows us your real buildings, only buildings?
Yes, sir, it is available.
Can you show us a plan which shows only buildings?
Of course, yeah, I can show the building layout, sir. So it comes down. Yeah, those are my those are the IPCC, and there's a gallery space around, and there's a balcony that is created. So
if I look at your plans, it's nearly 50% or 30% at least.
Right.
To me, if from the point of view you're coming from, I do not have a problem with your architecture per se if it was only about architecture.
Right.
But because you're positing a certain position. And I'm only critiquing it from that point of view because you laid it out.
Correct.
And it is from that point of view that I have only two issues. A, how the edges are defined and connected, which is actually, I feel you're working in an island. Neither the river, neither the main street, neither the low-income housing edges have any interaction within this site, at least in the plan. B, the amount that you're building in the plan. So these are two critiques. If I go into each building plan, I'm very, very sure that I will find values of an architectural sensibility, which are very powerful. I'm not getting there because I think that's good. You already have that. But I think I'm just saying, I'm warning you, and I'm actually pointing out that you have to be careful with your abilities also.
But I think, what it is, you have already laid before the criteria by which your architecture should be judged. And I think that is where you get trapped, because if you see your building themselves for what they are, if you say that I'm building an IPCC headquarters here, and these are the programs, this is how I interpret it, fine. But the moment you sort of said that you have, your architecture has the responsibility of solving this kind of a problem, global problems.
So I wouldn't call it solving, sir. Sorry, I'd like to amend that.
No, but that is where you begin. This is actually the beginning
So
of
it
the
addresses
process.
certain things. I think that is one major thing I tried to do.
And 035, it's not just your problem also.
Right, sir, of
We
course.
feel this across quite a lot of students. And I think there is a narrative that comes from a certain need and a certain, you want to place yourself on a certain sensibility, and then you want to attempt it from there. But what we realize is that sometimes these become two different things, and we get caught in this. The narrative becoming a particular overlayer versus part of the project.
I do understand what you're saying, sir.
It's just that clarity is important to be pointed out. Yeah. So I think Akhtar, please. Is Akhtar there?
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think you have been very much concerned about this issue of sustainability and the adverse impact of all this unsustainable development over the last few decades. It's a genuine concern, I would say. But how do you respond to that?
So,
how do you identify your goal in a kind of a limited scope of this design thesis? Like you have limitation in terms of time, you have limitation in terms of access to facilities and information and what one can do. So if we begin with your initial statement, one can read that you are leading towards something which is very significant, but there is a contradiction. Like if you go back to the earlier statement, you're talking about nature of order, no?
Yes, sir.
And then you are making a statement which implies that you would love to conserve or preserve certain ways and certain principles, certain ideas, so that it doesn't lead to adverse situation, which you follow it up with statements which talk about pollution and all the diseases and disasters and all that. So in that statement, if one reads correctly, you are rooting yourself in existing or certain values which were there in our culture or in culture of some places, and which act as something like a guide for your future action. On the other hand, when you look at your architectural resolutions, you are trying to experiment with something more imaginative, something more ambitious. And the scale itself, as pointed out by Gemini very correctly, is inappropriate to your goals and aims. So you are creating a situation in which you feel trapped, if I may use that word. So you need to identify your principles very, very sensitively. For example, whatever you are talking about is mentioned in so many ways in Nature of Order by Professor Christopher Alexander. And then the kind of research that he backs it up to make certain recommendation for our actions. It's a totally different way from other architects and planners, you know.
Absolutely, sir.
I was very much interested in your creative abilities as you try to evolve your site plan. Apart from all your statements, leaving them aside, I'm looking at your mind trying to explore something which is rooted in this landscape. And then I find that you have resolved something which are very formal statements, but but very interesting. But when you come to your main building, somewhere you lose the track.
Hi.
So the language all of a sudden changes because now you are caught in number of activities that has to be contained in some large blocks. So even if you have to create these large blocks, you can create it with structures and systems which can give you a more sustainable alternative. So you should have done some research on this, that how one can attempt at more sustainable, for example, skyscrapers, like Ken Young talking about bioclimatic responses to evolution of some high-rise buildings and things like that. So one should really try to find out what are the limits and what is the scope in which you have to create. So this is your dilemma, and this is where I think you got stuck.
Yes, sir.
But it
Sir,
was
if
very
I may,
ambitious program that you started with.
I think you are right about the fact that I wasn't able to integrate the building well into the site. And I wanted to concentrate more on the programs that laid out onto the site more than the building. And that's the reason I think I lost the track, as you said, sir. But majorly what I was trying to do was improve the image of the city from the point of a beach goer. Like Besanagar is like a very important part of the city. It's becoming an important part of the city to youngsters. And I think this space would actually improve that image and, create like a community space. It's a wellness. That's the only thing I was aiming for. And I think I lost track of it in the explanation. Anyways.
Yeah, for example, talking about scale, say
yes,
if you believe in the cultural rootedness, then there may be many people who might opt for something like yoga institute. All these aims which you have been talking about, they would incorporate that, but all that they would be doing would be their creative exploration of yoga and related things, in a very scaled down kind of environment. On the other hand, there may be very innovative and progressive ideas about using art and using dance and using music and using new philosophy and combining this into something which is more innovative. Like in the past, there was some effort by people like Rudolf Steiner, he developed philosophy of anthroposophy and
yes, sir. So I feel this is more of a protesting space.
Facilities. So you look at the design of those facilities, you will find something very interesting. So the point is, you have to find out the limits also. It's one thing to have a much wider scope, but then you have to really design and deliver within 6 months or 1 year. I mean, you will have to put limits to that, and within which you explore your concepts.
I understand.
No, I like to give you one anecdote about your title, well-being. When I was a student in 1965, a student of Khan, he asked us to design a place of well-being. Nothing more, nothing less. He said, design a place of well-being. And believe me, it was one of the most difficult things to realize because it required a lot of introspection of what we mean by well-being. It's not the environmental thing alone that may be solvable. These are the problems that are solvable. There are potential solutions around it for the climate and pollution and industrialization and all that. But well-being is a far more metaphysical concept. And I think if you understand that, you'll realize that it will lead you to something much smaller than what you have. It requires humility. And I think this is what I find missing here. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. We can
Thank you.
We are done.
Thank you. Yeah, we move on to the final presenter of the day, that is 048, Labor Camp for Transient Construction Workers. 048?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah.
We will just open up your presentation and then
Yes, sir.
you can start. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. And my thesis project is on labor camp for construction labors. And the whole process started from the question, can a building move from one place to another? If so, what has to be done to make a building mobile? So next slide, sir. So next slide, please. Yeah. So I started with identifying a list of potential user groups or the activities, and these are the listed things like adventurers, defense, transient laborers, pop-up stalls and festivals, refugee or nomads. The next slide, sir. So among the identified user group, transient laborers are in a very vulnerable state. These people travel from one part of the country to another for employment. They are mostly employed by a contractor who supplies labor to factories, construction sites, etc. There are three broad categories in the the transient laborers. They are construction sector, manufacturing sector, the service sector, which is nothing but the hospitality thing. Next slide, please. Among them, the construction laborers are in a very vulnerable state. There are these two pictures which I have put down to portray the current situation of the construction laborers. The first image depicts the laborers staying in available barren land without proper shelter, and the second one depicts like the laborers who had set up their beds with the available wooden planks and the empty barrels, etc. The next slide, please. So this project is aimed to create a better place to stay for the construction laborers. In addition to that, it has also attempted to incorporate the techniques in which the structure can be dismantled so that it can be taken to the next site once the work in the previous site is completed. For this project, scaffolding is used as a major building material, as scaffolding plays a major role in the construction of the building. Hence, it would be a wise idea to use the scaffolding as a major building material to construct the labor camp. Next slide, please. So I started with listing down the major amenities in the labor camp, like sleeping unit, kitchen, multipurpose hall, washing area, toilets, and shop for essentials. Next slide, please. So before starting with the design of the amenities, the first step is to fix up the area of one module so that the module can be added or subtracted to accommodate the other activities. So I considered like the sleeping unit as sleeping unit is the basic amenity which is very essential for a labor camp. I took that unit to arrive at the dimension of one module. So I categorized into two categories. One is for 3 people unit and another is for 6 people unit. The first part, I came up with a dimension according to the CPWD standards. And in the second part, I arrived at a dimension including door and the circulation space. And in the third part, I added one more door, which may lead to a backyard space. And I refined the dimension. And in the fourth stage, I added few windows and the spaces for ventilation and natural lighting. And I arrived at the final dimension of the module as 3.6 meter cross 3.6 meter for 3 people unit and 3.6 meter cross 7.2 meter for 6 people unit. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then the next important thing is to know the construction technique with which we will be able to construct one module so that the same technique can be used to build all the modules. So at this stage, I have introduced one more type of unit module, which will have a mezzanine level. So I'll run through the construction process. It starts from marking on the site and the foundation, the laying of the footing, whose detail is given over here. And the next slide, which describes the erection of the standards, which are nothing but the columns, and the ledgers, which are nothing but the beams in the scaffoldings. And the details are given over here. And the next slide, please. And in this slide, the details for the erection of the rafters and the purlins are given. And in the case of mezzanine, the members for the parapet are also laid in this stage. Next slide, please. Then comes the erection of the roof. In the next slide comes the erection of the floors. And in the next slide comes the erection of the enclosure. And this is the process of constructing one module in a step-by-step process. And in the next slide, I have discussed about the enclosure. Like there are two types of enclosure. Like the first one is the enclosure with PVC based material, like corrugated UPVC sheet and WPC board. And I have come up with a detail, the window detail and the door detail, with which we can erect the things with the UPVC thing. And in the next slide comes the wood based material, where we can use plywood or OSB. And these are the window detail and the door detail with this. These material can be used as an enclosure and can be decided after studying the climate of the place in which the structure is going to be erected. And in the next slide, now getting into the actual design of the amenities. I started from the designing of the sleeping units. So in this, I came up with a number of iterations of the sleeping unit, one with only from access from front yard and one with access from front yard and backyard, and the other with like 6 people unit and 3 people unit. And I came up with like number of iterations. In this part, there are 4 iterations, which has only the ground level. And in the next slide, there are iterations with the mezzanine level. And I came up with all these iterations with the availability of the front yard and the backyard, and with additional changes in the location of the doors and windows according to its location in the cluster. There can be further more iterations created in the in sleeping units. And coming to the next slide, it's a typical community kitchen. These community kitchen, I came up taking the dimension of the sleeping unit. And this kitchen can be either made as a separate block or can be made as a part of a cluster, like locating it in between the sleeping unit. Here, the same dimension for the sleeping unit is adopted. These are the iterations for community kitchen with only ground level. And in the next slide, the iterations with mezzanine level. Then comes the next amenity, the multipurpose hall. Here, this is 6 times the size of a 3 people unit. As this is mainly designed to act as a daycare facility, colors are incorporated in the designing of this. While considering it as a daycare facility, a primary school, a complete unit is divided into 3 sections, like a preschool section, a primary school section, and a kitchen. The partitions are made up of curtains so that it can be opened and closed when required, so that this unit can be a common gathering unit for a camp or a daycare facility and a primary school, or a training center which trains the young workers on various aspects. Then comes the next amenity, shop for essentials. This is 3 times the area of a 3 people unit, among which only one part is completely covered with the walls and the 2 are left open in terms of walls, where one part is used for a gathering space and the other part can be used as a place for hawkers to come and stop under the shed for selling the products. And comes the next part, which is sanitation block, which is 0.9 meter cross 1.8 meter, which is less than 1/4 of a sleeping unit, like a 3 people sleeping unit. And there is a washing area attached to it. And the whole sanitation block is built over a concrete platform to make the services easier. And the next slide. Then I came up with few base clusters. So these are the clusters which groups the sleeping unit and the community kitchens together. Under each base cluster, there are like 3 categories. The one with only the ground floor level, the second with ground floor and mezzanine level, and the third with ground floor and first floor level. And this can like go on as G+1 structures. So the first one is the rectangle module. This module has more than one 3 people unit arranged in a row. This module form a street-like gathering when put in order. The second one is L module. Can you please go to the next slide? Yeah. This module consists of 2 numbers of 3 people unit and 1 number of 6 people unit. So this module together form a partially open gathering space for these 3 units. And again, there are 3 categories under this base cluster. And in the next slide, it's a C model, which has 2 number of 3 people unit and 2 number of 6 people unit, which forms a closed gathering space for the 4 units. And in this slide, I have come up with various possible cluster iterations where it can be a combination of either the same model, or it can be a combination of 2 different models, and so on. And these are various possible iterations with the 3 base clusters, and there can be even more iterations that can be formed with various combinations. Next slide, please. And I came up with a few rules of organization. As we have designed all our amenities and we have designed like how we are going to organize the sleeping units and the kitchen together, we have to put the other amenities into the group to make a master plan. And so that I have framed few rules so that in any site, these rules can be followed to come up with a master plan. So this set explains the transition between the private to the public space. In this part, it's the transition between the private to the public from
Your 10 minutes is over.
Yeah, yes, sir. With front yard as a buffer space. And in this case, there is a backyard introduced over here. And even this can also act as a transition space between 2 units. And this will become a very private open space for the 2 adjacent units over here. And while coming to the rule for the shop, it can be placed near the entrance so that it becomes easier for the hawkers to enter and put their vehicle under the shed. And coming to the rules for the toilets has to be placed in a very well ventilated area where there will not be any obstacle for their ventilation. And one more rule is that it should be placed in a location where view from other units are there, so that for the safety. And while placing the communal area or the multipurpose area, the location itself should enhance the communal activity in that place. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. And finally, I tried demonstrating all my ideas in a site. I took a site. It's an apartment site, actually. So it's in Jaipur, Rajasthan. This is the site plan given by the builder, and this is the site which I have selected for the labor camp, which is 1.2 acres in area. As the first step, I tried dividing the whole site as a grid of 3.6 meter by 3.6 meter, which is nothing but the area of a 3 people unit, so that I can use that grid to make a design. Next slide, please. And I arrived at a master plan which has a mixture of all the 3 models, the rectangle model, L model, and C model, which makes bigger open spaces and forms like different kinds of open spaces, either front yard gathering or backyard gathering and all those things. And next slide, please. And I have tried to incorporate the rules which I have framed over here, the shop near the entrance and the toilets placed within the view of the other units, and the communal space which is placed in between the in between the other amenities, so that this can automatically become active. And the next slide, please. And I have tried one more layer where there are like 4 main front yard gatherings in all these places. The dark blue patched ones are the front yard gatherings, and there are 4 bigger gatherings for different sets of clusters. And there are 2 major backyard gathering. One is over here and one is over here. So basically, I have tried making like one cluster will have interaction with all their adjacent cluster. For example, considering this cluster will have interaction with this cluster, this one through front yard, and through backyard, this one will be interacting with this cluster. So it's basically one cluster will be interacting with all the adjacent cluster in this thing. And the next slide. And yeah, finally, the master plan of the labor camp as a demonstration. And while coming to the material, as it's in Rajasthan, while studying the climate of the Rajasthan, it's arrived at as we can use the corrugated UPVC sheets
Your,
for walls and roofs.
your time is up. I
Yeah.
guess it's the last sheet also. Yeah? Your time
Yes,
is
sir. My presentation is done.
Thank you.
That's it, sir. Thank you.
It's over to the jurors.
Okay, you want to start, Surya or Akhtar?
Please go ahead.
Okay, you have taken an approach and you have worked it out, resolved it to a level of demonstration. And I think there is a strength in it.
Thank you, sir.
It's actually a technological approach or a systemic approach, whereby you said that I'm going to resolve the problem by evolving a technology and evolving a system that is flexible enough to be dismantled and taken away, which means that it is not site specific. It is not, it's free of the context in which it works. That is where some issue come up. And that is that this is essentially the approach of technology, and that is where it differs from architecture. And that is technology is free of context. Well, architecture has to be sensitive to context.
Yes.
It gives something to the surrounding and it gains something from the surrounding in terms of its formal resolution. And this system, by its very nature being technological in its soul, is essentially context free. Okay, that is one issue that I have, that it doesn't lend itself to a purposeful, meaningful architectural discourse. You have done everything that is required of buildings in an urban setup that you have demonstrated with the apartment complex. If you are building a half a dozen apartments, maybe you need this kind of a labor there. I doubt it though, but even then, it's an urban context that it may or may not work. More often than not, labor camps and labor colonies are needed at a large infrastructure projects like highways and bridges and dams, etc., where you need colonies to be built. When the bridges are done, completed, when the dam is completed, what do you do with that? That is an issue that is paramount. But then this is where I have a question, or rather a concern, that the meaning of the word mobility has to be understood in a much more complex way. Mobility is one thing that you say that something can be moved from here to there. It's a physical mobility.
Yes,
there is another internal mobility that says, can a space be used for something else? Can be mobile enough that it can accommodate other meanings? Can this space that I'm making for a labor colony can be such that when the labors are out, it can be put to some other use? And there are examples of it. I remember one I remember is that last year it won an JK Awards. It's a labor colony built in Bangladesh, which is now being used for a visitor center. And it is very successfully done. So it's a question of, this is where it becomes architectural and not technological. And I think that is an issue that I will raise. Otherwise, I appreciate your ability to take something and resolve it to this fine resolution.
Thank you, sir. So to basically answer your question about the mobility, I haven't had like a approach towards your the second thing which you told, like the labor camp being used as a different thing after the
That is
labors
where
has
that is where your
evacuated.
initial assumptions come in. You made an
Yes,
assumption
sir.
and then stuck with it, rather than saying,
Yes,
what
sir.
else could that be? How can I look at mobility
Yeah.
critically? See, that is what is missing here.
Okay, sir. I'll try to resolve it and refine it.
Akhtar?
Hello.
Akhtar, you want me to go? You're going.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. I think the project concentrates on just
Sir? Hello?
containing the laborers and their makeshift shelters, you will realize that they also make use of in-between spaces.
Yes, sir.
They spill out of their own shelter, and then they interact with the colleagues, and there are spaces where they can meet. So, in order to do justice to a project like this, you should incorporate your concerns about understanding their way of life, their aspirations, their problems, their priorities, and looking at a contextual site, you try to generate patterns and solutions
Yes.
to this. Rather
Okay, sir.
than just restricting yourself to a single technology, a single material, you could opt for choices. Like all this could be also done using bamboo, for example.
Yeah.
And while you have articulated several spaces, but they need to be more defined vis-a-vis certain activities. And for that, you should have done some case studies of couple of sites to identify which are the critical needs for them. And like this particular plot which you have shown seems to be carved out of a larger project, and it is supposed to be meant for this labor camp. Usually the sites are more congested and more problematic. For a large infrastructure projects, yes, the government or the civic authorities may identify large spaces where you can develop such layouts. But my main concern is about understanding their lives, lifestyle, and generating patterns which are appropriate to them. So even using this technology, can you not design in between spaces, little
Yes, sir.
sit out, little awning, and a thing like that, you know? And
Yeah.
at a level of this, there should be some facilities for children, like creche and nursery or some kindergarten, and some healthcare facilities which need to be incorporated as part of the concern.
Okay. So basically, I had done case study, but I was not able to include it in this. And to brief on that, I did a case study which I consider one as a good example, which is a design labor camp in Ahmedabad, which is in Changodar. And one more labor camp is a bridge for bridge construction workers in Medavakkam, Chennai. So I compared and contrasted the two case studies, and I came up with the amenities with that, because the amenities which I saw in the labor camp in Ahmedabad was not there in the uh, thing in the Chennai, because there the toilets were just there were about 300 people residing in that labor camp, and there were only 5 toilets over there, and there were no spaces for children over there, and all those things. So I just compared those to come up with the amenities, and I studied life of the labors over there, So that I tried introducing all these buffer spaces and the transition spaces where the buffer spaces can be used for their gathering and for multiple purposes. So that is the main reason why I had introduced that transition space like the front yard and the backyard.
Yeah, that is one way of approaching
Yeah.
it. But you can open it up
Yes, sir.
to
Sure,
be
sure.
more sensitive to the lifestyle.
Okay,
For
sir. Sure.
example, even the doors and windows, for example, how do you design for that particular climate? See, it's okay in 1920, pioneers did some research in industrialized housing. But even within that kind of approach, we have advanced much further, you know.
Yeah.
So technology can be used more innovatively.
Okay, sir.
And I think you need to study the social and psychological aspects, their health and their educational issues to create a more humane kind of labor housing, you know.
Okay, sir.
Like all the central spaces which you have generated, I mean, could be articulated in a much more refined way, you know.
Yeah.
But the common facility itself is very critical need, which is neglected
Okay.
at present. You know? There are many NGOs working for them, taking care of the education of the children while the parents go and work. But that needs to be attended to.
Yeah. So I have provided a daycare facility, which is the communal space, which is represented in yellow in this plan actually. So how this basically works is like it can have a link up with the NGO so that that NGO can send teachers to this place and they can educate the children when their parents are off to work.
You have provided, agreed.
Yes, sir. I have provided.
Can
Yeah.
you do it better?
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
There
Sure,
are
sir.
other alternatives.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you need to challenge whatever design decision that you take by at least making provisional other approaches and evaluating them, you know, whether
Okay,
this is
sir.
the best that you can do within all the time restriction.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can do much better than what you've
Sure,
done.
sir. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, 48, right?
Hello, sir. Yeah.
I think there is a value in thinking about this problem. At the same time, given its nature, for a minute, if we were to forget that whether who it is for, and we were just thinking about construction and temporary, and there is enough in most cities, migrants are there all over the place, and we will need some kind of temporary constructions in empty sites which are vacant temporarily, which may get built up in time. And so, as if a city takes a decision that they want to do some kind of migrant housing which is temporary, and sites are available that can be emptied out over a period of a year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever. If we were to use that as an idea, and we were to, because construction on sites in which we need construction labor of this kind of luxury of land is rarely available.
Yeah.
So if I was to use, and if I was to think about the larger idea that you thought about scaffolding,
Yeah.
scaffolding as a means to begin, and scaffolding, by the word scaffolding, means hanging on to it, right? You're basically hanging on to it something.
Yeah.
And now when I look at its architectural manifestation, you look at the kind of, if you go back some slides you have where we have no idea how the solid partition is fixed with the corner pipe. Pipe is round. The scaffolding pipe is a round pipe.
Yeah.
And so we do not know what kind of detail you intend to have with a fixed partition, which is right angle partition.
Fixing the wall with the scaffoldings, right? I have provided the detail for that.
Can
It's
you enlarge
on.
that and show that?
Yes, sir.
I didn't notice that. Because that is one of the things, and I think as an expression, if it had been either a separated part or so basically the idea of the partition with the vertical scaffolding, the idea of how the roof is being handled, the idea of how the floor is fixed to it. Now these are very crucial. See, in this kind of a thing, it's all about making a small little booklet of systems and details, which anybody and everybody can then, it can easily be proliferated. You can put it on the net and others can also use it and build on it further.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see your research on various kinds of scaffoldings. Today, there are varied kind of scaffolding details that are available because we're getting a lot of international scaffolding coming in now. Very interesting, simple things coming in from Europe and other places, which are very manageable to open and close and build. And I think it would have been nice to see the varied kind of scaffolding details that you have come across in the market, and then you pick up certain things and you begin to talk about how these are very useful in certain kind of detailing. That would have been very, very useful to, because then maybe you can even come back and say, listen, some of these details can actually be used by casuarina poles. Casuarina poles and these junction details could actually become, can also provide a certain kind of architectural language, because a lot of small construction, which is the medium construction, still use bamboo and casuarina poles for shuttering. That kind of an understanding of the material and its possible manifestation is something that could have been expressed a little more strongly. Otherwise, it's a great effort in terms of at least trying to think about this. But the quality of places, the kind of places, because the kind of scales, the kind of, like going up and down, staircase details. How does a scaffolding and a staircase detail in such a way that it can be dismantled and opened up and put together. But it is all about details. This is the project of details. It's an idea and then it is details. And I think somehow the presentation was kind of very abstract, I thought, in the way it showed. It showed, okay, you can make multiple levels, you can put staircase, you can put veranda, you can put walls. But it was a very abstract kind of a sense that one got, that there is an idea, but the detail aspect is something that one missed.
Okay. So basically the thing is, because of the limitations, I was just able to summarize the thesis as such. And I have worked on all the details of all these things, from the staircase detail and all these things. I have it as a set with me, and I was not able to show it because of certain limitations in the time and the sheet counts and all those things.
No, but that is the key, no? If you think about it, it is the key to your project.
Yeah, right, sir, right. You're actually,
because all these are understood, no? We understand these things, but how the toilets are going to be, what kind of toilets? If it's Jaipur, it's dry. If it is Chennai, it is wet. Your subsoil water levels will change the kind of toilets you will build in both places. What is your research on toilets? What is your research? Because you can't spread them out, because you can't have pipelines going all over the place. So, fundamental things about organizational systemic thinking.
Okay.
Making a street. They also want a street because they're going to spend 2 or 3 years of their lives here. They also end up having a small pan shop, BD shop, grocery shop, other kinds of small. They also have this small shop kind of thing. So a street sense, a sense of in over time of 2-3 years, they have a sense of belonging to a place. They know they're going back to a place after working hard in the day, and those are things that would have been nice to see as an expression.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is just a thing that you can take forward.
Yes.
I'm also done.
So does that bring us to the end of all the presentations today?
Okay.
Gemini sir, would you like to add anything more, or Rakesh sir again?
I think what strikes me most is a tendency of a lot of the students to go way beyond architecture into either urban design areas or areas that for which they may not have been properly equipped in the preceding 4.5 years. And I know many of them want to be urban designer or landscape architects or system planners or whatever, but this project, the final year project, needs to show your ability to bring together everything you have learned in the 4.5 years before this semester, final semester. And I think that is where I find many projects sort of disappointing, because one is not able to see whether I can call you an architect properly with a capital A or not. It's something that actually needs to be looked at the much bigger level of the school education here. And I think, Jayashree, you may want to think about that.
Yes, sir.
Jayashree, how does it work now? I mean, we've got all the students. Do we all have to kind of do a cap up or something now, or is it later?
If you would like to, all of you together or one by one, tell us about your feelings about all the projects generally that have been presented today. It would be good. Also, you have been through the other projects that were submitted in this zone, so you are aware of the kind of work that was submitted. So you could maybe also speak about that a little bit. After that, we will close this session, and we have another small meeting with the three of you to discuss together and come up with the winners. And you will please share the names of the two winners in this zone with us, and we will put that in a maybe a poster or in a notification and send it across to everybody by end of day or tomorrow morning. So can I request you all, the three jury members, please, to tell us about your experience of this zonal jury.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I'm really sorry to interrupt. I just posted the text on the chat room. I'm not sure if you saw that, so I just wanted to make sure it was addressed. So I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, ma'am.
Yeah, wait. Let me just find out where that is.
Okay.
Architect
It's a really
Vaidyanathan,
long
can
message.
you please check out this text on chat that this participant has put up? Maybe we can stop sharing the screen now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it was about. Like, I'm really grateful to all the jury members. Like, I could see how all those inputs, even though it was for other people, it was really helpful for me to develop. But I just wanted to make sure, like I felt that I'm taken a chance out of me. Like I'm not be able to present what I feel. So maybe if possible, if the judges could spare me a 10 minutes time, I would like to show my presentation to them. I mean, it's a request, ma'am. I'm really sorry. I know it's out of line. I'm really sorry, but it's a request. Small request from our side.
Beta, I can understand what your feelings are, and I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
this would be the feeling of almost everybody in the group who has not been able to present.
Yes,
But
ma'am. Right.
I do
Right.
hope that you understand that there is a limitation of time, and it would be very difficult for the jury members to look at your project and comment on this. But
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know really how I can resolve this, because if this chance is given to one individual, it must be given to everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. I understand
Yeah,
that, ma'am.
yeah.
Just
But
I
maybe
mean,
we
the
can
thing that
find some way out of this in a different way, where maybe the jury members will communicate or can communicate what has
sure,
been their
sure,
impression
sure.
about your work in a
Okay.
different way, not here on this platform right away.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry,
No,
but
the surprising thing
the
was
time limit.
each and every comment that our jury members, I mean, gave to each student. I could see that I've addressed all those things in my design, and all our designs were like. So I thought maybe they could give us a clear insight of what we missed out in our thesis. So that's what I wanted. So thank you so much, ma'am. I'm really grateful that you replied to me. It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
maybe
sir.
now we can go ahead. I can understand this boy's sentiments, but the restriction of time, I think, doesn't permit us to do what he wishes us to do. Coming back,
Apart from time, I think it's a question of realizing that we are not really speaking specifically about any project. There are general issues that are brought up that may apply to everybody else's project also. So I think each other students who are not presenting should also be able to gain some insight about how one approaches their own issues, because there is a generality about the comments that all three have made.
True.
Okay, everybody else is gone. Only
no, everybody is here. Nobody has
no,
left.
the students are gone.
No,
Students,
no,
Ma'am,
everybody
no,
is
no,
here.
sir, I'm here. We are here. We are here, sir.
Okay, fine. So we three have to come together and discuss our projects.
Yeah, we just, if you want to cap it up for them, if you want to have any
It's a general discussion. No,
yeah,
I think I just said I mean, my comment earlier about the size and the complexity of the projects is one thing that I think I'm a little bothered about, because I see this in many places where the students feel that they have to make something very big in order to qualify for a final year project. And I think quite often it is the depth to which you take your inquiry, not so much the extent of the program or the complexity that matters. I think a small projects, but for example, this the project in the Sabarmati, only this central one properly resolved should have been a wonderful thing to do. It doesn't have to be this big, huge metro line station and this and that, all kinds of things, which prevent the students from coming to a resolution of architectural issues. That is far more important. And at this time, apart from architectural issues, there are environmental issues, there are philosophical issues, social issues. All of these have to be really shown through a single project. And I think a lot of the students miss out on that because the kind of the ambition with which they approach this semester. So yeah, you are already in school. I'm out of the school for several years now. So you should be able to comment on this. How are your students doing there?
No, I think I will wait. Akhtar Sahib, would you like to? You need to unmute.
You're mute. Akhtar, you're mute. It's not like you to be muted, Akhtar.
That's a good one. Akhtar sir, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
It has been a long day. I think very interesting range of projects that we saw today. And each one of them had creative potentiality. But at the same time, the limitation, the other end of the thing has to be also considered. So within a time limit given in the academic calendar, how much one can go. And instead of just going for mega projects, one could focus more on issues and get an appropriate scale and appropriate level of detailing. I think the role of the school and the guide is very, very critical in determining this, because it is the nature of youth to be ambitious and to explore more freely and take on some adventures. But it is the kind of interaction that you generate in the school which would act as some kind of guidelines. But at the same time, I would not like severe restrictions of limiting the scope to certain square meter area or some hectares or things like that. Thesis is a very different kind of project than the other 9 semesters. And I think the school and academia needs to accept this fact that it is also space for experimentation, innovation, exploration, and one should give that freedom to the students. So you have a whole range of projects like Lunar City and uh, exploring outer space and major urban concerns. How do you train the students to get the best out of their ability? So that is the responsibility of the school and the guides. And I think this interaction is very, very important. But unfortunately, in many of the schools I have found that this interaction is limited. That it would be fun to have less number of meetings with the guide and get on with one's thesis. It doesn't work. So it is talking about the culture of learning and teaching in a given institution that matters the most. That determines the quality of the presentations also. I find in most of the projects detailing is missing. So at least some gesture should be made to spell out certain critical details. And it is up to the students to decide what one would like to show. To justify the kind of scope that you have created for yourself. There have been many attempts at addressing environmental issues, but I did not find much depth in uh, technologies and the solutions which have been incorporated as part of the design. And I think this is a serious lacuna here, and the schools and the students need to address this. In terms of ideas, I mean, there is a kind of opening up of the world because of the internet and Google and so much of exchanges taking place. So one cannot be hiding in a corner. So when one talks about change, one talks about transformation, there should be some interesting references. It is not that we have to reinvent everything. There are many efforts made, many serious works have been done, serious books have been written, and one can also add the related fields, related disciplines to learn from. And this needs to be cultivated. Then the thesis would become much more interesting. Anyway, I enjoyed the day and all the best to all the participants.
Well, yeah, I think, the as already Gemini and Akhtar have already talked about, I think there is an issue of scales, which I think also some schools or some universities which have need to have certain scales of projects in terms of size seems to become an overdrive, and the students get caught in this large, you know, this large kind of scale, which I think it's very important that as tutors we need to be able to kind of curate, and I think that's something that because one has been seeing this in some schools, how they've actually cracked it is they've started the project in the 9th semester and they actually take it over a whole year. In there, they're at least trying to do some justice. They're curating it. They're helping the student over a period of 1 year. In some schools, they actually do it for 4 months, and it has become a big challenge for some of them, some of the students especially. So, because that becomes kind of an Achilles heel, for the student. They really, and also there is this thing, because there is obviously this is their final, this is their, it's like their, the final shot before they leave school, and they believe that in practice they will not get that space, and they all want to kind of really go out there and do what they will never be able to do in practice, and they kind of do various things, which is heartening, because that's what we would like them to have, that imagination to be able to answer the complex problems of the society. And that cannot come because our generations have not been able to really solve most of the problems, but we've all been trying our little bit. And I think one hopes that with these kind of new thoughts, hopefully, with this kind of ambition, they will address the problems in their own unique ways. One and I think that somewhere we have to be able to emphasize, how much ever you may be able to dream and imagine, uh, it is the connection between the narrative and the final manifestation has to be kind of not like a layer, but some kind of a far better weave. Right now, it seems more like a layer. So if you actually sometimes remove the narrative, you could just see the project. The projects are good. Interestingly, the projects, if you didn't talk about all these other things and you just looked at these projects, they are quite sensible. And they could be simply talked about in terms of pure experience, location, handling of site context, neighborhood, the fundamentals of what actually the projects will actually be doing. But there is this drive to have make this bigger than thou kind of sensibility, which I think we all need to resist, and we need to be and if we do have that, then to be able to show that in the project through some details. So to me, that has been an eye opener again. One has been noticing this often, and I just want to kind of put that out there for the students. The other is the end of the day, material, construction, structure, along with all the other things I said, is the fundamental of putting your idea together. And somehow one doesn't see much of that uh, as a reason for the architecture or the placemaking to be manifested. So one doesn't get a sense of the tectonics, one doesn't get a sense of light, one doesn't get sense of structure and architecture in that sense. So one does miss that, because then a lot of the projects then look like caricatures of an idea, and a powerful idea probably, but its manifest is a caricature. And I think we got to be careful there. We have to be able to go through with our narrative. So these are the larger, but largely I think one could sense the energy the projects one saw. It was there was energy, there was effort, a lot of effort. So it has been an experience, as Akhtar has already said, worth it, a day well spent, and we look forward to coming back to you. And whoever ever feels like, I'm sure most of us, all of us are academics at heart. So if you are around in any of our cities, I'm sure we will not hesitate in
We lost
anything.
you.
If you want to have a chat.
We lost Surya.
Yes.
Yeah, you got frozen in between somewhere.
Oh, okay. I was just saying that we're all academics at heart, and I'm sure and we would be open to any of the students if they are in any of our cities and they want to come and have a chat with any of us at any time. I'm sure we will be. Our doors are open on that front, and so it was a good day. If there's anything else, if we can, students want to ask something other than their projects. Other than the specifics of any project. Otherwise, we can, Jayashri, please.
Yes, thank you so much, all of you. It has been a long day, but yes, it has been a very interesting and a day full of learning, I'm sure, for all the participants. I think this brings us to the end of the program, the first zonal jury of the 2020 cycle of the awards. This year, we were not sure whether we would be able to conduct them because of the extraordinary situation that is there. The schools had not completed their thesis examinations, and we had to delay this inordinately. But I must say that the participants have responded to the call wonderfully, and they have all come together on this platform. We will now close in a few minutes, and as I said earlier, I will request the jurors to please come together on the other platform and deliberate and inform us about the two winners here. Before we close, I think it is my duty and responsibility to propose a vote of thanks, and I take pleasure in doing that. First and foremost, I would like to thank the three eminent jurors of the panel today, Professor and Architect Dr. Chauhan, Professor Gemini Mehta, and Professor and Architect Surya Kakani. All of them have spent a lot of time with us and given valuable inputs to the participants. They have been with us not just today or this year, but several times in the past to ensure that this endeavor of the Council of Architecture flourishes and continues to be held every year. Thank you so much, all of you. It is great to have you with us.
Thank you.
What is the second platform? How do we get there?
I have shared a link with you, Gemini sir. I will share it with you again in a few minutes' time.
Okay, all right, fine. All right. See you then.
My next thank you will go to the zonal coordinators, the team at the Chettinad School of Architecture, headed by architect and Professor Lokanathan, the team of architect Vaidyanathan and architect Radhika, who have been working with us intensely for the last so many days. They have connected with each individual participant in that zone and ensured that everything goes smooth and flawlessly. In the morning, when there were little hiccups, they immediately messaged to me saying that, okay, we will take over, give us this, give us that. And I think after that, it has been wonderful. Thank you so much, both of you. And my thanks to the entire team at Chettinad School. After this, I would like to thank the coordinator of the awards committee, Dr. Rama Subramaniam. Just like the jury panel has been with us year after year, Dr. Rama and Professor Anirudh Kaul, who will be with us for tomorrow's jury, have been with us on this platform year after year. And they have also taken the care to nurture this awards program and ensure that we get very good support from all the participants and to ensure that the quality is maintained throughout. Thank you, Rama ma'am. Rama ma'am is not with us right now. She had to leave because she was going to be traveling in the evening. But I would like to place on record my thank you to her. And last but not the least, a big thank you to all the participants because every year they have been sending in their entries, but this was a special year when they were all away from their schools, not in touch with the teachers and faculty so often. Yet they took all the efforts to submit everything on time from wherever they are, and they complied with all the conditions of the program. And today also they were bearing with us for all kinds of little hiccups that were happening on the platform. Thank you so much. I will not call you students now because you're on the way to become young architects. So thank you, young professionals and architects. And as Surya has rightly said, if ever you are in any of our cities, you're most welcome to come and meet us, spend some time with us, have a cup of chai. I'm in Pune. The council's training and research center is located in Pune. Do drop in at any time that when you're in Pune. I would now like to announce that in the normal course of time, we would have announced the names of the two winners today itself. But because the announcement needs that the three jury members discuss amongst themselves before arriving at the names, we will give them that time after we close this platform and request them to give us the names. These names I will circulate to all the schools and in the social media tomorrow and ensure that it goes up on the Council of Architecture website at the earliest. I would like to inform the 10 presenters of the day that yes, they have won the zonal award of the cash prize of 5,000 each, and the two winners will receive another cash prize of 10,000 each. But all those who have submitted entries here are again winners in their own right because they are representing their school on this platform. The two winners of the day will be invited on the 4th of March for the national jury. It will be conducted again on the Zoom platform, where we will have two participants from each of the other 4 zones, making a total of 10 presentations on 4th March. The two winners will be certainly there to present, but I would also request all the participants of the zone to be present with us on that day and join us for the presentations at the national jury. Thank you so much, all of you, and see you soon. Take care and be happy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
All
will
the
close
best,
the meeting.
everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.